Chapter 1 Chapter 1 Rebirth, 6 months ago. Chapter 1 Rebirth. Something's wrong, this world is wrong. In 2009, at the Sunflower Children's Welfare Institute, 8-year-old Kamihara Hajime stared at the orphanage shrouded in darkness. The once familiar place now felt disturbingly alien. Everyone, children and adults alike, had vanished. Under the eerie gloom, the buildings themselves seemed warped, subtly distorted like a nightmare painted over reality. Hajime reflected on the strange twists his life had taken. In a previous life, he'd been an ordinary boy on Earth, terminally ill and long since resigned to a premature death. But when he opened his eyes again, he was a child in a foreign land. There were no memories of his parents, only the orphanage. He had been here as far back as he could remember. It was a second chance, and though his previous life felt distant, like a vivid dream, it was impossible to forget. More than that, Hajime had come to a chilling realization. This wasn't just another version of Earth. It was a completely different world. Some things were familiar, yes, but others.
Got it. Don't forget the agreed-upon reward. This is confirmed as a grade 1, maybe special grade cursed womb. I'll notify you if anything happens, Gojo. That's all.
A pale, blue-haired woman with a sharp gaze and graceful figure stood a short distance from the orphanage. Her eyes shimmered as she stared at the dense aura cloaking the building. There was no fear on her face, only fascination.
Born from darkness, the darkest of darkness. Filth and defilement all be purged.
As she chanted, a black-gray curtain bloomed from thin air, covering the entire orphanage like a shroud. Without hesitation, she stepped inside and vanished. This is bad. Hajime looked down at the creature's dissolving remains, a grotesque fusion of child and dog. It had attacked him 5 minutes ago, crying like a baby. He'd hesitated at first, startled, but once he struck it with his energy, the effect was immediate. A few blows and it crumpled. He tried to escape the orphanage, but no matter how far he walked, he always ended up back where he started, like something was looping time and space. So he went deeper. He encountered more of them childlike monsters, each more grotesque than the last. All of them shared fragments of a child's form-twisted limbs, oversized heads, tiny fingers. Was it the collective resentment of children that birthed them? Movies had shown spirits that died with regret often twisted into curses. Maybe this world worked the same way. But after beating several of them, Hajime's fear lessened. They were manageable. His power worked, and knowing that made all the difference. A faint sob echoed through the staff dormitory corridor. Hajime instantly tensed. He followed the sound and stopped in front of a cabinet. The crying was real, too consistent for a monster. He pulled it open. Two children, trembling, scared, huddled together.
Hey, quiet down, you want to attract ghosts?
They recognized his voice and calmed.
Jenichi, and...
The girl had a birthmark on her cheek, he remembered now. She was the one who almost got adopted last time, but the parents rejected her because of that mark. The kids knew him too. Everyone in the orphanage knew Hajime. He didn't join cliques or play nice. He was the strongest and everyone respected or feared him. Despite his appearance and intelligence, Hajime had never accepted adoption. He didn't want a new family he couldn't trust. The director had once considered adopting him herself or having her relatives do it, but he'd refused. He comforted the children and asked what they knew, but they were too scared to give useful answers. They'd hidden in the cabinet after seeing monsters from afar. Then suddenly a sound, wet, heavy. Something was coming. Hajime's face darkened.
Hide again, now.
Chapter 2 Cursed Energy, 6 months ago. Chapter 2 Cursed Energy. Kamihara Hajime stumbled into a wide-open hall, the kind the orphanage once used for events. But this wasn't where the hall should have been. Whatever domain he was trapped in had twisted the layout of the orphanage, warping reality around him. He quickly scanned the room for exits, alert to any strange movement. Before long, he heard the sound, wet, crawling, scraping. The large door creaked open. A swarm of grotesque things poured in. They were the same malformed spirits from earlier curses with childlike features, as if made from twisted memories. But now there were more of them. Dozens, maybe hundreds. They hissed and wailed in incomprehensible voices, their jagged limbs pulling them forward across the floor at unnatural speeds. Hajime's scalp tingled and his hands clenched reflexively. He could amplify his body with the energy, sure, but he was still a child. His stamina was limited and there were too many of them.
I'll clear out as many as I can first. There's no exit anyway.
He dived in, fists wreathed in pale blue energy. Blow after blow crushed the weak curses, their forms dissipating with each strike. After downing more than a dozen, Hajime retreated strategically, weaving past their writhing bodies like a phantom. By the time the remaining curses recovered and turned toward him, he was already gone. Left confused and directionless, the horde resumed their meaningless wandering. Crunch! Hajime froze mid-step. He thought he heard something. He paused, listened. Silence. Then a deep rumble shook the air, a sound like stone collapsing under tremendous weight. His brow furrowed.
Should I check it out?
It was risky, but with no idea how to escape, he had to take chances. Besides, he could always run. He moved toward the source carefully. What he saw next made his stomach twist. A colossal curse crawled across the distorted landscape. Its bloated, infant-like body was 3 stories tall, empty black pits for eyes, a mouth sewn shut with thick, blood-colored thread, and yet it whimpered as it moved. It was approaching a small building. A figure inside thrashed in panic. Someone's in there. Hajime's eyes narrowed. The curse tore through the building like paper. Debris flew, and from within its hand emerged a terrified woman. She screamed as the curse slowly raised her toward a gaping, vertical mouth embedded in its stomach.
Haruna!
He recognized her. Her name was Haruna, a kind woman who worked at the orphanage. She had always been warm, fair, and deeply loved by the children.
Damn it, put her down.
He grabbed a stone and hurled it with all his might. It struck the curse's side but did nothing. Helpless, he watched as Haruna disappeared into the monster's maw. Rage surged through him like wildfire. He clenched his fists. If only he were stronger. If only he could do more than punch. No matter how fast he was, what could fists do against something so massive? But as his emotions spiraled, grief, guilt, fury, something shifted inside him. His energy surged violently as if responding to his heart, and then,
Die!
with a furious cry, Hajime released it. A blinding blue beam of cursed energy tore through the air. It struck the curse mid-body. The giant froze, then shattered. More than half of its body was obliterated in an instant. Even the building behind it was pierced cleanly, like something had tunneled through both at the speed of light. From the destroyed curse fell a limp figure, Haruna. She looked intact, though unconscious. Her condition was uncertain. Hajime staggered, knees almost buckling. His right arm throbbed with pain, but the surge of energy inside him hadn't faded. In fact, it was regenerating unnaturally fast. He looked up. The curse was still moving barely, missing limbs, writhing weakly, but alive. Hajime began walking toward it. His heart pounded. His rage hadn't cooled, it had become focused, controlled. He could feel his emotions like fire, but from the outside, observing them with a strange, lucid calm. Like a conductor watching a storm of music from above. He clenched his right fist, energy coiling around it like a flame. It blazed so intensely, the blue shifted to black. The curse was already crumbling, but he wasn't done. He didn't just want to defeat it. He wanted to destroy it, to erase the hatred that gave it form. As he walked, time seemed to slow again. He could feel every strand of energy running through his arm, every muscle fiber syncing perfectly with the cursed flow. It's like breathing.
Tap, tap.
He looked up, exhausted but alert. A figure emerged from the darkness, a tall woman with long, pale blue hair tied in a ponytail. Her black Jujutsu Tech uniform hugged her graceful frame. Her presence was calm, yet commanding. She's not a curse. He exhaled in relief. Something about her seemed familiar. She approached slowly, her expression mixed with confusion and disbelief.
You can call me Mei Mei.
She said softly. Her voice was smooth, confident, like she was both impressed and curious. She looked at the bruised, wary boy before her and asked,
Why are you here, little one? Did you see anyone else?
Chapter 3 Gojo Satoru, 6 months ago. Chapter 3 Gojo Satoru. Mei stood silently, eyes scanning the small boy sitting on the ground. Despite his fatigue and the lingering trace of powerful cursed energy still radiating faintly from his body, she could tell he was the one who exorcised that cursed spirit. Still, she asked to confirm. After all, it was nearly impossible for a child to defeat a grade 1 curse, let alone one bordering on special grade, and the energy burst that had drawn her here earlier.
Don't be afraid. I'm a Jujutsu sorcerer. Think of me like the police, but for monsters. Can you tell me what happened here, little one?
Something clicked in Hajime's mind. That term, it meant something. His thoughts raced, memories flooding back. Jujutsu Kaisen. He knew this world. Cursed spirits, jujutsu sorcerers, techniques, and cursed energy, all stemming from negative human emotions. Those born with the ability to manipulate that energy were the ones who stood against the darkness. The images came faster now. He hadn't watched much of the anime in his previous life, just a few episodes here and there. But enough. The name.
Mei.
The blue hair, the elegant confidence. This is real. I've reincarnated into the world of Jujutsu Kaisen.
Telekinesis.
Was cursed energy, was he gifted? Mei's smile was beginning to strain when the boy finally spoke. He pointed to where Haruna, one of the orphanage staff, lay unconscious. Mei followed his gaze, knelt beside the woman, and examined her.
She's okay, just unconscious. The curse didn't corrupt her too deeply. She'll recover with rest.
Returning to Hajime, she picked him up with practiced ease.
All right, I'll believe you for now. The big one's down and I've cleaned up the rest. Let's go. Did you see anyone else survive?
Hajime nodded and mentioned 2 other children who were hiding. With one hand carrying him and the other holding Haruna, Mei stepped back through the shimmering veil of the curtain. The barrier flickered as she passed through, the distorted world dissolving behind her. She laid the 2 in the back seat of a black car. Moments later, she returned with the 2 children, frightened but unharmed. Once things calmed, Mei pulled Hajime aside. He had rested a bit and looked more alert.
Help is on the way.
She said gently.
But can you tell me what happened? All of it.
Hajime paused, thinking. Now that he was sure this was the world of Jujutsu Kaisen, a new purpose crystallized in his mind. Join Tokyo Jujutsu High. He had no family. He couldn't train alone forever. If he wanted to grow, to survive, he needed proper guidance from the best. From Gojo Satoru. Hajime decided to share a version of the truth, enough to be impressive, enough to make them notice. As he recounted what had happened, Mei listened intently. Her eyes flickered with subtle emotion, curiosity, maybe even admiration. When he finished, she gave his head a gentle pat.
There are some snacks in the car. Police and medical teams will be here soon, so just wait a bit.
Hajime climbed into the car and quietly shared the snacks with one of the rescued kids, Kumiko, who was nibbling on crackers with tired eyes. Out of the corner of his eye, he watched Mei step a few paces away and pull out her phone.
Satoru.
Mei said with a faint smirk.
You're not going to believe this.
She glanced at the boy in the car.
In the middle of that curse's semi-formed innate domain.
She listened to the voice on the other end, then continued.
Yes, he's awakened a technique, and his cursed energy is immense, almost terrifying for his age. He's even figured out how to use it on his own.
Screeching sirens broke the calm. Police and ambulances rolled in. Haruna and the 2 children were escorted away. Officers exchanged words with Mei and began clearing the scene. Then another presence. Hajime turned his gaze to the figure approaching the car. White hair, tall frame, bandaged eyes, black uniform. He knew instantly. Gojo Satoru. The strongest jujutsu sorcerer, the man at the center of this world's power struggle. Hajime's heart pounded, part awe, part anticipation. Mei stepped out to meet him, motioning for Hajime to follow. Gojo bent slightly, studying Hajime's face with a smirk. The bandages didn't hide anything, those 6 eyes could see everything.
His name's Kamihara Hajime, right?
Gojo asked.
Impressive cursed energy, good control for his age, self-taught.
He straightened and said casually.
Can I see your technique?
Hajime blinked, tilting his head.
Technique, you mean?
Gojo snapped his fingers.
Exactly. Show me what that little spark inside you can do.
Then he slowly removed his bandages. The 6 eyes, ethereal blue, radiant, unnervingly sharp. Under that gaze, Hajime inhaled deeply, focused, and activated his technique. The world slowed again, time distorted. Energy surged through him with smooth familiarity. He moved deliberately, watching for Gojo's reaction. The sorcerer followed every motion. He could see him clearly. Mei, however, looked startled.
I could barely follow that.
Gojo folded his arms, thoughtful.
Not exactly. It's more than just acceleration. I'm not entirely sure yet.
Mei raised an eyebrow. For Gojo to be this intrigued meant something. Maybe another special grade was beginning to take shape. Gojo crouched, his smile bright and infectious.
Kamihara Hajime,
He said, voice light but serious beneath the playfulness.
you've awakened a technique. You're no longer ordinary. You, me, and this lovely big sister here, we're the same. There's a school for people like us. Jujutsu High, it's fun, trust me, we'll teach you how to use your power properly. Wanna come with us?
Mei sighed.
Satoru, stop sounding like a sketchy child abductor. Also,
Gojo tilted his head.
He's awakened already. He's a walking beacon for curses. Leaving him untrained is worse if someone targets him.
He glanced back at Hajime, who was clearly following the conversation. Hajime spoke up, pretending to be hesitant.
So,
Gojo laughed.
relax, I'll handle it. I'll arrange adoption, move you out of the orphanage.
He rewrapped his bandages, eyes twinkling behind them.
This place isn't safe for you anymore. Let's go somewhere better.
Seeing Hajime nod, Gojo grinned and suddenly leaned in with exaggerated menace.
Actually, we're bad guys. We're here to kidnap you.
Hajime stared at him blankly. Gojo waited, clearly expecting a dramatic reaction. Instead, he got a deadpan look of mild annoyance. He burst out laughing. Mei just smiled faintly.
still a child at heart.
She muttered. Then Gojo placed his hand on the back of Hajime's neck and lifted him effortlessly.
All right,
He said cheerfully.
we're off.
Don't forget my reward.
Chapter 4 Meeting Megumi, 6 months ago. Chapter 4 Meeting Megumi. Gojo Satoru set the boy down and said with a wide grin.
Welcome to Tokyo Metropolitan Curse Technical College. You'll be studying here someday.
Kamihara Hajime looked around. Lining both sides of the stone-paved path were tall, evenly spaced trees and stone lanterns. In the distance, traditional-style buildings with sloped eaves and layered rooftops blended into the surrounding mountain forest. Gojo walked leisurely beside him.
This place is hidden by a barrier. Normal people can't see it, and curse users won't find it easily either. You'll be safe here for now. I've got a few things to take care of, but I'll sort everything out for you soon.
After passing several buildings, Gojo finally stopped in front of a tall, muscular man. He had short, neatly trimmed black hair, a beard along his chin, and stern eyes like a walking poster for tough but dependable.
Satoru,
The man asked, raising an eyebrow.
what's with the kid? This is my old homeroom teacher, and the next principal of Jujutsu High Yaga Masamichi.
Gojo explained.
Teacher Yaga, I'll leave him with you for now. Be right back.
Gojo vanished as quickly as he'd arrived, leaving Hajime and Yaga standing awkwardly across from each other. The boy barely reached the man's waist, and the silence between them dragged on uncomfortably.
Ahem.
Yaga broke the silence first, folding his arms. He wasn't exactly great with kids, but he gave it a shot. Hajime's eyes lit up. He remembered Panda Yaga's most well-known creation. That meant this man was skilled in creating cursed corpses, constructs infused with cursed energy that could act independently. That piqued Hajime's interest, and he nodded. Yaga led him into a room packed with various puppets and animal-themed constructs. Tools and materials were stacked on shelves around them. He picked up a round, fluffy white orb with cartoonish eyes and a stitched-on mouth, no limbs. He handed it over.
Gojo said you have cursed energy. Just hold this, focus on making it move, then throw it at the ground.
Hajime gripped it with both hands. It was smaller than a basketball and soft to the touch. Following Yaga's instructions, he infused it with cursed energy. The eyes on the plush sphere lit up. It started to tremble violently. Then Hajime hurled it to the floor. The ball shot off like a bullet, bouncing against the walls and ceiling, leaving faint cracks wherever it struck. Its speed was incredible, far more than Yaga expected. His eyes widened. That thing's just a prototype, no power, just speed. Yaga stood up and greeted him.
You're back.
I leave for a bit, and you're running a puppy daycare.
Yaga waved it off.
The kid was bored. I gave him a few cursed corpses to play with. That husky, it's one of my failed attempts at giving autonomous consciousness. Not very bright, but loyal.
Gojo stroked his chin.
Where'd you get that thing again? Made it, like I said, failed experiment.
Yaga turned serious.
This kid has talent, raw, instinctive talent. Where'd you find him? What's the plan?
Gojo gave a vague grin.
Didn't I tell you already?
Yaga frowned.
No.
After Gojo explained the situation in more detail, Yaga exhaled.
That's...
Gojo casually watched Hajime playing with the husky.
I've already handled the orphanage paperwork. Next, I'll find him a place to live, or a nanny. He can live on his own, right?
Yaga gave him a look.
He's 7. Precocious or not, he's still a kid. Weren't you already raising another one?
Gojo blinked, then lit up.
Right, I'll have him live with Megumi and the others. They're about the same age, perfect.
Yaga just sighed.
You're impossible.
He turned and waved.
Hey Hajime, come here.
The boy walked over, holding the white fluffy ball and hugging the husky. Gojo grinned.
Good news, you're officially out of the orphanage, and I've found you a new home.
Thank you.
Hajime said politely. He offered the white ball back to Yaga, but the man shook his head.
Keep it, that one's harmless, and the dog might actually be useful someday. I call him White Wolf.
Hajime looked at the dog, wagging its tail, and bowed slightly.
Thank you.
Despite his intimidating exterior, Yaga was surprisingly kind. Hajime could feel it.
All right, let's get moving.
Gojo, completely ignoring Hajime's preference, scooped him up again. White Wolf and the fluffy ball were bundled into his arms. In an instant, they vanished. They reappeared on a quiet residential street. Gojo pointed to a nearby house.
This'll be your place from now on. I'll arrange a nanny later, but first, let's visit your new neighbors. You'll be living next to some of my students.
He knocked on the door next door, calling out in a sing-song tone.
Megumi tilde Tsumaki, tilde it's me, Gojo Satoru.
The door clicked open. A polite girl with long hair stood at the entrance.
Where's Megumi? I brought a new friend.
He's in his room.
She replied, eyeing Hajime curiously. Gojo strode up the stairs, hands in his pockets, ready to burst in. Before he could knock, the door opened. A young Megumi Fushiguro stepped out, hair spiky like a sea urchin, wearing an annoyed expression.
Gojo-sensei, maybe knock next time.
I did.
Gojo lied easily.
Just...
Megumi sighed.
Whatever.
Gojo tousled the boy's hair. It sprang back into place immediately. Ta-da, meet your new companion Kamihara Hajime. He's a jujutsu sorcerer like you. Already awakened a technique. You two might even end up in the same class. Hajime studied Megumi. He looked just like he remembered, stoic, blunt, and young, but still carrying that same quiet intensity. He had the face of a kid but the eyes of someone older. A bit punchable, Hajime thought, but I'm a good kid, I don't hit people. Meanwhile, Megumi gave him a side glance. He muttered flatly. Gojo pretended not to hear.
Anyway, you'll be seeing each other a lot. And unless something crazy happens, you'll start elementary school together too.
Chapter 5 Chapter 5 Time Wheel, 6 months ago. Chapter 5 Time Wheel. The three children looked at one another, a touch of awkwardness still lingering in the air. Tsumaki glanced at the large white dog calmly sitting by Kamihara Hajime's feet. When it wasn't being silly, she had to admit it looked quite cool. Breaking the silence, she smiled warmly and said,
Hi, I'm Fushiguro Tsumaki. This is my younger brother, Megumi. Is that your dog?
Hajime nodded.
Yeah, my name's Kamihara Hajime. He was given to me by someone. His name's White Wolf.
Tsumaki tilted her head with curiosity.
Megumi has 2 dogs too, though I can't see them. He says one's black and one's white, but I can see your dog.
Hajime didn't bother explaining that White Wolf was a cursed corpse, not a real dog. On the surface, there wasn't much difference anyway. White Wolf panted with its tongue out, tail wagging enthusiastically, as if it understood what was being said. Despite Megumi's usual aloof expression, he remained calm and polite beside his sister. Thanks to White Wolf acting as an icebreaker, the three gradually started warming up to one another. At Tsumiki's request, Megumi even reluctantly summoned his white divine dog. Hajime watched with interest as Megumi formed a dog-shaped hand sign like a shadow puppet. His shadow rippled, and a large white dog emerged soundlessly. Interestingly, White Wolf and Megumi's divine dog got along well. Perhaps it was the mutual cursed energy, or maybe just canine instinct. Tsumiki's gentle nature made her easy to talk to, and it was obvious Megumi softened considerably around her. Her presence seemed to temper his usual standoffish behavior. The afternoon passed quickly as the three played together. Hajime had intended to leave, but Tsumiki insisted he stay for dinner. He hesitated. He could cook for himself, though reaching the stove might be tricky, but Megumi's glare of mild discontent tipped the scale. Hajime grinned and agreed. Dinner was a simple home-cooked meal made by Tsumiki. Nothing fancy, just eggs, rice, and some grilled meat, but Hajime ate with surprising enthusiasm, almost matching Megumi bite for bite. Megumi watched him with a twitching eyebrow. Why is this guy acting so familiar? He's just...
Megumi,
Tsumiki scolded gently.
eat properly, don't play with your food.
Megumi sank deeper into silence. After bidding the Fushiguro siblings goodbye, Hajime returned to his new home. The house was bigger than he expected. Alone in the quiet space, it felt especially spacious. Still, he didn't feel unsettled. Instead, he sighed to himself. Yaga-sensei was right. Gojo really is kind of unreliable. White Wolf darted through the halls, sniffing around and getting a feel for the space. Hajime explored too, eventually picking a sunlit room on the second floor as his bedroom. The whole place was spotless. Electricity and water were running fine. Someone had clearly cleaned it up in advance. Maybe Gojo isn't completely useless after all, Hajime thought. That night in the unfamiliar but comfortable room, Hajime drifted off. The next morning, he made himself a simple breakfast: fried eggs, toast, and milk using ingredients from the fridge. Just as he finished eating, a knock came at the door. He opened it to find none other than Gojo Satoru, grinning as always.
Yo, ready to go. I'm taking you to test your technique and give you a crash course in the Jujutsu world.
Hajime didn't argue. He turned, grabbed White Wolf, and let Gojo teleport them once again. They reappeared at Jujutsu High, but this time in a desolate training field far from the main campus buildings. Yaga Masamichi was already waiting. Seeing them arrive, Yaga's brow furrowed.
Gojo, he's still just a kid. Why the rush?
Gojo waved him off.
Don't worry, he's got real talent, and his technique is...
Gojo clapped his hands.
All right, Hajime, Yaga-sensei here is going to give you a crash course on the basics of the Jujutsu world. He's the best teacher for this stuff.
Yaga ignored White Wolf bouncing toward him and took on a serious tone.
I'll keep it simple.
He began.
Negative human emotions generate cursed energy. That cursed energy gives birth to cursed spirits. In Japan alone, over 10,000 people die or go missing each year due to curses. Some people are born with an innate ability to perceive and manipulate cursed energy. Those people can train and become jujutsu sorcerers. The goal? Exorcise curses and protect people.
Techniques,
Yaga continued.
are specific supernatural abilities tied to your innate talent. Think of them like superpowers. A proper jujutsu sorcerer needs mastery in 3 areas: cursed energy control, hand-to-hand combat, and their personal technique. For example, Gojo here has the limitless technique. It slows anything approaching him to the point where it never makes contact. Sounds simple, but the real power is in how it manipulates space.
Yaga glanced at Gojo.
He also inherited the six eyes, an ocular ability that lets him see cursed energy in precise detail. As for your technique,
Gojo stepped in, clapping his hands.
All right, Hajime, show us what you've got.
Hajime nodded.
sometimes I enter a strange state where everything else seems to freeze, and I move.
As he spoke, he triggered the feeling inside him, cursed energy stirring, technique activating. The world around him slowed dramatically. In truth, he was speeding up, his personal time accelerating while the world moved at a crawl. Gojo seemed to keep up, but Yaga lagged slightly behind. After several seconds, Hajime stopped. Yaga's face had grown serious. Gojo had even removed his blindfold. Blue light flickered at his fingertips.
Try focusing your cursed energy like this.
Gojo instructed, showing him a concentrated ball of cursed energy floating above his hand. Hajime followed suit, replicating it with moderate ease. A glowing sphere formed at his fingertip.
Now,
Gojo said.
Try applying your technique to it. Let's see what happens.
Hajime nodded, channeling the same sensation. His technique flared, and in an instant the cursed energy vanished from his hand. A fraction of a second later, a sonic whip cut through the air. Yaga stared. He hadn't seen the orb move, just its afterimage and the light trail it carved into the sky. If that had been aimed at me, he realized, I wouldn't have had time to dodge, only defend. The raw power wasn't overwhelming.
That's not just speed.
He muttered.
That's time.
Yaga turned.
Wait, time.
Gojo nodded.
Kamihara Hajime's technique manipulates time literally. He's not just enhancing his body with cursed energy. He's accelerating his own time or the time of whatever he's touching. That's why his movements and attacks appear instant. From our perspective, he's faster than fast because his clock is ticking faster than ours.
Yaga's eyes widened.
A technique directly manipulating time.
There've been powerful techniques before.
Gojo continued.
Tenjin's immortality, my own limitless, but I've never seen a technique so directly tied to time. And there's more, his cursed energy generation rate is absurdly high. I think it's related to his technique. If he keeps training, he might reach a point where his output exceeds his consumption. That's borderline infinite cursed energy.
Hajime looked down at his hands, stunned.
Time!
For a moment, his mind raced flashes of past memories, fragments of another life. The concept settled in his heart, strange and powerful. Before he could dwell on it, Gojo pulled him close with a grin.
Pretty amazing, right? First technique of its kind, you want to name it.
Hajime paused, then nodded. If you don't want the name of his technique to be.
Time wheel.
Chapter 6 Chapter 6 Jujutsu High, 6 months ago. Chapter 6 Jujutsu High. Nothing for now but.
Wait!
Gojo Satoru burst into laughter at the mental image of a teenager with middle-aged features. When he finally stopped chuckling, he grinned and said,
Well, maybe it's not all bad, haha, but seriously learn reverse cursed technique and technique reversal as soon as you can. That might offset it.
Yaga Masamichi, seeing Hajime deep in thought, added in a stern voice.
Those skills are extremely difficult to master. Take things one step at a time. Don't rush.
Exactly.
Gojo agreed, ruffling Hajime's hair. Then turning to Yaga, he said,
Let's officially classify his technique as object acceleration. We'll tell others that.
Yaga nodded, immediately understanding Gojo's intent.
When he enrolls, we'll register it that way. His immense cursed energy should be enough to draw attention away from the real nature of his technique.
Gojo stroked his chin, thinking briefly of Megumi Fushiguro. His 10 Shadows technique was easily mistaken for standard Shikigami summoning by those unfamiliar with the Zenin legacy, and even if it were leaked, he had both the Zenin and Gojo families behind him. Hajime, though.
I know everything already, but teaching is such a pain. You're smart, Hajime, I'm sure you'll pick it up yourself. Haha.
Hajime glared after him.
Does he not realize I'm just 7? I can barely read half of this yet.
Then, Gojo reappeared at the door as if on cue.
Oh, by the way, your and Megumi's school registration should be complete by tomorrow. Play nice, all right?
And with that, he was gone. Hajime stared after him, exasperated.
What school? What's the name? Where is it? How do I get there?
Naturally, Gojo's Satoru embodiment of reliable and unreliable was already long gone. Hajime sighed. He'd figure it out. If worse came to worst, he could always ask Tsumiki. He looked at the stack of books again. After failing to understand half the terms, he shelved them for future study. Elementary years. Life at elementary school was dull. The curriculum was simple for Hajime, and most of the other kids were immature. He didn't make many friends. Determined to understand those complex jujutsu texts, Hajime studied hard, aced his classes, and quickly became a teacher's favorite. The long elementary years also deepened his bond with the Fushiguro siblings, mostly with Tsumiki. Whether Megumi ever considered him a friend
Tormented.
was more accurate, but Hajime grew fast, both in combat and technique control.
You can take anything under special grade now.
Gojo had said.
But don't let your guard down.
It was thanks to those harsh lessons that Hajime stood where he was now. Tokyo Jujutsu High awaits. Now, in his second year of middle school, Hajime got the news. He was being admitted to Tokyo Metropolitan Curse Technical College.
I thought I had to graduate middle school first. That was sudden. What about Megumi and Tsumiki?
Lounging on the sofa with a can of cold soda, Hajime squinted at Gojo. His slightly long hair was tied back, now dyed white. He'd dyed it after cosplaying Kakashi at a recent convention. The color had stuck. He used to try every color imaginable.
With these good looks, it'd be a waste not to cosplay every cool character I like.
He'd say. Now 16, he stood over 180 cm tall. The once adorable boy had grown into someone who couldn't open his locker without finding love letters stuffed inside. Gojo waved him off.
You're too smart for your current school anyway. Megumi and Tsumiki can stay for now. Megumi needs to make that decision himself.
Hajime rolled his eyes. Gojo just didn't want him around to ask too many questions. No doubt he'd pawn off Hajime's responsibilities on Yaga or disappear entirely.
Guess I'll just go hang with Panda.
Hajime said.
He's starting this year too, right?
Gojo nodded. Panda was a cursed corpse Yaga created that had developed full self-awareness and communication skills. Despite his giant panda appearance, he was a reliable friend and strong, too. Hajime had met him a few times and liked him instantly. Just then Gojo returned, holding a long wooden box.
Ta-da tilde, enrollment gift. A special grade cursed tool just for you.
Hajime opened the box and saw a lacquered red longbow. It had a smooth, elegant finish, no bowstring or arrows, but he could feel its cursed energy.
It's called extermination. You generate the bowstring and arrows from your own cursed energy. With your reserves, it's perfect for you.
Hajime was excited to test it, but not indoors. He'd wait. Before leaving, he wanted to say goodbye to the Fushiguro siblings. He knocked on their door. Megumi answered.
I'm heading to Jujutsu High tomorrow. Just came to say goodbye.
Hajime said, walking past him.
Could have just left. Why the drama?
Megumi muttered.
Wrong, I'm here to say goodbye to your sister. Don't flatter yourself. To whatever.
Tsumiki, of course, was supportive. She even cooked him a special meal that night.
I'll come back when I can.
Chapter 7 Team.
Panda.
Not far away, a tall, bipedal panda waved enthusiastically. Despite his size, he looked downright huggable.
Haim tilde.
He called. Kamihara Hajime dropped his luggage and ran to hug the fluffy creature, barely reaching Panda's chest. After catching up a bit, Panda slung a bag over his shoulder and patted Hajime's.
Gojo-sensei was supposed to pick you up, but you know how he is. I'll show you to the dorms first, then you can meet your first-year classmates. They're super interesting.
Hajime picked up the rest of his bags and followed alongside.
Really? Sounds fun. Got anything new to play? All the latest stuff, I can't wait.
Their voices faded as they walked through the school. Once Hajime settled into his room, Panda brought him to a classroom and pushed the sliding door open.
Yo, Maki, Inumaki, the new guys here.
Inside, two students in Jujutsu High uniforms looked up. One was a girl with dark green hair tied into a sharp ponytail, her features half obscured by old-fashioned glasses. The other was a boy with short silver hair, his lower face hidden behind a high collar. Maki Zenin and Inumaki Toge turned toward the door, studying the white-haired boy beside Panda. He wore dark, stylish sunglasses and carried himself with a gentle smile, but there was something oddly familiar about him.
This is Hajime.
Panda introduced.
You've probably heard of him already.
They had, mostly because of his connection to Gojo-sensei. Maki narrowed her eyes.
Adopted, definitely adopted.
She thought to herself.
That smug face, really, is a smaller version of that idiotic white-haired guy.
But
Kelp.
Inumaki responded with a polite nod. Panda went on, Maki here doesn't like being called by her last name. She's insanely good at close combat. Inumaki uses the cursed speech technique, so he mostly speaks in rice ball ingredients. Among them, Panda was Hajime's longtime friend. Inumaki was quiet but easy to get along with. Maki's cool, aloof demeanor quickly gave way to an unexpectedly kind personality. While they were chatting, the door slid open again. Gojo Satoru strolled in, white hair falling over his eyes, hands buried in his pockets.
Everyone getting along?
He asked cheerfully. Panda and Inumaki waved. Maki, on the other hand, had a familiar black line forming on her forehead. Her impression of Gojo-sensei had already shattered and been rebuilt countless times. As for Hajime, he didn't even flinch. He'd long grown used to Gojo's nonsense. The man had two modes, utterly eccentric and
somehow still the strongest. All right, quick intros. Maki's from the Zenin clan, Panda's Yaga-sensei's pride and joy, Inumaki's got his inherited technique, and Hajime's been training since forever. So, no need to go over the basics. Instead, I've got a welcome gift for you all, two fun little missions.
Huh? Maki's expression darkened.
Are you serious?
Gojo raised a finger like a game show host.
Maki and Hajime will team up. Panda and Inumaki, you're the second pair. Get to know each other more these next few days. Salmon! Why am I not with Hajime?
Panda grumbled.
Because both you and Maki are close-range fighters.
Gojo said.
Team balance, you know. It's like party comp in a video game. This isn't a game.
Panda protested. Hajime didn't complain. If anything, he was looking forward to real combat. All the training and sparring was fine, but nothing beat the real thing.
Great, let's get to training. Your favorite teacher is free today and graciously offering his guidance.
Training grounds. The four warmed up. Maki stood opposite Hajime, twirling her staff with casual ease. He held a wooden sword in return.
So, I heard you're not great at martial arts.
Maki asked.
Kind of.
Hajime replied, spinning the sword in his hands.
My technique is acceleration. I'm decent at reinforcing my body, but I haven't learned many moves. It's hard to learn anything when your sparring partner's always Gojo-sensei. He's too damn strong.
Let's test that then.
She said, cracking her neck.
Looking forward to it.
Hajime grinned. The sparring match began. After only a few exchanges, Maki was already frowning.
Not good at martial arts, huh?
She thought.
Then what the hell is this power and speed?
Though neither of them fought seriously, Hajime's defense and pressure handling stood out. He wasn't flashy, but he was sharp and reactive. Maki was a powerhouse, but Hajime's technique wasn't bad either. He lacked form, but not instinct. When the match ended, Hajime politely asked her for pointers. Maki, impressed by his attitude, softened toward him. Meanwhile, on the other side, Panda and Inumaki just fooled around. Sparring wasn't really possible with Inumaki's technique. Still, they got along quickly, even if most of their conversation was in rice ball code. Then came Gojo's
guidance.
In reality, he was just using them all as entertainment. He let them attack him in turns, dodging lazily and occasionally countering, with just enough force to knock them around without doing any real harm. Panda tried to slack off, but Gojo's attention quickly set him straight. Inumaki, wisely, didn't even try to use cursed speech. It had just hurt him more than it had hurt Gojo. Hajime, now wielding the special grade cursed tool Extermination, a lacquer-red bow gifted by Gojo, provided long-range support during the chaos. Whenever he infused it with cursed energy, a shimmering bowstring would form, and with further effort, a dark blue arrow. His shots exploded on contact, each one powerful, though thankfully controllable. After a few near misses, he carefully adjusted the power output to avoid friendly fire. Eventually, Maki and the others tapped out, leaving Hajime to face Gojo in close range. It was.
Today's guidance was enlightening. Teachers out, you all can train however you like.
As soon as he disappeared.
Finally, Tilda.
Salmon!
Why am I not with Hajime? Panda grumbled. Because both you and Maki are close-range fighters, Gojo said. Team balance, it's like party comp in a video game. This isn't a game, Panda protested. Hajime didn't complain. If anything, he was looking forward to real combat. All the training and sparring was fine, but nothing beat the real thing. Great, let's get to training. Your favorite teacher is free today and graciously offering his guidance. Training grounds. The four warmed up. Maki stood opposite Hajime, twirling her staff with casual ease. He held a wooden sword in return. So I heard you're not great at martial arts? Maki asked. Kind of, Hajime replied, spinning the sword in his hands. My technique is acceleration. I'm decent at reinforcing my body, but I haven't learned many moves. It's hard to learn anything when your sparring partner's always Gojo-sensei, he's too damn strong. Let's test that then, she said, cracking her neck. Looking forward to it, Hajime grinned. The sparring match began. After only a few exchanges, Maki was already frowning. Not good at martial arts, huh? She thought. Then what the hell is this power and speed? Though neither of them fought seriously, Hajime's defense and pressure handling stood out. He wasn't flashy, but he was sharp and reactive. Maki was a powerhouse, but Hajime's technique wasn't bad either. He lacked form but not instinct. When the match ended, Hajime politely asked her for pointers. Maki, impressed by his attitude, softened toward him. Meanwhile, on the other side, Panda and Inumaki just fooled around. Sparring wasn't really possible with Inumaki's technique. Still, they got along quickly, even if most of their conversation was in rice ball code. Then came Gojo's guidance. In reality, he was just using them all as entertainment. He let them attack him in turns, dodging lazily and occasionally countering, with just enough force to knock them around without doing any real harm. Panda tried to slack off, but Gojo's attention quickly set him straight. Inumaki, wisely, didn't even try to use cursed speech. It had just hurt him more than it had hurt Gojo. Hajime, now wielding the special grade cursed tool Extermination, a lacquer-red bow gifted by Gojo, provided long-range support during the chaos. Whenever he infused it with cursed energy, a shimmering bowstring would form, and with further effort, a dark blue arrow. His shots exploded on contact, each one powerful, though thankfully controllable. After a few near misses, he carefully adjusted the power output to avoid friendly fire. Eventually, Maki and the others tapped out, leaving Hajime to face Gojo in close range. It was.
You look like you're planning something.
Hajime said, eyeing her expression warily.
I'm getting drinks. Want anything?
Coke, the colder the better. Bonito flakes.
Panda translated.
That's water, room temp. Gotta protect his throat.
Maki nodded.
Green tea. Anything's fine.
Chapter 8 Week.
Is this the mission location?
Kamihara Hajime stood beside Maki in front of a desolate, eerie hospital. Both carried long, cloth-wrapped weapons on their backs. Maki adjusted her glasses.
Confirmed. The window reported a second-grade curse inside. It was discovered late, and it's already spawned some low-level cursed spirits.
A window is a non-sorcerer who can see cursed spirits and helps monitor areas for Jujutsu tech.
After evacuating the hospital, they called us in. Seriously, that bandaged idiot really trusts us, throwing us at a second grade right off the bat.
Cursed spirits and Jujutsu sorcerers are classified from 4th grade, lowest, to 1st grade, and above that, special grade. Normally, sorcerers can exorcise curses of the same grade or lower, so Maki's irritation made sense. Sure, she was confident, but this was sudden.
I'll set up the curtain.
Hajime formed a hand seal and chanted.
Born from darkness, darker than darkness, all defilements and impurities be purged.
A shadowy veil fell around the hospital, concealing the area from civilians and nullifying outside interference. This curtain would also suppress the birth of new curses from negative emotions triggered by witnessing supernatural events. As they entered, several low-level curses emerged, grotesque creatures with bladed limbs and needle-like features. Maki ripped open her weapon bag and pulled out her naginata with ease.
Hess, the weaker they are, the more they group up like cowards.
She sneered. With a stomp, Maki launched forward like an arrow, her naginata spinning as she carved arcs through the air. The cursed spirits screeched, crying things like pain and
Don't want to die.
before Maki's assault silenced them. Their bodies froze in place, then exploded with gurgling sounds, spraying purple-black ichor as they collapsed into twitching heaps. Behind her, Hajime clapped seriously, cradling his bow under one arm.
That was beautiful, clean slashes, all vital points, I mean textbook.
Maki whipped her head around, face flat.
Shut up, keep moving.
She hadn't thought much of it, just cleaning up small fry, but Hajime's genuine praise made her squirm in place. The fact that he was being earnest made it worse. To Hajime, though, her movement was cool, using centrifugal force from a spinning body to cleanly execute a group kill with precision. Absolutely awesome.
I'll sweep from the roof.
Hajime offered, waving casually. Without waiting for a reply, he scaled the hospital's exterior and reached the rooftop in seconds. From there, he saw Maki vanish into the dark interior. He turned, entered the rooftop access door, and began his search. The low-level cursed spirits he encountered were trivial. Hajime barely had to push himself. Extermination, his cursed tool bow, made short work of them. With proper control over his output, he avoided destroying the hospital corridors entirely. After reducing one bedsheet-like curse to ash, Hajime paused. That one hadn't been terrifying. If anything, it looked like a demonic Teru Bazu doll. Kinda cute, actually. Just then, he felt a spike of cursed energy. He turned toward the annex next door. Waves of negative energy surged and muffled crashing echoed from that direction. Maki was in trouble. Without hesitation, Hajime blurred through the corridor, but even faster was the blue flash streaking ahead of him, an arrow, already breaking through the far window. Moments later, Hajime dove through the shattered frame, soaring nearly 10 meters. While midair, he conjured an arrow and shattered a window in the neighboring building. He landed with fluid grace. The source of the chaos was below him, second floor, judging from the tremors and energy. Stairs would be too slow. Hajime apologized silently to the building and drew the bowstring of extermination. A glowing blue arrow aimed downward, infused with dense cursed energy. He focused. Maki's energy signature was faint, barely above that of a normal human, so the enormous presence below could only be the second-grade cursed spirit. He fired. The arrow pierced through stone and steel with surgical precision, carving a path through the floor. The rooftop trembled under the pressure. Meanwhile, Maki was in the thick of it. Despite appearing reckless, she moved with strategic awareness. Her glasses, the ones imbued with cursed energy, allowed her to see the otherwise invisible spirits. Unlike most sorcerers, Maki had no innate technique, and her own cursed energy was insufficient to exorcise curses. Instead, she traded those talents for enhanced physical abilities, thanks to a condition known as heavenly restriction. Heavenly restrictions are rare. They forcibly take something from a sorcerer at birth, like their ability to use cursed energy, and in return, grant them absurd physical strength. Whether it was a curse or a blessing depended on the person.
Cough.
Not seriously hurt, she scrambled up only to dodge again as more attacks tore through the floor. She leapt into the hallway and finally got a good look at the monster. It was massive, composed of tattered black rags swirling around a core of smoky flesh. No clear limbs or face, just a writhing, shapeless form with disturbing gaps in its layers, possibly mouths. It filled the corridor. Tentacles of cloth slammed into walls and floor, carving deep craters. Maki narrowed her eyes and smirked.
A smart one, huh? Knows how to ambush, makes this interesting.
She dashed in, rolling under a strike, then vaulted up and slashed through a tentacle. The severed rag hissed and crumbled like ash. In a blur, she danced through its attacks. Blades whirled, rags fell, but when she landed a direct hit across its core, nothing. No damage, the wounds healed instantly.
Why isn't it reacting? That was a clean hit.
Its body, bound in cursed rags, regenerated as if the attack had never happened. The weak point's eyes, limbs, heart weren't there. She adjusted her stance.
All right, no conventional weak spots, which means I've got to find where it's hiding its core.
Using tight corridors and patient rooms for cover, Maki probed the curse's defenses. Most of its attacks were manageable, save for a few heavy blows, but the regeneration.
Woohoo tilde!
Hajime's fist, wreathed in twisted black cursed energy, slammed into the spirit's mass. A shockwave erupted, flattening nearby debris. The monster screamed as half its form was blasted into dust. Now exposed beneath the tattered cloth was a writhing, grotesque mass of flesh-coiled tendrils, and dozens of mismatched eyes blinking at once.
There it is!
Hajime said, smiling coldly. Another strike, his left hand snapped forward and the cursed core exploded in a black flash. The spirit didn't even get the chance to scream again, it just unraveled piece by piece.
Oh, that's it. I didn't even hit it that hard.
Chapter 9 Chapter 9 Black Flash, 6 months ago. Chapter 9 Black Flash. Black Flash is a phenomenon triggered when a Jujutsu sorcerer lands a physical hit within 0.00001 seconds of their cursed energy impact. Normally, there's a slight lag between a sorcerer's body movement and the cursed energy flow, because it has to be consciously directed. For most sorcerers, that delay is imperceptible. But for top-tier fighters, the cursed energy and the physical blow can sync up so closely that they essentially become one seamless strike. And that's when it happens, Black Flash. Externally, the phenomenon distorts space. The cursed energy turns jet black, and the resulting strike hits with a force 2.5 times greater than a normal one. The sensation it gives the user is said to be like entering a
zone,
or
no self
state where everything flows effortlessly, and their control over cursed energy becomes instinctual. But even elite sorcerers can't land Black Flash on command. It's often more luck than skill. That's true,
If you're done showing off,
Maki said, resting her naginata on her shoulder.
let's finish off the remaining small fry.
They split up to sweep the building. Some of the lingering cursed spirits were so weak, their presence barely registered. Ironically, it took longer to find and clean them up than it had to kill the second grade. Eventually, they emerged from the hospital, their mission complete. A dark-colored car idled by the roadside. A man in a formal suit stood beside it, his outfit and plain glasses making him look older than he was.
Mr. Ajichi.
Hajime waved. Ijichi Kiyotaka, assistant supervisor at Tokyo Jujutsu High and Gojo Satoru's junior by 2 years, was known more for his reliability than raw power. He gave them a small bow.
Good work, both of you.
Hajime scratched his head and grinned.
Uncle Ajichi, you're too formal. So, are we done for the day, or did Gojo leave us more surprises?
Ijichi pushed up his glasses.
That was the only assignment. No further missions for now.
Hajime's face lit up.
Then let's grab dinner before heading back. I'm craving sukiyaki.
Maki gave a small shrug. She had no objections. With Hajime offering to pay, why not? The three loaded their weapons into the car and headed to a nearby restaurant with great reviews. The meal was satisfying, and by the time they returned to campus, Panda and Inumaki Toge were already back.
Hajime, took you long enough.
Panda called out, flexing dramatically.
Panda and Toge already exorcised our target. Salmon!
Toge added. Before Hajime could respond, Maki cut in, voice calm.
He finished the curse in 2 hits. We just stopped to eat sukiyaki.
Panda's jaw dropped.
Wait, 2 hits, and you went for sukiyaki without inviting Panda. Mustard!
Toge looked equally betrayed. Panda launched himself at Hajime in mock outrage.
Traitor, you call this teamwork? I didn't know you were done already.
Hajime cried, dodging Panda's tackle.
Besides, can you even eat in public without causing a scene?
Despite the scuffle, he gave in quickly.
Fine, fine, I'll treat you both next time.
Maki watched their antics with an amused smile behind her glasses as she walked off. The days that followed passed in relative peace training, studying, and the occasional mission. Their preliminary sorcerer ranks were posted. Kamihara Hajime and Inumaki Toge were second grade, Panda was semi-second grade, and Maki.
It's fine.
She said simply.
I'll take back everything they denied me, on my own terms. You're the best, Maki.
Tuna mayo.
Panda and Hajime gave her a thumbs up on either side, Toge echoing the sentiment with a rice ball phrase. Maki nearly facepalmed.
You idiots.
But then, a glint appeared behind her glasses.
This afternoon.
She said sweetly.
Cursed tool sparring and physical training.
The boys froze. No cursed energy, no techniques, just raw combat. And in that domain, Maki reigned supreme.
Mustard.
Toge patted Panda as if in mourning. Panda gave him a hug.
Toge, you're too kind, Tilda.
Hajime, watching this, smirked.
You guys realize Maki barely hits Toge. It's always us who get wrecked.
Toad gave a thumbs up.
Salmon roe. What are you laughing at, Hajime?
Panda growled.
You're going down too.
With mock threats and banter, the group headed to the training ground.
The path to becoming stronger starts now.
Panda declared. Whack! A wooden stick slammed into his face and sent him tumbling. Hajime sighed.
That idiot never learns.
He raised his wooden sword and faced Maki, who was already in a stance. She made full use of her weapon's range, deflecting and countering with ease. Hajime, though strong, struggled to keep up without relying on cursed energy or his technique.
Your weapon is an extension of your body.
Maki said, her strikes blurring.
Your fists, palms, blades, they all follow the same principles. Understand the flow, the rhythm.
Hajime was listening, and that cost him. She disarmed him in a flash and drove her staff into his shoulder, numbing the entire limb.
You're already dead.
She declared, resting the staff on the ground with a smirk.
If I'd aimed a bit higher, that would have hit your heart.
Can you go easy once in a while?
Hajime winced, rubbing his shoulder.
Nope, pain helps you learn faster.
Still, Maki was secretly impressed. Hajime was improving quickly. Once he mastered the basics, only real combat would sharpen him further.
I can't afford to fall behind.
He muttered, gripping the training sword again.
Oh.
Maki twirled her staff with a smile.
Good, come then.
Chapter 10 Chapter 10 Yuta, 6 months ago. Chapter 10 Yuta. In addition to physical training, Hajime also had to train his cursed technique daily. Over the years, he had gained considerable insight into the standard applications of his technique, and under Gojo Satoru's tutelage, he had also begun to understand the principles behind technique reversal. If time wheel spin accelerates the flow of time in an object, then its inverse time wheel, reverse, is its logical opposite, time reversal. A Jujutsu sorcerer's cursed energy is born from negative emotions, and it's generally only suitable for combat. However, when that energy is multiplied by itself like two negatives making a positive, it produces positive energy. This refined energy can be used to heal the human body, but very few can generate it consistently. Among current sorcerers, the most proficient in reverse cursed technique is Dr. Yiri Shoko, Tokyo Jujutsu High's resident physician. By infusing this positive energy into their inherited techniques, sorcerers can achieve technique reversal, an evolved application of their original ability. Gojo Satoru naturally possesses this skill, though he mainly uses it for self-healing. Hajime, on the other hand, was intrigued by it for a different reason. As a lifelong gamer, he understood the value of healing skills all too well. After intense effort, Hajime successfully extracted positive energy, though his control was still unstable and short-lived. He couldn't yet regenerate lost limbs or organs, but it was enough to begin applying time wheel, reverse. Though only for short bursts, this allowed him to temporarily reverse time's effects within his technique. While he hadn't mastered it entirely, Hajime had reached a level where he could moderately balance acceleration and reversal. This meant when he used time wheel spin to push his body to its limits, he could now avoid severe side effects by applying time wheel, reverse in tandem. That state where time moved so unnaturally fast it became meaningless was what Gojo jokingly dubbed the
Time no.
state. Hajime had originally proposed a ridiculously long name, only for Gojo to shoot it down immediately. In that state, Hajime through practice sessions with Gojo found he could land an overwhelming barrage of strikes in a blink or condense it into one decisive blow. A divine speed technique, virtually impossible to react to. As for why he didn't use it during the hospital mission, simple, that curse was too weak. It didn't even survive 2 punches, not worth burning a trump card. Currently, Hajime's combat style still relied on ranged attacks, using his technique to accelerate cursed energy projectiles. But thanks to Maki's training, he was considering adopting a sword-type cursed tool for close combat. Imagine this, an enemy breaks through his barrage only to be met with a lightning-quick slash. And if the blade breaks, well, there's always a good old black flash to finish the job. Hajime was cackling to himself at the thought when Maki walked up and gave him a thwack.
What are you laughing at?
Behind them, Panda leaned in with a grin.
Hey, I heard a new first year's transferring in.
Hajime's eyes lit up, since Panda was technically Principal Yaga's
Son!
His intel was usually solid. If it was true, that meant their class would finally reach 5 students. This was confirmed the next day when Gojo Satoru popped in, practically skipping with excitement.
Everyone, get ready to welcome your new classmate.
Maki pointed at Gojo deadpan.
Why is he more excited than we are?
Hajime, leaning back in his chair, hair bouncing slightly with the motion, waved her off. A few days ago, he dyed his slightly curly hair a silvery gray. Maki had mocked it instantly, which led to a short chase around the school.
Haven't you gotten used to him by now? He's always like this, Tilda.
Hajime said lazily. The next morning, the 4 of them walked toward their classroom.
I heard the new guy stuffed 4 kids into lockers before transferring.
Panda whispered like it was top secret. Maki raised an eyebrow.
Did he kill them?
Tuna mayonnaise.
Inumaki added curiously. Panda shook his head.
Nah, just hospitalize them.
Maki shrugged.
If he acts cocky, we'll put him in his place.
Maki is scary.
Panda mimicked Hajime in a fake high-pitched voice.
Yeah, super scary Tilda.
Maki twitched, veins popping, but said nothing as they arrived. They were barely seated when Gojo burst in dramatically.
Time for the big reveal. Here comes your new classmate, get hyped.
Crickets. Gojo froze in place, mumbling.
Tough crowd.
Maki was sitting sideways at her desk, leaning on her naginata.
I heard he's hard to get along with. Why should we cheer?
Salmon.
Inumaki agreed. Panda just looked bored. Hajime, meanwhile, was barely keeping his eyes open. He'd stayed up watching anime and playing games again, but something nagged at him. Had there been someone else originally in their batch, a name?
My name is Yuta Akatsu.
Clang. A blade flew past his face and embedded itself into the blackboard behind him. Maki stood with narrowed eyes.
You're cursed. Why are you here? What is this?
Before Yuta could respond, a ripple spread across the blackboard behind him, inky black and fluid-like. Then, 2 grotesque, oversized arms emerged from the distortion.
Don't!
Yuta's face showed panic, not fear of the entity, but worry for everyone else.
Rika, don't.
But the voice that answered was distorted and childlike, filled with rage. One of the arms immediately lashed out. The pressure was unbearable. Maki could barely move.
Hajime, go!
But when she turned, he was gone. Kamihara Hajime was already by the door, smiling with obvious glee. He had bolted the second those arms appeared. That thing.
That's right.
Gojo declared dramatically.
Yuta Akatsu, cursed by the girl who loved him.
Everyone groaned.
You could have told us this before the beatdown.
Maki complained. Gojo ignored her and started introductions.
Zenin Maki, cursed tool user. Inumaki Toj, cursed speech user. Kamihara Hajime.
Gojo paused, glanced at Hajime, then moved on.
And this is Panda. Yo!
Panda said casually.
I'm a panda.
Yuta blinked.
Wait, no one's going to explain that.
Gojo clapped once.
Perfect, 5 first years now. For today's jujutsu practice, we'll pair off. Toge with Panda, Maki with Yuta.
Hajime raised a hand.
Sensei, what about me?
Gojo smiled with pure mischief.
You get a solo mission, Tilda.
Chapter 11 Chapter 11 Trap, 6 months ago. Chapter 11 Trap. Maki's harsh words echoed through the hallway, aimed squarely at Yuta Akatsu. Judging by his downcast expression, they hit home hard. Standing nearby, Panda winced.
Maki, that's enough.
He said, his voice gentler than usual. Even Inumaki Toge chimed in,
Salmon!
trying to get her to back off. Maki sighed and slung her weapon case over her back.
You're all so noisy.
With that, she turned on her heel and walked off. Panda turned to Yuta, attempting to soften the blow.
Don't take it too hard, she means well.
Yuta lowered his gaze.
It's fine, she's not wrong.
Kamihara Hajime stepped forward, giving Yuta a firm pat on the shoulder.
Don't let it get to you. Maki's actually pretty loyal once you get to know her. Hajime!
Maki's voice rang out like a whip crack from down the hall.
And that's my cue.
Hajime muttered, flashing a grin before bolting.
I'm off to find Gojo-sensei, later.
Later, Gojo Satoru sat comfortably, arms crossed, looking amused.
This mission's a bit unique. It might involve cursed spirits, but more likely you'll be facing a curse user. Grade 2, maybe Grade 1, either way, this is a solo mission.
Hajime nodded.
And if I pull it off, it'll qualify me for semi-Grade 1 promotion. Exactly.
Gojo said, smirking.
And your technique is great for dealing with curse users. You up for it? Of course, but I'll need a cursed tool for close combat. Do we have anything good? There's a sword in the school's repository. I'll sign it out for you.
After a short visit to the armory, Hajime was equipped with a sleek, cursed blade, technically school property, but he'd treat it as his own for now. He was then introduced to his mission support, Nida Akari, a youthful-looking woman with golden blonde hair, sharp eyes, and a professional air. Her cheerful demeanor did little to hide her competence. The mission was in a small town plagued by a disturbing pattern. 5 women, all young and attractive, had vanished. Initial police investigations stalled until one of the victims was caught on a rare piece of surveillance footage. The scene was unsettling enough for the authorities to call in Jujutsu High.
According to the window,
Akari explained.
there are lingering traces of a curse in town. But the victims were all attacked in a pattern that suggests human involvement too, so it might be a curse user.
Hajime mulled it over.
So we're dealing with a fallen sorcerer.
Curse user sorcerers who turned their powers toward personal gain or cruelty were dangerous. Hajime couldn't help but think of Suguru Gido, once Gojo-sensei's classmate, now one of the most notorious curse users alive. But back to the case, all 5 victims were women between 20 and 25. All were taken late at night. Their bodies, when found, were mutilated but not sexually violated, nor was anything taken. The damage was brutal, deliberate.
If this is a human doing it, they're disturbed.
Hajime muttered.
And if it's a curse, the pattern doesn't match. The attacks weren't triggered by the usual cursed energy hotspots. Let's start by checking for traces,
He said. The afternoon passed in frustration. Hajime and Akari found some residual cursed energy, but nothing solid. The locations were scattered with no clear link.
Think the culprit's hiding.
Akari asked.
No, most curse users are slaves to their negative emotions. They're unstable, the kind who keep killing even when the heat's on. Yeah, give a man power over life and death, and it's a short trip to madness.
Hajime fell silent for a moment, then.
I've got a plan.
Akari perked up.
I'm listening.
You fit the target profile: young, attractive, and not emitting enough cursed energy to scare anyone off. If you act drunk and walk alone late at night, we might bait the culprit out.
Akari didn't hesitate.
I'll do it. The sooner we catch them, the better.
I'll stay nearby. Once the target shows up, you only need to distract them for a second. That's all I need.
Night fell, the town was quiet, cloaked in a still darkness. Akari, dressed to draw attention, walked slowly through a dimly lit street. Her balance was deliberately off, just enough to look like she was tipsy from a night of drinking. Hajime watched silently from the shadows, cursed energy suppressed. Before long, a man emerged from an alley and began following her.
Madam, you all right? You need help.
He asked, voice greasy. Akari kept her covers, slurring.
I am fine.
The man trailed her for a bit longer but eventually peeled off, wary of causing a scene.
Not our guy.
Akari thought.
He didn't use any curse power, just a creep.
But minutes later she heard footsteps again, same man.
Persistent.
She thought, but just then, Salvation appeared, a taxi idling ahead, the last customer just getting out. Akari rushed toward it, hoping the driver would help scare off her tail. The taxi didn't pull away. The driver, seeing her approach, opened the back door. She leaned down, a little disoriented. The driver smiled, a little too wide.
Get in, beautiful.
Without realizing how, Akari found herself inside the cab. Her limbs were heavy, her mind cloudy. A curse technique, mental manipulation.
Shit, he's the one.
The car pulled away from the curb. Akari, nearly paralyzed, watched the interior shift, inky black tendrils moving within the old seat cushions. She couldn't speak, couldn't call Hajime. All she could do was hope he noticed something was off. From the shadows, Hajime narrowed his eyes. Akari had entered a taxi, voluntarily. That didn't line up with their plan at all.
She wouldn't get in a cab unless.
His eyes sharpened.
That cab's the trap.
Chapter 12, Chapter 12, Stopping Time, 6 months ago. Chapter 12, Stopping Time. Kamihara Hajime emerged from the shadows, sprinting toward the moving taxi. The driver noticed him instantly. The car picked up speed. Hajime raised his hand, condensing cursed energy into a small projectile. He aimed at the taxi's rear tires and fired. But then, the car distorted with an eerie aura. The presence of a cursed spirit, partially fused with the vehicle, revealed itself. Strange patterns flickered across the taxi's surface, absorbing the attack and preventing any damage to the tires. The taxi was accelerating rapidly, and Hajime couldn't risk using extermination. Nida Akari was still inside. But he didn't panic, instead he smiled.
As expected, arrogant to the end. Let's save Miss Nida first. Time wheel spin.
The speeding taxi halted instantly like a moth frozen in midair beneath a street lamp, trapped in invisible amber. Hajime dashed forward, shattered the window with a punch, and opened the locked door. The shards of glass hung suspended, moving slightly only when brushed by his body. He pulled the immobilized Nida Akari from the back seat, hoisting her onto his shoulder. With his free hand, Hajime drew the blade at his waist and drove it cleanly into the neck of the driver, a man with a crazed grin, the killer they were hunting. With the mission halfway done, Hajime retreated as the time null state dissolved. The world resumed motion, the moths resumed fluttering, and the halted taxi lurched back to life. A split second later, a thunderous crash followed. The vehicle veered out of control, flipping over violently. Metal twisted and glass exploded as it rolled down the road, finally coming to a mangled stop several meters away. Nida Akari gasped like someone just pulled from drowning, instinctively clinging to Hajime. As awareness returned, she quickly said,
That curse user.
Hajime gently set her down and shook the blood from his blade. He glanced at the overturned wreck and said calmly,
It doesn't matter, he's just flailing before the end.
Akari frowned in confusion. Just then the broken car emitted a creak. A door swung open with a loud clang and a blood-soaked figure stumbled out.
It's him.
She shouted, though battered and barely recognizable. It was clearly the same curse user, now crawling out while clutching his neck. Blood poured through his fingers. His once smug expression had twisted into something equal parts fear and fury. As he moved, strange energies manifested. The broken vehicle exuded a sinister aura that began to concentrate in the air. In mere moments, a grotesque figure emerged, a warped mist with dozens of twitching mouths and eyes shifting across its surface. Its presence was stronger than the second-grade curse they'd fought with Maki. If it had a technique, it would qualify as a quasi-first-grade curse, likely this man's Shikigami. The curse user slumped and the grotesque spirit floated toward him. Then it twisted like smoke and sank into his body. Black, swamp-like fluid bubbled from his wounded neck, cloaking the area in a dark sheen. The bleeding stopped, his condition stabilized, and he forced himself upright. But his expression was worse than ever. His prey, the blonde woman, and the young man who had ruined everything, stood before him. Rage consumed him, barely hiding the terror underneath. Hajime's blade had struck true, slicing through both artery and trachea. It wasn't a wound someone could survive. The Shikigami had only delayed the inevitable. Its technique didn't heal. It simply manipulated the body, faking functionality. He'd used it to lure young women before.
So this?
Panic twisted into obsession.
No.
His eyes locked on Hajime. Madness overcame him. He ignored the power gap, driven only by the urge to kill. Break his limbs, torture the girl, then die. Hajime watched with detached calm. The man had turned into a snarling animal, oblivious to the inevitable. Akari tensed beside him. If they didn't handle this quickly and discreetly, it could cause a scene. They hadn't had time to set a veil.
I'll handle it.
Hajime said, nodding. He stepped forward. Gojo Satoru's words echoed in his mind.
Kamihara, your technique is a nightmare for curse users and sorcerers alike.
As expected, arrogant to the end, let's save Miss Nita first. Time wheel spin. The speeding taxi halted instantly like a moth frozen in midair beneath a street lamp, trapped in invisible amber. Hajime dashed forward, shattered the window with a punch, and opened the locked door. The shards of glass hung suspended, moving slightly only when brushed by his body. He pulled the immobilized Nita Akari from the back seat, hoisting her onto his shoulder. With his free hand, Hajime drew the blade at his waist and drove it cleanly into the neck of the driver, a man with a crazed grin, the killer they were hunting. With the mission halfway done, Hajime retreated as the time null state dissolved. The world resumed motion, the moths resumed fluttering, and the halted taxi lurched back to life. A split second later, a thunderous crash followed. The vehicle veered out of control, flipping over violently. Metal twisted and glass exploded as it rolled down the road, finally coming to a mangled stop several meters away. Nita Akari gasped like someone just pulled from drowning, instinctively clinging to Hajime. As awareness returned, she quickly said, "That curse user.
Your speed goes beyond the human limit. Unless they activate their technique with a trigger, they won't even have time to react."
Hajime had grinned at the time.
Then I'm crazy strong, right?
Gojo had laughed.
Not quite. If someone gets a domain expansion off, you're screwed.
And top-grade cursed spirits recover fast. Vital points barely matter to them, don't get cocky. He couldn't help but agree. Against spirits, battles were uncertain, but curse users like this, too easy. They weren't even worth naming. If only he mastered reversal, maybe even combined forward and reverse flow like Gojo-sensei.
Time wheel reverse.
The projectile disappeared mid-flight, vanishing like it was never there. The curse user froze.
What the hell? What did you do?
His voice cracked with panic. The black substance on his neck was now crawling toward his jaw. His thoughts were unraveling, fueled by fear and rage. Again he tried to attack. Hajime sighed.
Time to end this.
He entered time null once more. In an instant, he was in front of the curse user. He didn't bother with his blade, it'd be a pain to clean up. Instead, he slammed a cursed, energy-infused punch into the man's chest, followed by another to the gut. He exited the technique as the man collapsed.
Vda.
Hajime stepped aside, avoiding the blood and organ fragments spraying from the curse user's mouth. He knelt, unable to speak. His Shikigami was damaged and fading. Even in his final moments, hatred filled the man's eyes.
Ray!
The last command triggered the Shikigami. Purple-black flesh burst from his body. In seconds, the man was gone, replaced by a grotesque tumor-like cursed spirit. The curse user was dead. Only the spirit remained. Hajime transferred the blade to his dominant hand and activated his technique. Akari watched in stunned silence. One moment, a hulking monster stood. The next, it was gone, torn apart like a stack of blocks. Hajime stood there, completely unscathed.
Is this
Chapter 13, Chapter 13, Beautiful Nightmare, 6 months ago. Chapter 13, Beautiful Nightmare.
Mission accomplished.
After handing things over to the police and the cleanup crew, Kamihara Hajime had nothing else to do at the scene. He hadn't been out much lately, constantly training at Tokyo Jujutsu High or getting sent out on missions, so he decided to stroll around for a bit and pick up some souvenirs before heading back. By the time he returned, both Maki and Panda had also completed their missions. Maki had a slight mishap and sustained a minor injury, but fortunately it wasn't serious. Word was that Yuta Akatsu's girlfriend, Rika, had fully manifested during a mission, completely annihilating the curse they were up against. Even more shocking, according to Maki, was that Yuta Akatsu had been rated as special grade. To put that into perspective, only 3 special grade sorcerers were currently known: Gojo Satoru, the strongest, Yuki Tsukumo, who operated mainly overseas, and Suguru Gito, now classified as a curse user. So was Yuta the 4th, given the overwhelming power radiating from Rika when she manifested.
And no, not at all.
Yuta stammered, clearly uncomfortable under everyone's stares. Panda was bursting with excitement nearby, and Inumaki Toge chimed in with a cheerful
Salmon.
Maki stood off to the side with arms crossed, pouting. To her, this bean sprout didn't look like a special grade at all. Without that curse, he was basically a featherweight. But still,
Let's go, training starts now.
Maki turned and led the way to the training ground. Panda slapped Yuta on the back.
Come on, let's grow stronger together.
Yuta nodded with a smile, and the group followed after her. Warm sunlight filtered through the windows, casting a golden glow over their retreating figures.
Huh?
Yuta leaned on his wooden training sword, chest heaving. His limbs were so numb they didn't even feel like his own. Across from him, Maki still looked fired up.
Hurry up, 5 minutes is more than enough rest.
She barked. On the nearby lawn, Panda stretched lazily. Yuta's holding up pretty well. Maki and Hajime are taking turns sparring with him. What is this, round 7?
Salmon.
Inumaki agreed. After Yuta volunteered to strengthen himself quickly, Maki devised a brutal training plan. She and Hajime would alternate as his sparring partners, each pushing him to his limit. Though exhausting, the results showed. Yuta was progressing fast, both physically and mentally. As for injuries, with Iiri Shoko around and her reverse cursed technique, there was no real problem. Yuta slowly rose and took his stance again. Maki smirked.
Ready to face the storm.
Hajime, who had just finished his sparring session, was about to watch from the sidelines when he noticed Principal Yaga approaching accompanied by someone else. The next moment, that someone bolted toward him with uncontainable joy.
White Wolf.
The dog launched itself at Hajime, tackling him to the ground and frantically licking his face. After wrestling the energetic pup into submission and giving it a well-earned head rub, White Wolf finally calmed down and crouched by his side. Hajime took a better look at his old companion. White Wolf had definitely grown now. Even sitting down, its back reached his waist. Its strength had increased too. That tackle had caught Hajime off guard. More black fur had spread across its coat, and the cursed energy within it was now significantly denser. In terms of combat power, White Wolf was probably close to an average second-grade curse. Of course, that was in combat mode. Unlike Panda, White Wolf wasn't a unique mutation. It was still one of Principal Yaga's finest cursed corpses, but not a miracle like Panda. Still, it was impressive. White Wolf could function autonomously, consuming very little energy. But for combat, Hajime still had to actively supply it with cursed energy. Back when Hajime first arrived at Jujutsu High, Yaga had taken White Wolf for
Upgrades.
Apparently, he made great strides with his technique and wanted to enhance White Wolf's capabilities. Hajime turned to greet him.
Principal Yaga, what kind of upgrades did you make?
Yaga smiled with restrained pride.
Overall, its performance improved. If supplied with enough cursed energy, it could exorcise weaker second-grade curses alone.
He paused, then added,
And I improved its tracking. Now it can detect and follow cursed energy trails more accurately over longer distances.
Hajime nodded in gratitude. By now, the others had noticed the excitement and wandered over. Even Maki, who usually kept her distance, couldn't resist giving White Wolf a few pats after it playfully nudged her.
Good boy.
Yuta said softly, admiration in his eyes. To demonstrate, Hajime had White Wolf shift into combat mode. Cursed energy surged from its body, muscles swelling, fangs sharpening, one paw nearly the size of Hajime's face. It looked fierce until 2 seconds later when it sat down wagging its tail, asking for belly rubs. Still, in real combat, it was a force to be reckoned with. With that tracking ability, they might have caught their last target much faster if White Wolf had been there. Soon, Maki dragged Yuta back to training. Yaga left not long after. He had a principal's workload to handle. The following days settled into routine, training, missions, and classes. Yuta had a lot of catching up to do, especially when it came to the Jujutsu world. As for Hajime and Inumaki, being second-grade sorcerers, they often took on missions alone. Inumaki's cursed speech was especially effective against lower-grade curses, while Hajime focused on improving his synergy with White Wolf. Time passed quickly. Yuta improved fast, especially in martial arts and swordsmanship. He was already starting to keep up with Maki and Hajime. After one morning session, Hajime was working on his technique when he heard Panda calling.
Hajime, the Kyoto Sister School Exchange event is coming up.
He blinked. Oh right, the inter-school competition. He'd almost forgotten about it. Panda walked over.
It's usually for second and third years, but most of them aren't around. Since we've got Yuta now, and the goal is to train first years there, letting us compete alongside Kyoto's first years.
Hajime joined him at the vending machine.
With us and Yuta, we'll win easily, right?
Panda handed him a cold drink.
Not a sure thing. Rika can't show up during the event. It's just an exchange, not a war, but Yuta's strong even without her. And we can use techniques and cursed energy, so we've still got the upper hand. What kind of events are there? Group battle, individual battle.
When they arrived at the field, Inumaki was running laps with White Wolf happily trailing behind. Maki was sparring with Yuta again. Not long after Hajime and Panda showed up, Maki claimed victory. In pure physical combat, she still held the advantage.
We've only got about a week.
Maki said, wiping sweat from her brow.
Let's kick our training into overdrive.
Inumaki and White Wolf trotted over in agreement. Panda threw up a fist.
That's the spirit, let's go all in.
Hi, my adorable students. Seeing you all so fired up brings tears to my eyes, Tilda.
They turned. Gojo Satoru, in casual clothes and his signature shades, had appeared out of nowhere. Everyone greeted him. Maki narrowed her eyes.
Why is the blindfolded slacker here?
Gojo grinned, hands behind his head.
Is that any way to talk to your beloved teacher? I came to see how my cute underclassmen are doing, and now that I'm here, I've decided special training starts now.
Maki and Panda didn't react too strongly. But Hajime's expression darkened. Gojo's
Special training
was true hell designed to push students not just to their perceived limits but their actual limits. Hajime had experienced it once before. It was a beautiful nightmare. He took a long drink and muttered.
Hell is coming.
Panda blinked.
Huh, what was that, Hajime?
Chapter 14, Chapter 14, 6 Eyes, 6 months ago. Chapter 14, 6 Eyes.
Let me think.
On the training ground, Gojo Satoru rolled up his sleeves and casually addressed the 5 students standing before him. His usual lazy tone somehow still managed to sound smug. Maki stepped forward, her gaze sharp.
I'll go first.
Gojo shifted his stance, hands in his pockets. Maki tightened her grip on her wooden staff, cleared her mind, and shot forward. She reached Gojo in an instant, pivoting as her staff sliced through the air toward his upper body with a sharp whistle. But the blur of her strike halted abruptly, her weapon caught effortlessly by a single well-defined hand. Gojo smirked.
Maki, did you use up all your strength during the last round? I said full strength.
He pushed his sunglasses down slightly, his gaze now serious.
Sure, this is to prep for the exchange event, but more importantly,
his usual grin returned.
So treat me like a real enemy, because I'm not holding back, after all.
He raised a finger.
I'm invincible.
Maki charged again. But the moment her staff swept in, Gojo bent backward with impossible speed, narrowly dodging the strike. He dropped to the ground, swept her feet with a leg kick, and fluidly rose back up, countering with a flurry of open palm strikes and jabs. Maki was instantly pushed on the defensive. It felt like she was fighting three people at once. But her frustration only pushed her further. She fought with raw instinct, expertly wielding her staff, but Gojo's movements were like flickers of light. She could see his starting point and where he ended up, but not how he got there. Even if he stood still and let her hit him, his limitless technique would have nullified the blow anyway. He dismantled her offense, casually pointing out her openings mid-fight like a coach giving notes. Every lazy-looking counterattack carried weight. This wasn't training, it was a lesson. Still, Maki didn't relent. Training injuries were normal. She welcomed them. After dozens of exchanges, Gojo tapped her forehead with a clean palm strike, sending her sprawling.
Next!
He called. Off to the side, Hajime sighed.
He's actually using his technique.
Panda stretched, clapped his paws together.
Sounds perfect, I'm up.
Panda charged in and immediately activated gorilla mode. But a few seconds later, Hajime watched him go flying, crashing upside down into the grass. Gojo hadn't even moved, much just casually warming up. As a unique cursed corpse, Panda had three cores: his balanced self, his power-focused gorilla form, and a speed-based
Older sister.
personality rarely seen. His vibration palm was a specially dangerous design to bypass armor and defenses. None of it worked.
All right, till the next student.
Gojo smiled cheerfully, eyes now fixed on Hajime. Sighing, Hajime picked up a wooden sword and stepped forward.
Gojo-sensei, isn't this just a one-sided beatdown? I can't bypass Limitless yet.
Gojo waved him on.
Don't say that, Hajime. I want to see how far you've come.
Bang! A sudden gust of wind cracked the air. Hajime's figure blurred forward, stopping just short of Gojo, but he was already flying backward, his sword shattered into splinters. In midair, Hajime vanished, again reappearing on the path he'd been struck. He rubbed his wrist and grumbled.
You're seriously going all out.
Gojo tilted his head, intrigued.
That was your reversed technique, right? You've refined it this far already.
Hajime chuckled.
How about a deal, sensei? Let's go hand to hand. I won't use my technique to accelerate, and you don't use yours to push me away.
Gojo gave him a look, then smirked.
No way.
With a laugh, he agreed.
All right.
Hajime's expression turned calm. He walked forward with measured steps, blade in hand. Even without his technique enhancing his speed, his cursed energy control alone made him fast. Maki, Panda, Yuta, and Inumaki watched intently. Hajime's earlier blitz had been so fast they couldn't even follow it. Now he exchanged blows with Gojo using pure martial skill. Hajime focused, adjusting his rhythm. He was trying to feel the black flash again. Without his speed-enhancing technique, every move had to count. He dodged, blocked, and countered awkwardly, but every strike was filled with intent. Gojo played along, not using his full speed, allowing Hajime to press forward.
Hajime,
Gojo teased.
you've got something up your sleeve. Don't tell me you'll go down before pulling it off.
Hajime smirked, parrying Gojo's strike and throwing a heavy punch.
This feeling.
Black flash. Maki gasped.
That's the same black flash he used during that mission.
Yuta blinked.
What's a black flash? That black glow.
As Maki explained it, Hajime's black flash collided with Gojo's palmet's energy, completely absorbed. Then Gojo countered with a clean punch to Hajime's gut.
Careful when you're airborne.
Gojo called out, chasing after Hajime like a blur. As Hajime flew back, he smiled. Perfect.
This is it. If I tried to use my technique directly on Gojo-sensei, I'd have to overcome Limitless, 6 eyes, his cursed energy output it'd fail. But this...
Hajime activated his technique midair. Technique reversal, time wheel reverse. The world rewound for an instant. Instead of Gojo rushing toward him, Hajime was now standing in his original position. In front of him, Gojo's back was wide open. Now, he turned and struck. Another black flash erupted, This one more precise, perfectly anchored. Hajime had reverse time to land it right at the critical moment. Pseudo Black Flash double strike. But just before impact, Gojo turned with a smile. He caught the strike in his hand, then punched Hajime in the stomach again, this time dropping him completely.
Oh,
Hajime slumped to the ground, gasping. He looked up.
Gojo-sensei.
Gojo whistled.
Hajime's technique time wheel, pretty useful, but didn't you just show me how your reversal works, and have you forgotten?
He pulled down his sunglasses, revealing glowing blue eyes.
My 6 eyes don't have blind spots.
Hajime groaned, pounding the grass.
Cheater, you've got map hacks.
Chapter 15, Chapter 15, Kyoto High, 6 months ago. Chapter 15, Kyoto High.
Yuta, it's your turn.
Gojo Satoru gestured casually toward Yuta Akatsu. Nearby, Panda, who had just dragged Kamihara Hajime back, raised his voice with encouragement.
Yuta, go for it. Take down Gojo-sensei.
Yuta clutched his wooden sword a bit nervously. Hearing Panda's cheer, he offered a sheepish smile. He had watched the previous matches and was still learning to fully control Rika, compared to the dazzling performance from earlier.
There it is, Gojo-sensei's teleportation.
Panda muttered. Yuta reacted quickly, spinning on instinct to counter. Just as expected, Gojo had reappeared behind him and dodged the follow-up swing with ease.
You're improving.
Gojo said, his voice light.
Much more spirited than before, truly my dear student.
With a smooth motion, he dodged again and stuck out his leg, tripping Yuta, who rolled to recover and rose into a crouch. Without hesitation, Yuta slashed again, but Gojo caught the wooden sword mid-swing with both hands.
I told you to treat me as a real enemy, you're still hesitating. Your force isn't enough, keep this up and you'll get hurt.
Stunned, Yuta couldn't react fast enough to Gojo's follow-up kick that launched him through the air. He landed hard, bones aching, but quickly stood up again. Gojo smiled and beckoned.
Again!
The entire afternoon became a blur of training. Gojo seemed tireless, running one-on-one drills, team matches, and everything in between. Eventually, it turned into a full endurance trial. Physical limits were broken, cursed energy pushed to the edge. Even Iiri Shoko, who came by to check on them, ended up treating minor injuries again and again.
You're going to break them before they graduate.
She grumbled at Gojo.
The situation's getting worse.
Gojo explained flatly.
More reports of curses showing upgrade 2s, grade 1s, and even some hints of special grades.
He wasn't worried about handling them, but what worried him was that it might just be the calm before a major storm. Shoko's expression darkened. Gojo clapped his hands, calling over the group.
So,
And with that, Gojo's next round of
training through love
resumed. Hajime used the time to refine his technique with Gojo's direct feedback from the 6 eyes, which offered unmatched insight. He'd discovered something. When using technique reversal on himself, his cursed energy and body state would return to a designated moment, almost like hitting a reset button.
Reloading, huh?
But not everything refreshed. His consciousness remained intact. The mental fatigue, dizziness, and disorientation from repeated use didn't reset with the rest of him. Hajime dubbed this strain mental load. After multiple uses, he'd be left barely standing, and only Shoko's healing could recover him. He had hoped to use his technique like a cheat code, refreshing endlessly to keep fighting, replenishing stamina and cursed energy. But that was impossible. At best, it became a limited recovery tool with a cooldown. Reverse cursed technique seemed like the better long-term solution. What if I combine both, use reversal for recovery, then layer reverse cursed technique for healing?
I know you'll all miss me terribly.
He joked.
Don't worry, when I return I'll bring even better training. No.
He ignored their cries and left with a grin. Despite his overwhelming power and knowledge, Gojo had one flaw: he wasn't exactly the best at teaching.
It's simple,
He'd say, while his students remained totally lost. Still, Hajime had Gojo to thank for understanding his own technique, even if it came at the cost of constant beatings. Time flew by. During the following days, Hajime encountered two seniors who had temporarily returned to school. From their demeanor, they seemed more like a couple than upperclassmen. The male, Kinji Hakari, was tall and rough-looking, with a combed-back hairdo that made him look like broccoli. His stubbled jaw, cut eyebrows, and tough attitude made him feel more like a bouncer than a student. The female was Karara Hoshi, stylishly dressed with straight bangs and medium hair. Studs adorned her lip and chin. Her top revealed a toned waist, and the star-shaped pupils in her eyes sparkled behind sharp eyeliner and face markings. They didn't talk much. Hakari seemed cold and indifferent about the exchange event. After a few gruff words, he left. The day before the exchange event, Kyoto Jujutsu High arrived. The venue was Tokyo Jujutsu High, since they had one last year. Everyone from both schools' students, faculty, and principals gathered in a large conference room. The Kyoto principal, Yoshinobu Gakuganji, was a traditional man, white-robed with long eyebrows and beard, both hanging down to his chest. Hajime had never seen such exaggerated facial hair in real life. Gojo led Tokyo's team. Kyoto's group was led by a stern woman in a shrine maiden outfit. Tsudaheim Iori, Gojo's upperclassman. They were clearly familiar, though she didn't seem to appreciate his enthusiasm. As Gojo teased her, Hajime's attention drifted to a black-haired girl among the Kyoto students. Her bob cut was different, but her face.
Panda!
Hajime whispered.
Is it just me, or does that girl look just like Maki? Yup!
Panda replied flatly. Maki glanced over and saw them whispering. A vein popped on her forehead.
She's my twin sister, Zen and Mai. Stop gawking already.
Oh!
Both Hajime and Panda murmured, half in awe, half in fear of being punched. Yuta leaned over and muttered.
Guys!
Hajime turned to observe. 6 Kyoto students stood there, 3 girls, 2 guys, and
Principal Gakuganji and I have finalized the exchange event format. It will follow the structure from previous years. Now, take a moment to introduce yourselves. Remember, someday you'll all be comrades on the same battlefield.
Miwa was the first to step up.
Hello, everyone. I'm Miwa Kasumi, a first year at Kyoto Jujutsu High. Please take care of me. Momo Nishimiya, second year.
Said the blonde girl.
Mekamaru, first year.
Came the mechanical voice.
Zen and Mai, first year. What? Maki didn't mention me. Tusk, how cold of her.
She smiled teasingly.
Kamo Noritoshi, second year. I look forward to fighting alongside you.
Hajime raised an eyebrow, calm.
Kamihara Hajime, first year.
Miwa's face twitched slightly as she tried to stay composed. Another good-looking guy, but Gojo-sensei still wins.
AI to do, second year.
He paused, scanning them.
I say.
Chapter 16, Chapter 16, Special Grade, 6 months ago. Chapter 16, Special Grade. Because this was just a student introduction, the teachers weren't present, which made the atmosphere a bit stiff. Maki and Kamihara Hajime didn't seem to care at all. Inumaki Toge couldn't say anything even if he wanted to. Panda just gave a look that said,
I'm a panda, I don't get involved.
Yuta Akatsu stood awkwardly, unsure of what to say. Explaining that their upperclassmen were busy with other matters might just sound like an excuse. The Kyoto students remained silent as well. Perhaps they shared AI to do's sentiment. Then Kamo Noritoshi spoke up calmly.
AI to do, maybe they really do have other priorities.
AI leaned forward, placing both hands on the table. His presence was imposing.
Doesn't matter, as long as we get a good fight out of it, that's all I care about.
Maki was just about to respond when Hajime stepped up with a grin.
Hey, big guy, is strength really based on grade? I thought we had a ranking system for Jujutsu sorcerers. Just so you know, kind guy, that I'll warn you in advance. You're going to lose.
Without waiting for a reply, Hajime pulled Yuta forward.
Because our big brother Yuta Akatsu here is a special grade. Oh, do you have a special grade over there too?
To-do, who had been seconds away from blowing up, suddenly turned serious. Special grade? That was the pinnacle of strength. His own mentor, Yuki Tsukumo, held that rank. Was this guy really the same?
Hey.
Yuta blinked, caught off guard by Hajime's sudden move. Panda stepped up and added.
That's right, big brother Yuta is super strong.
Maki caught on quickly and played along, smirking.
Better not chicken out before it even starts.
Salmon!
Inumaki echoed supportively. Yuta nearly turned to stone. Maki-senpai, even you.
Haha.
After a beat of silence, Ai to-do burst into genuine laughter. No tension, no panic, just excitement. He looked Yuta straight in the eye.
I look forward to it. This will be one hell of a fight.
Then with grave seriousness, to-do asked.
Yuta Akatsu.
Yuta froze, utterly confused. Hajime, of course, knew what this was about. It wasn't some deep psychological trick. To-do just used it to judge whether someone was worthy of being his friend and odd influence from his mentor, Yuki Tsukumo. It reminded Hajime of how he once read that to-do instantly bonded with Yuji Itadori because of their shared taste in tall women with big butts. Hajime patted Yuta's shoulder.
Yuta already has a girlfriend. I suggest you back off, unless you want to die a very ugly death.
Yuta chuckled nervously, knowing exactly who Hajime meant. Rika's probably my height now too.
Tomorrow then.
To-do declared.
Let me see the power of a special grade.
With that, he turned and walked away. By now, most of the teachers had arrived. Hajime spotted Iiri Shoko and Mei chatting with Yutahime Yori. Gojo Satoru, meanwhile, had wandered off toward Principal Gakuganji. Whatever he said made the old man's face darken like thunderclouds. Yaga Masamichi stepped forward to explain the rules of the exchange event.
As usual, this will be a team battle. A second-grade curse and multiple third-grade curses have been released into the forest arena. The team that exorcises the second-grade curse first wins. If no clear winner emerges before sunset, the team with the higher number of exorcisms wins. Obstructing the other team is allowed.
He paused, then added.
But remember, this is not a battle to the death. Don't cause permanent damage. The purpose of this event is for you to learn about your comrades and yourselves.
The students nodded. Before heading back to rest, Hajime went over to greet Mei and the others. Yutahime had a much better opinion of him than she did of Gojo, who never treated her with proper seniority. Hajime didn't bother asking Iiri Shoko any more questions about reverse cursed technique. He had already gotten all he could from her. Compared to Gojo, she wasn't much better at explaining the finer points anyway. That night they rested. The next day, after a short speech from Yaga, the two teams headed to their respective starting points. Hajime and his group stood in the dense forest. Maki, gripping her long naginata, addressed the team.
Remember the plan. Inumaki and I will deal with the low-grade curses while tracking the Kyoto team. His first use of cursed speech could take some of them out right away.
Yuta and Panda take White Wolf and search the central area for the second-grade curse. Hajime, you'll operate solo, target that curse as well, and if you run into anyone, reduce their numbers.
White Wolf was allowed to participate since they only had 5 first years. Yuta's strength, while classified as special grade, still partially relied on Rika, and the higher-ups on both sides were aware of that. In reality, White Wolf's role was mostly support tracking and backup, not direct combat.
Got it.
Everyone replied. They dispersed. Though the second-grade curse had been dropped near the center of the map, it could have moved by now. Hajime hadn't brought his bow, Extermination, with him this time. The forest terrain made it impractical. With poor visibility and no 6 eyes like Gojo, close-quarters combat was more viable. So, he carried only a sword. Meanwhile, Maki and Inumaki moved quietly through the woods. They encountered a third-grade curse, a mix between a toad and a lizard. To finish quickly, Inumaki pulled down his collar.
Stop!
Cursed speech activated. The curse froze in place, paralyzed under the overwhelming force of Inumaki's command. Maki dashed forward and took it out in one clean slash. Back at the control center, Gakuganji and other instructors watched everything through several screens. The footage came from crows under Mei's blackbird manipulation, giving them real-time views of the battlefield. Hiring Mei, of course, wasn't cheap. Though she worked closely with Jujutsu High, she was still a freelance sorcerer, and Gojo Satoru never missed a payment. their history as classmates didn't hurt either. Suddenly, one of the talismans on the wall burst into red flames. These talismans were tied to each curse, their cursed energy pre-recorded and tagged. If someone from Tokyo exorcised a curse, the talisman burned red. Kyoto's would burn blue. For unregistered participants like Maki, any untagged result was counted as red.
We're up one.
Gojo cheered, clapping. Yudaheim, sitting nearby, scoffed.
You're a grown man. Act like it.
Moments later, another talisman lit up, this time blue. Yudaheim, who had just started to smile, slowly lowered her hand and cleared her throat.
Ahem.
Then she glanced sideways and saw Gojo suddenly seated beside her, grinning smugly.
Come on, Yudaheim, you were obviously happy. Don't bottle up your emotions, you'll age faster. Want to end up looking like Principal Gakuganji.
You jerk.
Yudaheim exploded.
Show some respect for your seniors.
Gojo leaned back, laughing. As usual, she couldn't hit him, his technique would block it, and arguing was even more pointless, frustrating as ever.
All right, ignore him.
Iiri said with a wry smile, patting Yudaheim's shoulder. Yudaheim sniffled and leaned into Iiri's arms.
At least I have you, Shoko Tilda.
Meanwhile, Gojo just kept watching the screens with an amused grin. Flashback: the Kyoto team's strategy meeting. The night before, the Kyoto students were deep in planning.
I heard from Principal Gakuganji and Yudaheim Sensei that one of the Tokyo first years is officially a special grade.
Kamo Noritoshi said.
But there's likely some backstory to that. Either way, here's the plan. Nishimiya will handle aerial surveillance. Mai, Mekamaru, and Kasumi will exorcise the curses and try to sabotage the enemy. First priority, take out that dog. No eyes, no info.
He turned to Tadu. AI Tadu crossed his arms.
I don't care about your strategy. I'm going to find that special grade first year. That's the only fight I care about.
Kamo nodded.
Fine, that's Tadu's role. And I'll find the second grade curse and exorcise it as fast as possible.
Kamo continued.
Regardless of how or why someone's classified as special grade, never take them lightly. Avoid their strengths and use what advantages we have.
Mai frowned.
Doesn't that feel like we're playing it too safe?
Kamo replied seriously.
No, special grades are monsters. Underestimating them is a mistake we can't afford.
Chapter 17, Chapter 17, Godspeed, 6 months ago. Chapter 17, Godspeed. As Inumaki Toge swiftly dealt with the cursed spirit using his cursed speech in conjunction with Maki, 3 figures hid nearby in the dense forest: Mai Zenin, Mekamaru, and Miwa Kasumi from Kyoto. Clearly, they had witnessed the entire encounter. Mai whispered.
Looks like we were right to use a cursed spirit to probe their abilities. That white-haired boy with short hair, his technique is cursed speech. In short, his words have binding effects. Good thing we didn't engage directly.
Miwa muttered with a visible shudder.
We'd have been taken out before even realizing it.
Mekamaru's mechanical voice cut in coldly.
As long as we know his technique, it's manageable. We'll pressure him from range, force him to use his technique, and drain his cursed energy.
Miwa hesitated.
But I don't have any ranged attacks.
Mai smirked.
That's why you're our backup plan. Let's move, track them, and be ready to strike.
Up above, Momo Nishimiya soared on her broom, observing the battlefield from above. Her phone relayed real-time updates to the team on the ground. Meanwhile, Hajime had climbed into a tall tree, using the dense canopy for cover while tracking Momo through the sky.
Oh right, she can fly.
Hajime muttered.
She's probably not that strong, though. Even without extermination, I might be able to shoot her down. Knock out their eyes first.
He raised his fingers and began gathering cursed energy into a single concentrated point. Though raw cursed energy blasts lacked the efficiency of techniques or reinforced melee strikes, they were useful for probing or targeting weaker foes. Hajime didn't intend to seriously injure her. If he used too much power, the attack might spread and cause trouble. She was riding a broom, taking that out was enough. He aimed.
Bang!
Hajime muttered playfully. Time wheel spin. Momo, flying above, felt a sudden disturbance of cursed energy.
A sneak attack.
She thought as she turned, trying to locate the source. Then, snap! Part of her broom broke midair, sending her tumbling downward in a chaotic spiral.
What?
Shaken, Momo barely managed to land atop a tree. Looking at her damaged broom and the fading trail of cursed energy in the air, her face went pale.
I didn't even see it. Was it that fast?
Scrambling to recover, she reached for her phone to report the enemy's capabilities, but just as she leapt to another branch, Hajime appeared. She landed awkwardly, twisting her ankle and leaning against the tree. Hajime whistled as he approached, amused.
Didn't expect that to work, honestly. Guess I should just finish it here.
You.
Before Momo could finish, a light strike to the back of her neck knocked her unconscious. Hajime caught her phone midair and gently draped her unconscious body over a low tree branch. Sure enough, within moments, staff monitoring the match dispatched help to recover her. Watching the monitor, Mei chuckled.
Fast, isn't he? Shot her down before she could say a word, then knocked her out before she landed.
Gojo Satoru, arms behind his head and feet propped up, grinned.
Naturally, he's my student after all. Hajime's a beast. Give him a few more missions and he'll be ready to apply for grade 1.
Mei's eyes gleamed with interest. She was tiring from prolonged use of her black bird manipulation technique, but Gojo's words caught her attention.
If you need help, you know where to find me, especially since you're so generous.
Gojo gave a thumbs up.
You know it.
Then he turned back to the screens, now showing Maki and Inumaki under fire. Back in the forest, Maki and Inumaki continued pressing forward. Maki suddenly stopped and raised her hand in warning.
Mustard leaves.
Inumaki asked.
There's danger up ahead.
Maki said, scanning the dense trees. Before she could finish her thought, the snapping of branches broke the silence. Maki whipped her head toward the noise and yanked Inumaki aside just as a torrent of flames scorched the area they'd been standing. Multiple fire streams bombarded the surrounding terrain, cutting off escape routes.
Extinguish!
Inumaki shouted. His technique activated, compressing the fire midair until it fizzled out. At the same time, Maki's Naginata spun, deflecting a bullet that had zipped toward them.
My.
She muttered.
Toj, don't let them spread out.
Maki ordered.
They know about your technique now. Stay close.
She vanished into the trees toward the origin of the attack. Inumaki followed. The forest, while a hindrance to line of sight, gave Maki and Inumaki cover and reduced their opponent's chances of a successful strike. Elsewhere, Mai, Mekamaru, and Miwa were clearly agitated. They hadn't seen Momo in a while, and now they couldn't reach her either. Had she been taken out? Mai scowled.
Without her aerial recon, we can't track Maki's movements. Her cursed energy is too low to detect properly.
Their only chance was to neutralize Inumaki before he could lock them down with his technique. As they crossed a small stream, a fist-sized rock whistled through the air at breakneck speed. Mekamaru reacted first, raising his arm and smashing the projectile midair. But before they could regroup, Maki appeared ahead, smiling with her Naginata resting on her shoulder.
Starting trouble and running away. Not very classy.
Mekamaru's arms transformed, his left becoming a cannon, and his right revealing gleaming blades.
My Kasumi, take out the cursed speech user. Even if it's a 1-for-1 trade, he has to go. I'll keep Maki busy. If we fail, break away and regroup.
Maki noted their movements but stopped short as a distant explosion shook the forest.
What the hell was that?
Mekamaru asked, stunned.
That figure.
Maki, narrowing her eyes behind her glasses, spotted the monstrous figure rising above the trees. Dust and splintered wood swirled around it. Earlier, after subduing Momo, Hajime had begun heading toward the central area. With cursed energy reinforcement, he sprinted through the forest like a blur. Suddenly, he twisted backward mid-leap, avoiding a blood-red blade that sliced through the branches above.
Fast reflexes.
Kamo Noritoshi remarked, stepping from the trees, blood blade spinning in hand. Hajime smiled.
Of course, you're too slow.
He sidestepped just in time for the blade to miss again. Kamo summoned a longbow and readied 4 cursed energy-infused arrows. His blood ring hovered beside him, poised to strike. Ah, Hajime thought, so he's an archer too, but a more traditional one. His arrows are enhanced with cursed energy, whereas mine are pure CE constructs. Less efficient maybe, but faster and more portable. The blood blade and arrows launched at once. Hajime's right hand moved. Time wheel Godspeed slash. A brilliant arc of light cleaved through the air. Kamo's breath caught, his blade shattered, the arrows were sliced midair.
What?
Abandoning ranged combat, Kamo activated his crimson scale burst. Veins bulged across his skin as his vitals spiked, increasing his physical stats dramatically. He produced 2 blood packs, forming them into protective restraints that hovered around him like a net. Crimson Restraint Defense. Now, even if Hajime attacked at high speed, the blood net might buy him enough time to react and counter with piercing blood. But then, another rumble. The colossal figure reappeared in the distance, shattering trees with every step. Kamo tensed, confused, but Hajime immediately understood. Rika,
I'm pressed for time.
Hajime said, lifting his sword. Kamo barely blinked before Hajime vanished. Pain struck his abdomen, his defense shattered. Kamo hit the ground, incapacitated but alive.
You'll be fine.
Hajime said, patting his shoulder.
I avoided vital points. Just wait for rescue.
Chapter 18 Chapter 18 Hollow Purple, 6 months ago. Chapter 18 Hollow Purple.
Gojo Satoru, that must be the special grade vengeful cursed spirit. I told you the curse recipient shouldn't participate in the exchange event. It's your stubbornness that led to this situation.
Gakuganji snapped, glaring at the screen while Gojo Satoru remained infuriatingly cheerful. Everyone in the monitoring room wore a tense expression. Even through the screen, Rika's overwhelming presence as a special grade vengeful cursed spirit pressed against their nerves. Still unfazed, Gojo stretched with a smile.
Relax, Rika might look out of control, but she hasn't attacked anything around her.
They looked again. Despite the chaos, it was true Rika wasn't lashing out at random. Under Mei Mei's steady control, the crows overhead continued to relay footage. Several students could be seen nearby, visibly shaken but unharmed.
I'll go check it out,
Gojo said with a grin.
It's probably nothing serious.
I'll come too.
Yuri Shoko added, adjusting her coat.
Just in case someone's injured.
The two disappeared from the room in an instant. In the sky, the monstrous form of Rika floated, her lower half dissipating into smoke. Her body was grotesque, jagged ribs protruded from her chest, her clawed hands twitched, and her eyeless face held a gaping maw filled with razor fangs. Tubular growths protruded from behind her skull, twitching like feelers. From a safe distance, Gojo and Shoko observed her with intrigue.
Quite the looker.
Shoko muttered.
How are you handling this one?
Gojo removed his sunglasses, blue eyes glowing faintly.
Yuta's done well with her so far. This isn't a total loss of control, it's something else.
He snapped his fingers.
I'll weaken her just enough so Yuta can reel her back in.
Shoko raised an eyebrow.
Try not to level the area. The students are still nearby.
I'll go easy.
With a playful grin, Gojo vanished from sight, reappearing in the sky across from Rika. She turned, sensing him, claws twitching. She hesitated, bound by Yuta's lingering control. Gojo observed the scene. Yuta Akatsu below, pale and sweating. Nearby were Panda, Ai to-do, and White Wolf injured but alive.
Let's wrap this up.
Cursed Technique Lapse, blue. Cursed Technique Reversal, red. The clash of these forces birthed Imaginary Mass Hollow Technique, purple. A spark of purple shimmered at Gojo's fingertip, distorting the air around it. He flicked it forward. A perfectly straight trajectory ripped through the sky. It passed clean through Rika, bored a massive crater in the earth behind her, and kept going. Rika shrieked, body splitting open. Moments later, she began healing, but her aura had diminished. As she lunged in retaliation, Gojo gave her a cheeky wave.
Bye-bye.
He vanished once more, reappearing on the ground. Kamihara Hajime arrived at the scene, his technique bringing him just in time to see Yuta Akatsu panicking while Panda and Tadu nursed injuries. White Wolf whimpered, clearly shaken.
Hajime, where's Gojo? I can't hold Rika back anymore.
Yuta cried. Hajime glanced up. Rika thrashed in the air, screeching distorted versions of Yuta's name. The damage to Panda and Tadu looked severe but likely not fatal. Hajime pieced things together. Tadu must have endangered Yuta, triggering Rika's protective instinct. The curse had manifested to defend him, breaking through Yuta's control. Hajime stepped forward.
Hold still.
He activated reverse cursed technique, channeling cursed energy through his hands. Wounds began to close slowly but surely. It wasn't on Iiri Shoko's level, but enough to stabilize them. Hajime clicked his tongue.
You'll be fine until Shoko gets here.
Yuta looked surprised.
Wait, was that your technique? I swear, did Gojo not tell you anything?
Hajime said, irritated.
That's reverse cursed technique. You can learn it too, I'll teach you later.
At that moment, Gojo reappeared in the air and unleashed another purple. The sky cracked. Rika was struck again, her shriek echoing like thunder.
Rika!
Yuta called out in panic. Hajime placed a firm hand on his shoulder.
She'll heal. A curse with her energy pool recovers fast, especially one bonded to a powerhouse like you.
Indeed, Rika's mangled form slowly began regenerating, though visibly weakened. Gojo touched down in front of them.
Yo, everyone alive.
Yuta nodded quickly.
But I still can't control her.
Gojo reassured.
Thanks to you, we avoided a real disaster. Leave the rest to Hajime. Wait, what?
Hajime frowned.
You just said. You're my student, right? You should share my burdens.
Gojo gestured at the recovering group.
I'll take them to Shoko. You and Yuta finish up here. I believe in you.
And with that, he was gone. Rika surged forward again, despite her injuries. Yuta turned to Hajime nervously.
Don't worry.
Hajime sighed.
I'll go calm your girlfriend down. After that, she's your problem.
Rika, now screeching Yuta's name mindlessly, lunged.
Stop here.
Hajime vanished. A beat later, a concussive wave rippled across the area. Rika was thrown back, crashing through trees. Hajime examined his fists. The cursed sword wasn't suitable, its grade too low to contain the raw energy, so he relied on pure physical reinforcement. Rika rebounded, her massive form rushing back. Her claws shimmered with energy, but Hajime saw everything clearly. His reflexes, enhanced by his technique, let him read even high-speed attacks like slow motion. Time wheel spin. Appearing at her side, Hajime unleashed a barrage, his cursed energy output maxed. First punch, second, third. Then he disengaged, canceling his technique. Everything detonated at once. A burst of raw power exploded outward, clearing the area. The forest floor cracked, a pit forming where Rika had stood. She flew like a ragdoll, crashing through trees in the distance. Breathing out, Hajime activated reversal to restore his stamina. The effort had been immense. He'd even triggered a black flash during his assault. Still,
one more.
Hajime pointed his fingers, gathering raw cursed energy into a blinding mass. The air distorted, leaves scattered. When the orb grew to the size of a human head, he vanished it using his technique. Then impact. A straight trench tore through the forest, all the way to where Rika lay. The devastation was staggering. Rika's body twitched, she groaned, her form flickering and unstable. Hajime approached and glanced back at Yuta.
She'll be fine,
he said.
Give her a day or two, she'll be bouncing around again.
Yuta blinked.
That.
Rika whimpered and drifted toward Yuta, shrinking down and merging with the sword he carried. Originally, the link had been the engagement ring they exchanged as children. But with Gojo's advice, Yuta had been working to embed her into a more stable medium, the sword. Yuta knelt, gripping the blade.
Thank you, Hajime.
Hajime walked over and helped him up.
Don't beat yourself up. You held her back long enough for Gojo to intervene. You did great, everyone's fine.
Yuta tried to say more, but Hajime cut him off.
Come on, let's get you checked out. You can ask Shoko about reverse cursed technique while we're at it. She's the expert after all.
Chapter 19, Chapter 19, Gaming, 6 months ago. Chapter 19, Gaming. The team battle ended in a hurry. The second grade curse hadn't even been exorcised. The final score stood at 10-4. Tokyo Jujutsu High emerged victorious. Some of those 10 points had come from Rika's sudden rampage, where she tore through several cursed spirits with frightening ease. From Kyoto's side, Momo Nishimiya, Kamo Noritoshi, and Ai To-Do were eliminated midway. On Tokyo's side, Panda and Yuta Akatsu were also knocked out. Thankfully, it seemed Gojo Satoru had contained the situation. Rika's outburst left no lasting consequences. After Panda returned from Principal Yaga's workshop, his body had been almost fully repaired. With Iiri Shoko tending to the rest, everyone made a swift recovery and soon regained their energy. Ai To-Do, unfazed by his earlier encounter with Rika, was as fired up as ever. He approached Yuta with his signature enthusiasm.
Our last fight was cut short, Yuta Akatsu. I look forward to a proper rematch. You're stronger than I expected.
Yuta inwardly groaned. I could really do without that kind of acknowledgement.
I thought this exchange event would be boring.
To-Do said, cracking his knuckles.
But I met Yuta, and now you. I'm already looking forward to tomorrow's one-on-one matches.
He paused, then looked up dramatically.
Hajime.
Hajime had only come over to deliver 2 ice cream bars to Yuta. But now, with To-Do's sudden, familiar question, he could only sigh. He thought briefly of Yuta.
White-haired, beast-eared girls, at least for now.
To-Do blinked in stunned silence, then his face twisted into something unreadable.
Ugh.
At that moment, Maki entered. From her sharp stare, it was clear she'd overheard the entire conversation.
Principal Yaga is calling everyone over to finalize tomorrow's match order. You.
Her eyes flicked toward Hajime with clear disdain.
Forget it.
She turned and left without another word. Hajime scratched his head.
What's up with Maki? Never mind. Let's go, Yuta.
He walked off with Yuta toward the assembly point. To-Do returned to Kyoto's side. By the time Hajime's group arrived, students and teachers from both schools were already gathered. Principal Yaga stood at the center.
Regarding tomorrow's individual battles,
Yaga began.
2 formats have been proposed. We'd like your opinions. The first option is a direct elimination format. Each side sends out a fighter and the winner advances. One person can theoretically fight all the way to the end. The second is a series of one-on-one battles. Each team chooses who fights whom. Each win earns a point and the total score determines the victor.
Maki raised her hand.
We only have 5 people. What happens with uneven matchups?
Yaga nodded.
If we go with the second format, Tokyo will have 1 fighter compete twice. Kyoto will choose matchups first. If the score ends 3-3, the team battle result will be the tiebreaker. Tokyo wins overall.
Kamo Noritoshi then asked.
If we win the individual battles, and each team ends with 1 overall victory, how is the final winner determined?
Before Yaga could reply, Gojo Satoru chimed in with glee.
In that case, we'll have a final decisive showdown.
A strange silence followed. No one commented, but everyone silently agreed that letting Gojo handle anything decisive was asking for trouble. They collectively ignored him. Both schools formed discussion groups. Panda, rubbing his chin in mock thought, said,
Honestly, the first format favors us. Hajime alone could probably wipe their whole team.
Maki adjusted her glasses.
The second format is like that story horse racing. If Hajime fights twice, we're almost guaranteed at least 1 win, maybe even 2.
On Kyoto's side, the mood was more serious. Having already fought most of Tokyo, they had a clearer understanding of the enemy's strength. Miwa Kasumi rested her chin in her palm.
If they go with the second option, they'll definitely make Hajime fight twice. How do we deal with that?
Kamo answered.
He's easily their strongest. He overwhelmed me in seconds. His speed's abnormal, likely his technique at work. We have 2 strategies. First, we let our weakest 2 fight him and waste his battle slots. But Tokyo probably won't let that happen. Second, we match our middle-tier fighter against him first and try to win every other match. But that's...
Ai To-Do crossed his arms, unmoved.
Don't overthink it. Those first years are monsters, but so what? They won't play safe. They'll go full power king versus king, general vs general.
Mai stared at him blankly. She was sure Tadu had overheard their strategy, yet all she heard were his dramatic mutterings.
Why do you think that?
She asked. Tadu beamed.
It's a spiritual connection.
Everyone quietly skipped over him and resumed discussing tactics. Tadu didn't mind. If anything, their lack of friendship potential was expected.
All I want is to fight Yuta Akatsu or Hajime. As long as my opponent excites me, that's enough.
Meanwhile, Tokyo decided on the second format. Because the team battle had ended so quickly, most hadn't gotten a proper fight except Hajime, who had eliminated 2 opponents instantly. Maki, eyes gleaming, said,
First year, low grade. Doesn't matter, I'm going to knock them flat.
Panda nodded with equal enthusiasm. Even Toj gave a confident
Salmon!
All eyes turned to Hajime, who yawned. He'd stayed up late gaming and it was catching up with him.
Wouldn't the first format be a guaranteed win?
He muttered.
But sure, if everyone agrees, I'll go twice.
Maki crossed her arms.
Our advantage is solid. They'll definitely try to sacrifice their weakest to burn one of your matches. We just need to pick the right order.
Both sides finalized their choices. Tomorrow's individual battles would begin at 10 a.m. in the school dojo. Yaga announced.
Kyoto will select first.
Kamo stepped forward.
Miwa Kasumi challenges Kamihara Hajime.
Miwa looked nervous but determined. No one was surprised. Tokyo's turn. Yuta Akatsu said.
I choose Kamonori Toshi.
Back to Kyoto. Tadu grinned.
I'll fight Kamihara Hajime.
Some Kyoto students frowned. They would have preferred someone else take Hajime while Tadu faced Yuta or even Toj, but there was no changing Tadu's mind. Hajime didn't mind either. Fighting someone like Tadu promised a more interesting match. Panda then declared on Toj's behalf.
Inumaki Toj versus Mekamaru. Tuna mayonnaise.
Toj confirmed. Kyoto's next choice was Momo Nishimiya versus Maki. Lastly, Panda would face Mai. With the lineup complete, Yaga dismissed the meeting. Hajime threw an arm over Panda's shoulder.
Let's hit my place. PUBG time will dominate.
Maki sighed.
Don't stay up all night again. You've got real battles tomorrow.
Hajime chuckled.
Late nights mean nothing to me.
Panda added.
I'm just a panda. Sleep is optional.
Maki groaned.
Whatever.
She glanced back at Yuta and warned.
Don't end up like those two. It's a bad influence.
Yuta blinked.
Oh, okay.
Toj muttered.
Bonito flakes.
In passing, which Yuta assumed was.
I still haven't touched Breath of the Wild since I bought it, but I'm telling you Zelda is heaven.
Then around the corner, Panda's head poked back out.
Yuta, you coming?
Panda zipped over and slung an arm around his shoulders.
Come on, real strength is built day to day, but on the night before battle, mindset matters. Let's unwind.
Chapter 20, Chapter 20, Simple Domain, 6 months ago. Chapter 20, Simple Domain. The next morning, the individual battles officially began. The venue was the largest dojo at the school. Teachers from both sides were seated along the perimeter, leaving a wide open area in the center. Once both teams had assembled, Yoshinobu Gakuganji and Yaga Masamichi gave a brief rundown of the rules before announcing the start of the first match.
First match, Kamihara Hajime versus Miwa Kasumi.
Despite staying up late gaming, Hajime looked energized as he stepped into the arena. Miwa Kasumi took a deep breath to steady her nerves and joined him. They bowed, and the match began. Both wielded cursed swords. Miwa looked slightly nervous, while Hajime refrained from using his technique immediately. Instead, he assumed a stance and silently invited her to attack. Miwa charged with her blade. Hajime parried easily, observing her form. His blade techniques, developed from training with Maki and honed in actual combat, were fluid and versatile. In contrast, Miwa's style was more rigid, part of a structured school of swordsmanship known as the New Shadow style, taught by Atsuya Kusakabe, a skilled second-year teacher at Tokyo Jujutsu High. It was said that Ashiya Sadakata, a powerful jujutsu sorcerer from the Heian era, had created the simple domain to protect his disciples. The style had been passed down for centuries, encompassing not only swordsmanship, but also ways to enhance cursed tools and energy efficiency. Hajime exchanged over a dozen blows with Miwa, controlling the pace effortlessly. He quickly noticed her shortcomings. Her cursed energy output was too low, her physical strength insufficient, and despite her passable technique, she wouldn't last against a real threat. But compared to the average sorcerer, she wasn't bad. Hajime understood that Kusakabe had reached grade 1 without a technique. If Miwa kept training, she could eventually reach a respectable level. Still, she wasn't there yet. After exploiting a gap in her form, Hajime swept her legs, knocking her to the ground. As she got up, he bluntly commented,
Your sword's too slow. No power, no conviction.
Miwa blinked in confusion.
In simple terms, you lack the will to cut your enemy down. Even if it's a wooden sword and your opponent can't die once you draw your blade, you need to understand it's a weapon, a lethal one. That mindset changes everything. Why are you even in the jujutsu world?
He asked. Catching her breath, Miwa hesitated before answering truthfully.
I'm poor. I have 2 younger brothers. I became a jujutsu sorcerer to support them.
Hajime nodded. It made sense. Curses were born from negative emotions. While the jujutsu world was hidden from the public to prevent mass panic, government officials knew it existed. Sorcerers were constantly in short supply, and though the job was dangerous, the compensation was high. Higher-ranked sorcerers earned more naturally. Some people joined for the money. Hajime didn't judge her, but her motivation had a flaw.
You don't have a reason to get stronger.
Hajime said, raising his blade.
You're thinking about income, not survival. What if you run into a curse beyond your strength? You'll just die.
Miwa remained silent, stunned.
You do have a reason to grow stronger. Whether it's to stay alive or to earn more, either way, that's your fuel. If you want to live, you need the will to kill.
She gazed at her reflection in his blade, momentarily speechless.
One move.
Hajime said.
Show me what you've got.
Miwa took a deep breath, calming her nerves. She slowly sheathed her sword and assumed a drawing stance. Cursed energy gathered in the scabbard, and her senses expanded outward. Anything that entered her range would trigger a deadly strike. New shadow style, simple domain. New shadow style, Aijutsu. Hajime observed curiously.
So that's the simple domain, and the Aijutsu covering the blade in cursed energy, compressing it, then unleashing it for a rapid draw. Impressive.
He sheathed his own sword, mirroring her stance. He couldn't mimic the simple domain, but he admired how practical it was. No wonder Gojo-sensei's 6 eyes were so valued. Just by observing, he could probably replicate these things instantly.
Let's test this out without using a technique.
Hajime muttered. The cursed energy around his sword began to burn like a blue flame. The pressure built. Clang! Metal rang as Hajime vanished. In that same moment, Miwa's blade struck automatically, triggered by Hajime entering her domain. The 2 slashes collided. Miwa's strike was strong, filled with genuine killing intent. For once, it impressed Hajime. But instead of clashing, Hajime adjusted mid-motion, slightly deflecting his blade. Their swords grazed past each other. With a sudden flick, Hajime twisted his cursed tool, throwing off Miwa's balance. Her blade flew from her hand only for Hajime to catch it in midair and offer it back. Miwa stared at her empty hand, then bowed deeply.
Thank you.
Yaga Masamichi announced.
First match, Kamihara Hajime wins. Tokyo Jujutsu High gains 1 point.
Back at his team's side, Hajime ignored the formal kneeling posture and sat cross-legged. Maki watched Miwa return to the Kyoto side and muttered.
So there are normal people over there.
Yaga continued.
Second match, Panda versus Mai.
Mai's technique was no mystery, especially with Maki around. It was called construction, which allowed her to materialize objects from nothing. The downside? She could only manage 1 bullet a day due to the strain. She typically hid that cursed energy bullet among the 6 in her revolver to surprise opponents. But Panda gave her the surprise. Despite his cuddly look, he was a close-quarters powerhouse. and while the dojo gave Mai some range advantages, it also limited her escape options. Bullets bounced off Panda's reinforced frame. Though they weren't live rounds, Mai couldn't keep him at bay. Once he closed the distance, she was overwhelmed. Her reversal came when she managed to land her cursed energy bullet directly on Panda's core, a weak point she'd identified through prior observation. But Panda wasn't just Panda, he had 3 cores. Entering his guerrilla mode, the fight was as good as over. Second match, Panda wins. Tokyo Jujutsu High 2 points.
Panda Seiku. Tuna Mayo.
Panda chuckled as his team cheered, while Kyoto's side looked increasingly tense. Momo and Miwa consoled Mai. Kamo spoke quietly.
Just do your best next time. Don't beat yourselves up over it.
Third match, Inumaki Toge versus Mekamaru. Mekamaru stepped forward, voice robotic.
I'm up.
Toge entered and greeted him with a polite
Kelp.
At the start signal, Mekamaru fired dozens of small orbs into the ground. Smoke erupted as they shattered, concealing his form.
Blow away.
Toge said, triggering a gust of wind to disperse the smoke. A flash of red followed an intense pillar of fire erupting from the haze. Toge barely dodged. Mekamaru launched a barrage of ranged attacks from various angles, trying to wear Toge down while staying hidden. Toge preserved his throat, waiting. Eventually, Mekamaru exhausted his tools. With his location exposed, Toge zeroed in. Knowing he couldn't endure more, Mekamaru surrendered. The puppet was too valuable to risk destruction.
If the battlefield had been different.
He thought, retreating. Toge returned to his seat, where Hajime promptly handed him throat medicine. Tokyo had 3 points now. The worst they could do was draw. One more win would secure the overall victory. Maki stood.
Guess it's my turn.
As expected, Yaga announced.
Fourth match, Zen and Maki versus Momo Nishimiya.
The result was inevitable. Momo attacked from the air, conjuring wind blades with her broom. Maki, with beast-like reflexes, deflected them all. Then Maki used the room's walls and pillars to launch herself upward, slamming Momo to the ground. The scene quickly devolved into what could only be described as a grown woman bullying a child. Zen and Maki wins. Tokyo Jujutsu High gains another point.
Woohoo!
Hajime and Panda were ready to cheer, but went silent under Maki's glare. Next match, Yuta Akatsu versus Kamo Noritoshi. Chapter 21, Best Friends. Yuta Akatsu stepped into the arena, his expression focused. The ground was already marred with battle scars. Kamo Noritoshi entered from the opposite side, standing a short distance away. Kamihara Hajime turned to glance at Gojo Satoru. He didn't speak, but his eyes asked the question, "Is Yuta really okay?" Gojo responded with a thumbs up. Despite Hajime's doubts about Gojo's certainty that Rika wouldn't go berserk again, Gojo's confidence was reassuring. After the customary bow, the match began. The two opponents circled each other, exchanging probing attacks. Kamo's hand-to-hand skills were solid, and his blood manipulation technique gave him the versatility to switch between ranged and close-quarter combat. His solidified blood weapons packed serious power, especially his signature move, Karahari, which shaped blood into razor-sharp spinning wheels. But Yuta's weapon was a cursed tool, and he reinforced it with cursed energy. He wasn't at a disadvantage. Yuta's growth had been exceptional. Unlike the others, Maki from the Zenin clan, Panda raised by Yaga, Toge born into a legacy of cursed speech, Megumi and Hajime trained under Gojo, Yuta had started with nothing. Yet his progress was remarkable. His massive cursed energy reserves had even surprised Gojo. Maybe only someone like Yuta could have inadvertently created a being like Rika. As the match escalated, Yuta cut down 2 of Kamo's Karahari blades. Realizing that range tactics weren't working, Kamo switched to close combat, activating Crimson Binding to boost his physical abilities. Now on equal footing, he clashed with Yuta blow for blow. Dodging a thrust, Kamo redirected his blood to form a net crimson restrain taming to trap Yuta. Watching from the sidelines, Hajime narrowed his eyes. That technique was dangerous. Physical strength alone wasn't enough to break it, especially with its self-repairing properties. Caught off guard, Yuta instinctively struck at the net, slicing through several cords, but they quickly regenerated. Crimson restraint tightened, momentarily binding him. Kamo seized the opportunity. His hands formed a seal as blood pooled between his fingers, compressing into a single deadly point.
The technique I couldn't use on Hajime.
Kamo said,
And with medics around, we don't need to hold back.
"Art of blood manipulation, piercing blood." The compressed blood launched like a bullet, moving too fast for the eye to track. Yuta barely broke free in time. A sense of danger overwhelmed Himrika, stirred anxiously inside him, ready to respond, but Yuta forced her back. Not yet. He had to handle this himself. Then something strange happened. Time seemed to slow. The deadly blood arrow drifted in his vision like it was suspended in air. In that moment of hyperfocus, Yuta thought, cut it down. His body moved on instinct. He didn't guide his cursed energy or force his swing, it was as natural as breathing. The blade slashed down in a flash of light. The impact split the blood arrow mid-flight. Dust settled, Yuta remained standing, panting, his blade lowered. At his feet was a small pool of blood. A deep gash in the ground trailed before him. From the sidelines, Hajime muttered.
Sword chi.
What everyone else saw was simple. The moment Kamo released piercing blood, Yuta had just escaped his bindings. Yet with a single slash, powered by instinct and raw cursed energy, he neutralized the attack and closed the distance. His blade now rested against Kamo's throat. Victory decisive and clean. Yuta returned to his team, but his expression was more troubled than triumphant. He forced a smile at their praise. Hajime, sitting beside him, knew why. Kamo's attack had been powerful. Yuta's blade, despite being cursed and reinforced, had taken significant damage in the exchange. Fine cracks lined the surface. The sword had been given to him by Gojo, not just for combat, but as a tool to learn control over cursed energy. He was probably worried, how do I explain breaking this thing? Noticing that no one else had picked up on it, Hajime wordlessly gestured for the sword. Yuta hesitated but passed it to him. Hajime placed his hand over the cracks, and in the next second, the damage was gone.
Kamihara.
Yuta whispered in awe. Hajime put a finger to his lips. He had used a small-scale reverse cursed technique, repairing the blade. Compared to healing a human body, mending a weapon was simple. Even for cursed tools, reversing wear was easy enough with precision. The victory was secured, but one match remained. Kamihara Hajime vs. Ai to do. Amid cheers, Hajime entered the ring, empty-handed. Ai to do followed, also unarmed. As Principal Yaga began his formal announcement, to do cut him off, already fired up.
I didn't get to fight Yuta, but you'll do just fine. You're the one who finished that special grade, right? Even if I lose, it'll be a glorious defeat.
To do tore off his shirt, revealing a sculpted body, and grinned.
No need for formalities. Let's make this a proper brawl.
Hajime rolled up his sleeves. He didn't share To-Do's obsession with passion or battle, but the anticipation of unleashing his full strength, it was tempting. Jujutsu sorcerers were capable of superhuman feats when enhancing their bodies with cursed energy, but there were few chances to test that power fairly. Maki and the others trained with him physically, but never with full cursed energy output. Real combat like this was rare. This might be the perfect chance. Both of them launched forward at the same moment, fists raised, cursed energy surging. Their punches collided midair, both caught in a deadlock, grinning. Hajime broke the stalemate first. He drove a knee into To-Do's gut, but To-Do laughed, absorbed the hit, and flipped Hajime into the air. Hajime landed, rolled, and sprang up only to be met with a crushing sidekick that launched him across the arena. Damn, To-Do's physical strength is no joke, Hajime thought, landing in a crouch. Without cursed energy, I'd be out cold. Across from him, To-Do stretched his arms and cracked his knuckles.
You feel it too, don't you? That distance between you and the core of cursed energy. You've used Black Flash, haven't you?
He grinned.
When you begin to understand cursed energy.
Caught off guard, Hajime paused. To-Do's expression darkened with mock disappointment.
What a shame. We were so close to becoming best friends.
Hajime internally shuddered. He appreciated To-Do's fighting spirit, even his taste in women, but being forced into.
Best friend.
Status, no thanks. While To-Do was lost in thought, Hajime launched a double kick, sending him stumbling back. To-Do laughed heartily.
That's more like it.
Chapter 22, Chapter 22, Invincible How Lonely, 6 months ago. Chapter 22, Invincible How Lonely.
Saruhaha.
AI To-Do let out a hearty laugh, trading powerful blows with a nimble opponent. Each punch and kick sliced through the air with whistling force. He looked absolutely thrilled, if you could ignore the swelling bruises and his bloodied face. Of course, Kamihara Hajime didn't look much better. His ribs still throbbed and there was dried blood at the corner of his mouth. Realizing that tricks and feints didn't work on Hajime, AI had opted for pure head-on brawling. In a blur of motion, Hajime landed a clean uppercut to To-Do's chin, snapping his head back. To-Do recovered quickly, blocking an elbow strike and retaliating with a punch to the chest that pushed them apart. Gasping for breath, To-Do's eyes burned with joy.
Kamihara Hajime, to show my respect, I'm going all out. No technique, just fists. This is what it means to fight with passion.
Hajime briefly considered just activating his technique to end it. But hearing To-Do's declaration, he raised an eyebrow and replied.
There's one thing you're forgetting. Everyone's limits with cursed energy are different. Let's finish this.
A wild grin spread across To-Do's face as cursed energy surged around him. Hajime's figure blurred and reappeared in front of him, right leg raised high. With a thunderous crash, Hajime's downward kick shattered the ground, sending a wave of dust into the air. To-Do dodged, eyes locked on the swirling dust.
If he moves, the dust will shift.
And then he did. The flow changed, rushing toward his position. Clash. To-Do clenched his fist and launched himself into the dust cloud. His punch tore through the haze only to be intercepted. Hajime grabbed his arm, clamped down on the joint, then spun his torso, drawing strength from the ground and twisting To-Do's massive frame through the air. To-Do hit the ground hard, cracks spidering outward from the impact. Hajime followed up, foot aimed straight down in a crushing stomp. To-Do rolled out of the way, recovered mid-spin, and swept himself back onto his feet. Without hesitation, To-Do kicked a cluster of rocks toward Hajime and charged like a cannonball. Hajime raised an arm to shield his face, letting the stones bounce off harmlessly. To-Do exhaled, and his fist surged with cursed energy. Black lightning flared.
This just got interesting.
Hajime murmured, matching him with a punch of his own. Cursed energy flowed instinctively through his body. A black spark ignited on Hajime's fist. Two black flashes collided. The entire arena trembled, dust exploded outward, everyone watching froze. The result was immediate. To-Do flew backward, landing in a heap. Hajime stood steady, panting but victorious. Despite his condition, To-Do smiled.
No regrets.
The match was over. Hajime casually walked over, grabbed To-Do by the pant leg, and dragged him toward the rest area to get healed. Principal Yaga's voice rang out.
Kamihara Hajime wins. Final score 6-0. Tokyo Jujutsu High takes the victory. Nice!
Back in the rest area, Hajime's injuries were swiftly healed by Iiri Shoko. Greeted by his classmates, he smirked, brushing his forehead and saying,
It's nothing. I wasn't even going all out.
Panda squatted beside him making exaggerated poses. Inumaki Toge gave him 2 thumbs up.
Salmon!
Yuta Akatsu nodded quietly in congratulations. Maki, who had been smiling, immediately frowned at the goofy scene.
I hope you two didn't catch that idiot Gojo's personality disorder.
The Kyoto Sister School Exchange event came to a close with Tokyo Jujutsu High securing another win. That meant the next event would also be hosted in Tokyo. To celebrate, Gojo Satoru took his 5 first years out for a break in Shinjuku. Naturally, the expenses were covered by the ever-generous Gojo sensei. They hit a high-end restaurant and enjoyed premium Wagyu beef and other gourmet dishes. The place was privately booked, partly because Panda would have drawn too much attention. He had no disguise, just a zipper stitched onto his front to make it look like a mascot costume. Weird, sure, but convincing enough to pass. Afterward, Gojo treated them to his favorite dessert shop, bought an absurd amount of sweets, and then casually handed Hajime a credit card before disappearing on.
Important business. Use it freely.
Gojo had said with a wink. Being the head of the Gojo clan and a special grade Jujutsu sorcerer, money clearly wasn't a problem. Hajime didn't hesitate. The group roamed Shinjuku's vibrant streets. Compared to some of the more eccentric fashion trends in the area, Panda actually blended in pretty well. Some girls even asked for photos. Panda posed happily at first.
Oh, what a coincidence.
They were in casual clothes, clearly out to have fun. Kamo Noritoshi approached first.
We saw you and came to say hi. Looks like everyone's here.
Mai gave Maki a smug look, though she secretly wanted to try the VR setup herself. Bored of solo arcade play, Hajime invited them over. As expected, AI To Do was first to jump in.
Takata-chan's handshake event isn't for a while. Let's play.
He was swiftly crushed. Despite To Do's strength, Hajime's gamer reflexes and coordination were on a whole different level. Next, Remiwa and Kamo both lost just as quickly.
Invincible Tilda, how lonely Tilda.
Hajime teased. Yuta and Maki, having finished with VR, challenged him next and were also beat, again and again. Eventually, everyone gave up, leaving Hajime basking in victory.
Weak.
He laughed, though it was all in good fun. After bidding farewell to the Kyoto students, the Tokyo group strolled a little more, grabbed a few last-minute snacks, and wrapped up their day trip. In the days following the event, life returned to normal. Missions became more frequent. Hajime started getting solo assignments. After completing several back-to-back, he deliberately slowed his pace. He wasn't a machine. Even a jujutsu sorcerer needed time to breathe. So he made a habit of relaxing after each mission, eating, gaming, sleeping. Then one day, during a rare break, Gojo Satoru reappeared.
Hajime, I've got a mission for you.
Kamihara Hajime raised an eyebrow. Gojo rarely delivered orders personally.
Also,
Chapter 23, Chapter 23, Cursed Tool, 6 months ago. Chapter 23, Cursed Tool. Osaka. Kamihara Hajime stepped out of the airport with his luggage in one hand and White Wolf by his side. Fortunately, the flight allowed pets. While White Wolf was large, its husky appearance and calm, intelligent eyes gave off no sense of aggression, just an unusually sharp presence. The mission itself wasn't difficult, just a bit unusual. Hajime wasn't here only to deal with a case involving a curse user. It was also because someone from a certain family had awakened a technique. Technically, this should have been Kyoto Jujutsu High's jurisdiction, but the family in question had an old lineage connected to the jujutsu world. While they'd produced no sorcerers in recent generations, their ancestors once had strong ties to it. According to Gojo Satoru, it seemed a technique had resurfaced in a current generation, descendant likely the result of a generational skip. Lacking any formal training or knowledge, the individual had mistaken their awakening as some kind of
superpower.
Hajime couldn't help but think, what a familiar story. It wasn't until a recent incident that the family realized something unusual was happening. The girl's grandfather, who was well-versed in their ancestral texts, eventually contacted the Gojo family for help. The incident turned out to be an attack by curse users, which prompted Gojo to send Hajime partly to resolve the threat and partly to see if a new student could be scouted for Tokyo Jujutsu High. Hajime hadn't even left the terminal when he noticed someone holding a placard with his name. Gojo hadn't given him any detailed address, just a phone number and a vague comment that someone would
handle the logistics.
The woman waiting was dressed in a sharp black suit. Her appearance was average, but well put together, standing around 170 cm with a composed aura. As Hajime approached, pushing down his sunglasses slightly to get a better look, he guessed.
Minamoto family, right? I'm Kamihara Hajime.
She gave a formal bow.
Kamihara-kun, I'm Sujihara Riko. The vehicle is waiting outside. Please follow me.
Outside was an imposing, elongated luxury car. Hajime didn't recognize the brand, but the logo was some sort of triangular crest. Sujihara opened the rear door, momentarily stunned as White Wolf leapt in on his own. Hajime followed. Inside, the backseat was unexpectedly spacious, with only 2 large chairs. Opposite him sat a girl, young and beautiful, with a soft oval face, almond-shaped eyes, and long, slender legs crossed neatly under a short skirt. She looked like the type who'd get scouted by talent agents walking down the street. She eyed both Hajime and White Wolf with curiosity, but seemed more intrigued than alarmed. Hajime removed his sunglasses.
You with the Minamoto family?
The girl extended her hand.
Nain.
Hajime shook her hand briefly.
Kamihara Hajime, you're the one who awakened the technique, right?
Her eyes sparkled.
How did you know? Are you a sorcerer too?
Of course, he didn't know he guessed. Her cursed energy was well contained, likely tied to her technique. And given that she was in the car instead of acting as staff, combined with her curiosity, she was obviously the newly awakened one. As the car pulled off, Hajime noted the partitions separating the front and back seats. Sujihara Riko sat silently in the front. Instead of answering Nain's question, Hajime leaned back into the comfortable leather and asked,
You've been filled in a bit about the Jujutsu world by now, haven't you?
She nodded rapidly, visibly excited. For a long time, she'd wondered if others also had strange powers like hers. Now, thanks to her grandfather and the dusty old family archives, the door to a whole new world had opened. She recalled when curse users had targeted their family and how, thanks to her ability, she'd managed to repel the attacker.
So do you have a technique too? What is it? And this dog?
Hajime let her ramble until she finally paused. Then he replied,
While some techniques are public knowledge, it's considered rude to ask someone directly. That said, mine is speed-based.
He nodded at the dog.
His name is White Wolf. Looks like a dog, but he's actually a cursed corpse made by our principal.
That only made her more curious, but Hajime humored her. While she had some foundational understanding, she clearly had a lot of knowledge gaps. He answered the important questions and ignored the fluff. Eventually, the car came to a smooth stop. Nain perked up.
We're here.
White Wolf leapt out first, then Hajime stepped onto the driveway of a vast estate. A few more cars were parked along the road, likely security. Looking around, Hajime noted the landscape, sprawling greenery, very few homes nearby, isolated and peaceful. 3 people came to greet them at the gate: Nain's parents and her grandfather. The middle-aged man with a refined air stepped forward, smiling.
I'm Minamoto Takashi. This is my wife, Minamoto Meiko, and this is my father, Minamoto Haruki. And of course, my daughter Nain. I trust you've already met. Please come in, we've prepared refreshments.
Hajime nodded with a brief bow. Nowhere near 90 degrees. Too much hassle, probably a bad habit he picked up from Gojo. They passed through several classic courtyards, patrolled discreetly by security. The atmosphere was calm but under watch. They finally reached a tea room. Sujihara Riko shut the door behind them, leaving only the family and Hajime. Takashi began.
Thank you for coming. Let me explain our situation.
Hajime drank his tea in one go, then waved his hand lazily.
No need for formalities. Just call me Hajime.
Takashi nodded.
Our family is a distant offshoot of the Setsu source lineage. Only in recent generations did we start building wealth. As our status rose, we began to hear rumors, and some of our older family records confirmed things we'd long dismissed as superstition. I never imagined my daughter would actually inherit this talent. I failed her somewhat by not preparing.
He continued, expression darkening.
Nain visited her grandfather a few days ago and encountered something.
Minamoto Haruki spoke up.
They were after a relic passed down through our line of sword, Dajikiri Yasutsuna.
Hajime raised an eyebrow.
Isn't that kept in a museum?
The old man smiled.
That's the replica. We have the real one Tatsuka no Tsurugi. Legend says it was used by our ancestor to slay the demon Shutendoji.
Nain added.
I used it to injure the monster. It looked like a giant, mutated fish.
Her mother shot her a worried look, but her grandfather just chuckled. A cursed tool, Hajime thought. No wonder a curse user was involved, but something else tugged at his mind. Shutendoji. An imaginary vengeful spirit? Such legends, when manifested through human fear, produced terrifying curses.
I'll look into the curse user, but I have another job here too.
Hajime said.
Nain, you've got raw talent, but being a sorcerer isn't something you can walk into blindly. You need training, proper instruction. That's where Tokyo Jujutsu High comes in.
He briefly explained the school's existence, its purpose, and how Nain might fit in, casually mentioning Gojo as the top instructor. Her eyes gleamed with anticipation. A school that taught real sorcery? She couldn't have dreamed of a better opportunity.
I'll give you time to think it over.
Hajime said.
But for now, can someone show me the site of the attack? I'd like to check for clues.
Takashi nodded.
Father, could you and Nain take Hajime-kun to the ancestral hall? Meiko and I will handle preparations.
The elder led them to a traditional wooden hall. He dismissed the bodyguards and allowed only Sujihara Riko to follow. Inside, shelves filled with ancient texts and armor lined the walls. A long table in the center displayed a single sheathed sword. Hajime and White Wolf scanned the room. Some shelves were toppled, and though books had been gathered, signs of damage remained. One window was still broken, a perfect recreation of the scene. Residual cursed energy lingered. Hajime had White Wolf memorize both energy signatures' names and the unknown intruders. Nain watched curiously.
Find anything?
The intruders not that strong grade 2 at best. It was a Shikigami, remotely controlled. Ran as soon as you hit it. Seems like it wanted to stay hidden.
He looked at the sword.
This blade?
Haruki walked up, lifting the weapon.
This is the Tatsuka no Tsurugi. Nain used it that day.
It's a cursed tool.
Hajime murmured. Nain added.
It looked like an ugly monster fish.
Chapter 24, Lord Gyudo. Tatsuka no Tsurugi, rumored to be the masterpiece of the Heian-era master swordsmith, Yasutsuna was the blade that had once beheaded and annihilated Shutendoji, the demon king of MT.O, in the hands of Minamoto no Yorimitsu. Because of that legacy, it earned its legendary name. The blade before Kamihara Hajime was slightly over a meter long. Its hilt was wrapped in black, with a circular, intricately designed tsuba engraved with delicate patterns. The scabbard was made of rosewood, giving it a distinguished, almost sacred feel. But when Hajime touched it, he immediately sensed cursed energy radiating from within. So, it was indeed a cursed tool. Gripping the hilt, Hajime slowly drew the sword. A chilling gleam flashed across the room, accompanied by a surge of oppressive cursed energy. Clearly, the scabbard had been used to suppress its aura. Judging by its relatively new appearance, the scabbard wasn't ancient. It had likely been added by the Minamoto family in recent generations to hide the cursed blade's true nature. The blade shimmered coldly, emitting a menacing presence. Jagged, faint blackish-brown curse marks spread across its surface, looking ominous and unnatural.
A solid cursed tool.
Hajime muttered.
Are we certain this is what they're after?
Nain recalled the events.
That day, Grandpa brought me here to find some books. I just wanted something fun to read. Then I saw this.
Hajime frowned slightly. That didn't add up. If the sword had been kept in its scabbard, its aura would have been mostly concealed, especially in a room so well protected and off-limits to outsiders. That meant whoever broke in had prior knowledge. This wasn't a random curse stumbling in. Someone came here specifically to take it.
The enemy was prepared.
Hajime said.
My advice, don't leave this sword lying around here. Either let Nain carry it or let us take it to Jujutsu High for safekeeping. To you, it's an ancestral heirloom. To curse users, it's a treasure they'll do anything to get.
Haruki nodded. Although reluctant to part with the family relic, he understood the risk. The room was filled with heirlooms, but nothing else like Tatsuka no Tsurugi.
Kamihara-kun, you can handle the curse user who's hiding, can't you?
Haruki asked. Hajime's voice was calm.
If he shows himself, I can end it on the spot. Curse users like him usually don't get second chances.
Nain's eyes widened.
Jujutsu sorcerers kill people.
Hajime glanced at her and explained.
We're meant to exorcise cursed spirits. But most curse users eventually lose their humanity. Some start off as sorcerers or even regular people, but their obsession with power corrupts them. One I encountered before used his strength to torture and murder innocent women. For people like that, death is mercy. What we do.
Nain nodded with a new sense of conviction.
Then we're on the side of justice.
Haruki looked at his granddaughter with warmth, though a trace of worry lingered in his eyes. Hajime said nothing. The life of a jujutsu sorcerer wasn't something to romanticize. He was strong enough to survive nearly any curse, but most weren't as lucky. Low-ranked sorcerers died often, usually horribly. Even still, awakening a technique meant you could no longer live like a normal person. Even if you tried, the world would pull you back. Curses didn't discriminate sorcerer or civilian, you were still a target if you had cursed energy. On the brighter side, some sorcerers did live relatively safer lives teaching at Jujutsu High, working in support roles, or even climbing the ranks of the higher-ups. That last one was half a joke. Haruki then turned to Hajime.
Could you keep the sword temporarily until we deal with the curse user?
I can,
Hajime said.
and I won't use the scabbard. If he's still after it, this sword's aura might lure him out. But I won't stay here. If he senses tight security, he won't show.
Haruki nodded.
Understood, I'll arrange another residence for you. If you have any requests, just let me know. Nain's parents are busy, but Sujihara Riko will be available if needed.
Hajime placed the sword into an ordinary scabbard. The cursed aura intensified. Even Nain, standing nearby, looked uncomfortable after a while.
I'll scout the nearby area, see if anything's out of place.
Nain immediately said.
I want to come too.
Haruki sighed but relented. He instructed Sujihara Riko to accompany them. The three of them, plus White Wolf, left the estate on foot. They didn't take a car. Hajime had insisted on walking to see what he could sense. Riko followed quietly at a distance, her presence so faint she was easy to forget. After a few minutes, Nain piped up.
Aren't you curious about my technique?
Hajime, keeping an eye out for traces of cursed energy, responded.
Some techniques get stronger when their mechanics are revealed. It's called a binding vow. Others rely on secrecy. That's why I usually don't ask unless necessary.
Nain thought for a moment.
Then mine must be the first kind. I call it spirit body. I can leave my body like ghosts in horror movies.
Hajime paused, a technique related to the soul, extremely rare. He'd only ever heard of one curse that used something similar.
How well do you understand it? Barely at all.
Nain admitted.
I always thought it was a weird superpower. I never told anyone.
That's fine. If you enroll, someone will teach you properly.
Hajime said. Nain brightened and asked him questions about Tokyo Jujutsu High.
Is Panda real? He just looks like a panda. He's taller than me, walks on two legs and talks. Definitely not your typical zoo animal.
Nain looked stunned.
That's...
They continued walking. White Wolf hadn't picked up anything strange. Eventually, they reached a small river. The breeze was cool and refreshing. Nain asked suddenly.
If something weird is happening, like supernatural stuff.
Hajime, mid-text to Gojo Satoru Online, glanced over.
Why do you ask? Have you seen anything? Not me, a friend of mine at school, Ayako. She's been acting weird lately, really anxious and kind of paranoid. That could be it.
Hajime said.
Urban legends and school rumors sometimes give birth to curses. Has there been a strange death at your school?
Nain thought for a moment.
Not that I know of, but there's a guy in my school who keeps track of all that stuff.
You care a lot about this friend. Yeah.
Nain said, looking at the flowing water.
She doesn't have many friends. Maybe I'm the only one. If I don't care, who will?
Hajime finished his message to Gojo and said.
Then let's check out your school. If there's a curse, we'll exorcise it.
Nain's face lit up.
Thanks, Kamihara-kun. We're both companions of justice now.
Hajime gave her a sidelong glance. Oh great, he thought, she's a Chunobu. Please don't start talking about magical girl transformations.
You do realize you still have school, right?
Huh, of course I took leave. The principal and my dad are close. Plus, I'm a top student. A few days off won't matter.
Their voices faded into the breeze. But long after they left, the river remained quiet until ripples suddenly disturbed the surface. A shadow rose from the water. The figure watched the direction Hajime had gone, face tense.
Damn it!
His eyes narrowed.
I'll test that brat. If it comes to it, I'll kill them both. Lord Guido's mission can't be left incomplete.
Chapter 25, A Legend.
It's said that if you walk the school's main staircase at midnight, a mysterious 13th step appears. Anyone who steps on it vanishes.
The three occult club members shuddered as Keisuke spoke, clearly hooked on the eerie legend. Nain, unbothered, asked bluntly.
Everyone's heard that one, but has anything real ever happened?
Keisuk dropped his spooky act and replied.
Actually,
After that, rumors exploded. Some said he was dragged into the underworld by a vengeful spirit. Others claimed his corpse was hidden beneath the sports field. Either way, the school issued a gag order and the story became an urban legend. He leaned forward.
the guards here rotate often now. People say it's because of what happened back then.
Then, looking at Nain, he hesitated.
Nain!
Nain frowned.
Was it Yako, small, quiet girl in my class?
Keisuk nodded slowly.
Probably Risa and her group always target the weak. She's your friend.
Yes.
Nain muttered, clearly upset.
I noticed something was off with her. I didn't expect it to be this.
She stood abruptly.
I'm going to find Ayako. Thanks, Keisuk.
Hey, don't do anything stupid.
Keisuk called after them as Nain left with Kamihara Hajime following silently behind. In the classroom, Yako sat alone. Her posture was hunched, eyes downcast. She tensed as she noticed Hajime outside the door and stepped behind Nain instinctively.
Nain.
Nain reassured, quietly introducing Hajime as they walked. Hajime observed everything without comment. So far, he sensed no strong cursed energy, nothing that suggested a dangerous curse was actively present. The fact that nothing had happened since that incident years ago suggested a dormant curse or one with a very specific trigger condition. They settled in a secluded pavilion overgrown with vines. Nain hesitated before asking.
Yaka.
Yako trembled, her fingers gripped her skirt tightly as she whispered.
Nay.
Nain stood abruptly.
They're going too far. I should report this.
Yako grabbed her wrist suddenly.
No.
That's because it really happened.
Hajime interrupted. Yako stared at him, silent.
You don't have to be afraid.
Nain added gently.
Hajime's a Jujutsu sorcerer. He handles things like this.
Yako hesitated but eventually said.
I didn't see anything.
She was clearly on the edge of breaking down, so Hajime nodded at Nain, signaling her to comfort Yako. After arranging a leave of absence for her, Nain returned.
So what now?
She asked.
Are you really coming with me?
Hajime replied. Nain nodded without hesitation. Hajime raised a hand to stop her from speaking further.
Good, the operation's at night. I'll teach you how to control your cursed energy so you can protect yourself.
Back at the Minamoto residence, Hajime cleared a courtyard and began instructing Nain. Despite being new to jujutsu techniques, she quickly picked up basic cursed energy reinforcement, enough to enhance strength and physical endurance. Meanwhile, Hajime contacted Gojo Satoru for clearance to isolate the campus. By evening, all staff and students had been moved, leaving the main building deserted. As night fell, Hajime and Nain stood beneath the staircase in question. It loomed in the moonlight, empty and still. Hajime extended 2 fingers and murmured.
Born from darkness, return to darkness. All filth and residue be sealed.
A curtain descended, blocking off the building from the outside world. Nain watched in amazement. They entered the building, White Wolf trailing behind. Nain counted aloud as they climbed.
1, 2, 3.
Hajime replied. They reached the roof, then descended to wait on the first floor. As midnight struck, Hajime's expression changed. White Wolf growled.
It's here.
A step shimmered into view, an extra one emerging impossibly out of thin air.
The 13th step.
Nain gasped. Hajime released a ball of cursed energy, striking it. The stone shattered, then reformed from black mist as if regenerating.
Not the source.
Hajime muttered. He tried again with a stronger blast. The step detached from the staircase, floating in midair, untouched by gravity, unnatural. He activated a technique, time wheel reverse, the staircase reset.
It's time.
Hajime said.
Step on it together. We'll likely be drawn into an innate domain.
He handed Tatsuka no Tsurugi to Nain.
If we're separated, keep this safe.
Nain gripped the sword nervously. The two stepped onto the 13th stair. The world stretched and distorted. The building peeled away. In moments, they were inside a shadowy corridor lined with closed doors on both sides. White Wolf growled. A doorknob ahead turned slowly. Hajime held out his hand and Nain returned the blade. A pale hand pushed the door open. A student emerged wearing an unfamiliar uniform. Vacant eyes stared blankly ahead.
Is that?
Nain asked. Hajime vanished, reappeared behind the figure. The student collapsed, legs severed cleanly. No blood, only thick, dark fluid oozing from the wound. Hajime crushed the head with the sword. The thing turned to ash. He stared at the blade. It had sliced through like nothing. Maybe it was just weak, or maybe Tatsuka no Tsurugi was reacting strangely to this domain. Then came more movement. Doors rattled, over a dozen opened. More figures emerged, bodies twitching, some already mutating grotesquely. Hajime handed the sword back to Nain.
These are yours, I've got your back.
W8, I.
You'll be fine,
He said.
These aren't the main curse, they're just fragments. Imbue cursed energy like I showed you. You have studied swordsmanship, right?
Nain gulped.
A little, but swing hard, you'll do great.
As the deformed figures closed in, Nain's eyes sharpened. Chapter 26, Chapter 26, Extermination complete. 6 months ago. Chapter 26, Extermination complete. Nain stood among the remains of countless shattered cursed spirits, gripping Tatsuka no Tsurugi so tightly her knuckles were white. She had never witnessed anything like this before. Growing up, the most she'd ever seen were low-grade spirits no bigger than insects. The incident triggered by this curse master was already the most dangerous experience of her life. The cursed spirits she had fought weren't strong individually, but they were many, and she'd had to cut each one down with her own hands. Unlike her previous encounter, where injuring one was enough to drive them away, this time she'd seen limbs flying, flesh torn apart. The impact on her psyche was heavy. Nearby, Kamihara Hajime barely lifted a finger. After clearing the area of spirits, the corridor's doors ceased their erratic opening. He tried walking toward the shadowy depths of the hallway, but no matter how far he moved, the dense blackness ahead remained unchanged, neither approaching nor retreating. It wasn't until Nain vanished from sight behind him that Hajime paused, then continued forward. Soon enough, 2 familiar figures emerged from the darkness, Nain, still holding Tatsuka no Tsurugi, and White Wolf at her side. Hearing footsteps behind her, Nain turned in confusion.
Hajime-kun, weren't you ahead of me? How did you end up behind?
He didn't answer immediately. Instead, Hajime activated his technique, moving like a ghost drifting through space. He traversed the corridor in every direction, only to find himself looping back to the same spot, Nain always in front of him. Deactivating his technique, Hajime returned to where he started. Nain blinked. For a second, she thought he had appeared in a different position than before. Before she could ask, Hajime spoke up.
This innate domain is circular. No matter where we go, we always end up back at the beginning.
Nain glanced at the doors lining either side of the corridor.
What about those? If this place loops, where do they lead?
Hajime approached one of them.
Let's find out.
He turned the knob and braced for a curse to attack. But instead of danger, he was met with something stranger, his own back standing in another hallway. Hajime spun around and opened the door behind him. The same result, another reflection of his back. But these weren't illusionary projections made by a curse, they didn't mirror his movements. It was like staring into a mirror that reflected his image, but never from the front. Nain peeked around him, her eyes wide.
What?
To test the space, Hajime had her stand still between the 2 doors. Then, facing her, he walked backward through one of the portals. On the other side, his mirrored self did the same, retreating until they both reached Nain. At the moment of contact, Hajime felt something brush his back.
It's like a spatial fold.
He muttered.
These 2 doors are actually linked. Crossing through one places you at the other. What we're seeing are visual illusions of that link.
Then a thought struck him.
If I keep the doors open.
He pushed the door open again. The image repeated, Nain's back on the other side. As he opened door after door, Nain watched as more and more Hajimes passed by her like an endless hallway of doppelgangers. The dog, seeing copies of himself, tilted his head and spun in a circle, prompting all his reflections to mimic the movement. The effect was bizarre and surreal.
This is too slow.
Hajime said.
Let's stress test it.
Time wheel spin. A hum filled the air as Hajime blurred, streaking through space like a passing breeze. In an instant, the reflection stretched far beyond the eye could follow. Then, a sound like glass shattering. A portion of the visual corridor blinked out of existence.
1,364 iterations.
Hajime murmured, watching the broken segment slowly reconstruct itself.
So that's the limit. I was hoping for true infinity.
He turned to Nain.
Get ready, I'm going to break us out.
Before she could fully brace herself, her vision blurred. The corridor twisted around her like standing on a damp cloth being wrung dry. In seconds, the ceiling rotated to her side. As gravity shifted, she began falling toward a wall that had become the floor. A hand caught her mid-fall. With one arm holding Nain and the other grabbing White Wolf, Hajime leapt into the air, activated his technique mid-flight, and freed both hands. In a single, fluid motion, he summoned extermination, drew the bowstring, and created a gleaming arrow of cursed energy. He fired, the arrow screamed through the warped space, bursting open a hole in the twisting corridor. Then, holding his companions close, Hajime leapt through the breach. The world around them snapped back to normal. They landed in the real school corridor. Before he could even catch his breath, Hajime sensed a tremor behind him. He turned. A massive slab of broken wall crashed down toward them. Boom! He punched through it, breaking it into fragments the size of eggshells. Cursed energy guided the debris harmlessly away. From the splintered wall, a fleshy mass squirmed into view.
Looks like the curse's main body.
Hajime muttered. It burst free, demolishing the surrounding staircase and walls. Its form was grotesque, 6 frog-like limbs, a gaping mouth with rings of jagged teeth, and a tail like a giant lizard's.
Good thing I put up a curtain.
Hajime muttered.
Cleanup would have been a nightmare.
The curse screeched, and Nain instinctively clutched White Wolf. She handed Hajime back Tatsuka no Tsurugi and jumped out the corridor window, escaping with the wolf. The creature roared and lunged, but Hajime wasn't fazed.
These curses get uglier every time.
He sighed, then dashed in, blade drawn. Outside, Nain exhaled in relief until a series of rapid explosions echoed behind her. She turned in time to see glass shattering from 3 floors of the teaching building. From the dust, a hulking monster came crashing through, and behind it, Hajime burst out, bloodied. His body was stained with purplish-black ichor. The curse's body was torn, 2 limbs severed, its chest split open, raw and pulsing. White Wolf barked, then flinched as a shadow streaked past. Nain barely had time to raise her hands before something coiled around her. Pain bloomed in her stomach. A rope-like fish shikigami bound her torso, and a giant toad subdued Byako. A man stepped forward from the shadows, face grim.
Drop the sword or the girl dies.
Hajime landed, calm despite the threat. He glanced back at the cursed spirit charging him from behind. He smirked.
You want this?
He raised the sword.
Come get it.
The curse master relaxed slightly, just before the pain hit.
Why?
He collapsed, staring blankly as blood gushed from the severed limbs of his shikigami. Hajime reappeared behind him, blade dripping. To prevent him from dying too soon, Hajime used reverse cursed technique to lightly heal his wounds. There were still questions to ask, after all. It had been a simple trick. Hajime imbued the sword with his technique, threw it, and when the curse master reached for it, the trap was sprung. Hajime reappeared, retrieved the blade, and ended the fight in one clean motion.
I'm a man of my word.
Hajime muttered.
You wanted the sword, I gave it to you.
With a sigh, he turned toward the monster.
You're an eyesore. If you were special grade, you might have been worth keeping alive.
Chapter 27, Chapter 27, Special Grade Cursed Spirit Rika, 6 months ago. Chapter 27, Special Grade Cursed Spirit Rika.
I won't say anything harsh. Just tell me honestly why you came to steal this sword and who sent you. If your reason is good enough, I might even let you go.
In the shattered remains of the school's teaching building, Kamihara Hajime stood calmly, facing the mutilated curse user lying on the ground limbless and defeated. Out of consideration for Nain's tolerance, Hajime had dragged the intruder inside beforehand, leaving only one person and one dog outside. As the curse user glared at him with disbelief and resentment, Hajime let out a sigh.
Ever heard the saying, refuse a toast and you'll be forced to drink a forfeit?
The curse user stared blankly. What the hell was this kid talking about? Hajime shrugged.
Fine, maybe this'll make more sense. I gave you a chance, but you don't want it.
He raised the Tatsuka Tsurugi and brought it down with chilling finality. As the blade hovered, the curse user screamed. Hajime took out his phone and pointed the camera at the grotesque wound. His head almost opened up like a melon. Faced with the grotesque sight of his own injuries on screen, the curse user trembled, losing the ability to speak coherently. Hajime adjusted the angle for a better view and spoke softly, his voice like a devil's whisper in the man's ear.
You guys never thought a day like this would come, did you? I told you to cooperate. Sure, you know I wasn't going to let you go.
Then, with calculated control, he activated reverse cursed technique, healing only the man's head. Slap slap. Hajime gave the curse user 2 light smacks, showing him his now intact head on the screen. The man stared in disbelief. Slowly, a realization dawned in his broken mind. Reverse cursed technique. This boy could have restored his limbs.
I'll talk,
Hajime said flatly. Hajime paused. Suguru Gido? That name echoed in both his memories and the records of the Jujutsu world. Once close to Jujutsu High, Gido had turned rogue, forming his own twisted ideology and organization. And now, he'd sent someone to steal a cursed tool.
If it's so important, why didn't Gido come himself?
The curse user hesitated under the cold steel resting against his forehead. With his spirit crushed, the man spilled everything. Initially, he had used a shikigami to infiltrate the Minamoto family's ancestral home to steal the Tatsuka Tsurugi. Nain discovered him and, by a strange twist of fate, wounded his shikigami with that very sword. Terrified, he retreated. When his shikigami later perished, he grew hesitant, but Gido's orders left no room for abandonment. Then Kamihara Hajime appeared and things only got worse. He waited until Hajime and Nain were dragged into a cursed domain, hoping to grab Nain and use her to bargain for the sword. It all failed. Even if he killed her, Hajime could save her in an instant and crush him just as fast. Hajime examined the sword in his hand. Tatsuka Tsurugi, it cut through everything: earth, walls, cursed spirits with 0 resistance. Clean, easy. The curse user's pitiful voice interrupted his thoughts.
My lord.
Hajime raised the blade to finish it, but paused. It would be more useful to leave the rest to Gojo-sensei. A professional interrogation might reveal even more. He smiled, deceptively warm.
Of course, but first you'll need to meet someone.
The curse user, dragged outside by Hajime, soon saw him: tall, white-haired, bandaged eyes, dark uniform. Gojo Satoru, the strongest jujutsu sorcerer of the modern age. For a curse user, he wasn't just a threat, he was a walking calamity. Gojo tilted his head and smirked.
Hajime, your tastes are getting weird. Couldn't you have just finished him off? He took a hostage. I needed answers.
Hajime said, handing him the sword. Gojo removed his bandage, revealing the brilliant 6 eyes, and studied the blade.
This isn't just a cursed tool, it has the traits of a cursed object. It might actually recreate the resurrection of Shutendoji.
The legend says the Minamoto ancestors used it to kill Shutendoji. That bloodline connection might explain why the sword responded to Nain. The cleanup crew soon arrived, and the curse user was taken away. Hajime's earlier barrier ensured no civilians noticed, but the damage from the cursed spirit was serious. Temporary school closure was likely. Hajime explained everything to Gojo. Then, the 3 of them got into Yuri's car to return to Jujutsu High.
But I haven't told my family.
Naina protested. Gojo turned with a relaxed smile.
Too late, I'll send someone, and given your connection to this sword, you're a target now. You'll be safer with us.
What about my parents and grandfather? They'll be protected too. Curse users might slip past normal defenses, but not trained sorcerers.
She looked relieved, and soon they returned to Jujutsu High. Gojo found her a place to stay in the dorms. Later, only Gojo and Hajime remained.
This sword cuts through ordinary cursed energy defenses like paper. But can it really resurrect Shutendoji?
Gojo replied, hands in his pockets.
Maybe it needs a vessel. Maybe it is the vessel. Doesn't matter. What matters is his goal.
You think Gito wants to resurrect Shutendoji just to control him?
Hajime asked.
Likely.
Gojo said, staring at the sky.
And from the looks of it, he's after more than just this.
He clapped Hajime's shoulder.
Don't worry, you caught the clues before this all blew up. We'll stop whatever he's planning.
Hajime groaned.
And I'm not.
Gojo laughed.
Think of it as fishing. If I held it, no one would bite.
Back in the dorm, Hajime skipped gaming and went straight to bed only to be woken by Panda's voice.
Hey, Hajime, is that girl our new classmate? Gojo-sensei said she's training with us.
Still half asleep, Hajime got dressed, sword in hand, and stepped out. He chatted briefly with Panda, scanning his phone for updates from Gojo. A recent message revealed more. Gito's real target wasn't just Tatsuka no Tsurugi. Other cursed artifacts were also on his list, specifically 2 infamous swords. Hajikiri and Hizumaru, also known as Onakiri and Spider Cutter, both tied to the same legendary demon-slaying lineage.
If those swords really can resurrect Yaka-level vengeful spirits.
Still thinking, Hajime arrived at the training grounds. Yuta Akatsu and Inumaki Toge were already there, warming up. Maki was teaching Nain basic hand-to-hand techniques.
Yo, Hajime. Say weed.
After a brief exchange, Yuta explained that they had just completed a mission unexpectedly encountering a semi-grade 1 cursed spirit. Fortunately, they'd managed to exorcise it. Hajime frowned.
So the intel was off. Probably.
Yuta replied.
But we handled it. Gojo-sensei's investigating.
Hajime nodded, setting it aside for now. Watching the sparring pair, he muttered.
She probably won't be in our class. Too old. She'll likely join the year after, probably with Megumi Fushiguro's group.
The others laughed.
So we're finally getting juniors.
Maki called out for them to join the training. They walked over.
Hey, Hajime.
Yuta said, eyeing the sword.
That cursed tool.
Hajime sighed.
It's from the last mission. Complicated stuff, but I've got it handled.
Yuta trusted him and let it go. Far away, in a palace-like hall, a black-haired man in ceremonial robes stared at 2 ancient swords before him.
They're just ordinary cursed tools.
A pink-haired woman replied.
No contact. Word is, the Minamoto family is heavily guarded now. A sorcerer with an atavistic inheritance has appeared there, I think.
Suguru Gito, once a special grade sorcerer, now a wanted curse user, muttered to himself.
So Tatsuka no Tsurugi is in Jujutsu High's hands.
His gaze sharpened.
Our true objective has always been that special grade cursed Spiritrika or Emoto. Soon Gojo.
Chapter 28 Chapter 28, Grade 1 Sorcerer, 6 months ago. Chapter 28, Grade 1 Sorcerer. Another month passed in the blink of an eye. The weather grew colder, and scarves became a common sight. Kamihara Hajime occasionally went on missions, but he hadn't encountered any more attacks from curse users. The Tatsuka no Tsurugi had proven incredibly useful. No defense could stand against its walls, cursed spirits, even reinforced cursed energy barriers fell like paper. Honestly, Hajime was curious whether it could cut through a special grade cursed spirit, but while they were more common than before, they weren't exactly roaming the streets. Meanwhile, Nain had gradually unlocked part of her cursed technique through consistent training. They'd tentatively named it Soul Spellcraft. Its most basic application resembled what she once described as an
out-of-body experience.
Most jujutsu sorcerers didn't truly understand the soul after all. It was intangible and invisible. Few could even sense their own. But cursed energy acted as a medium. Even if unaware, some sorcerers managed to protect their souls unconsciously when wrapping themselves in cursed energy. Nain demonstrated her technique publicly. To everyone's surprise, she could project the soul into a visible form, though it didn't look anything like the transparent, ghostly human figures people imagined. Panda had screamed.
There's a ghost!
Only to be smacked by Maki. To be fair, anyone would be freaked out by a smoky humanoid floating in the air. But according to Nain, the soul didn't really have a shape. Her descriptions were metaphorical at best. For example,
Gojo-sensei looks like a snow-capped mountain peak, with sunlight gleaming off it.
What about me?
Panda asked eagerly. Nain struggled to explain others like Inumaki or Yuta and could only offer vague impressions. But when she described Hajime, her tone became more uncertain.
He's like a lake.
The truly valuable part of her technique lay in its combat application. When she further activated her cursed energy, it gained a soul-affecting property. During a mission led by Nanami Kento, she used it to exorcise a cursed spirit by directly damaging its soul, something even grade 1 sorcerers struggled to achieve. Nanami was impressed. It reminded Hajime of a particular cursed spirit from Vague Memories Mahito. His technique also targeted the soul, and he was notoriously hard to kill. Even if Hajime cut him to pieces, it likely wouldn't be enough to finish him off. As he pondered this, he was pulling a box of ice cream from a vending machine.
You're eating ice cream in this weather.
Gojo Satoru's voice drifted from behind. Hajime grabbed another box and handed it to him.
Cold weather ice cream hits different, sensei.
Gojo accepted with a chuckle and opened his box, but behind him stood a man Hajime didn't recognize.
Who's that?
Hajime asked. Gojo glanced over.
Someone from HQ. He's here for the Tatsuka no Tsurugi.
The man stepped forward and bowed.
I am Iwaisabu. I've come on behalf of headquarters to retrieve the Tatsuka no Tsurugi for safekeeping. It's a special grade cursed object that poses a risk of reviving the vengeful spirit, Shutendoji. For everyone's safety, it must be sealed.
Hajime looked to Gojo, who gave a nonchalant shrug.
But this sword originally belonged to the Minamoto family.
Hajime argued.
The family head has already agreed.
Iwaisabu replied with a practiced smile.
As of now, this blade is property of Jujutsu headquarters.
Seeing no point in arguing, Hajime tossed the sword to him. Iwaisabu caught it carefully, wrapped it in sealing talismans, bowed, and departed. Hajime muttered. Gojo flicked his empty ice cream box into a nearby trash bin and walked ahead.
You'll be able to request it again after purification. The curse is tied to the blade, but it can be removed. I actually came to give you a mission.
He added.
It's a little complicated. You'll be going with Nanami.
That got Hajime's attention. Gojo explained.
A criminal group somehow spawned a cursed spirit. The situation's messy. We can't just storm in and take everyone out there, civilians, technically. So we're cooperating with the police. We handle the curse, they handle the rest. So I have to sneak in, deal with the curse, and not draw too much attention.
Hajime sighed.
Figures you'd come to me. Also,
Gojo added.
Intelligence suggests the cursed spirit is tied to another special grade cursed object. That's why Nanami's coming too. All right, I'll do it.
Hajime grinned.
But what about my grade 1 promotion? This mission is it.
Gojo replied with a smirk.
Do well and it's yours.
Nanami Kento looked Hajime over with a brief nod. He appreciated the student's respectful bow, not quite what he expected from someone trained by Gojo. Nanami noted. Hajime caught the glance.
Cosplayed Himura Kenshin during a break.
Nanami didn't respond, motioning him toward the car where Iiri was waiting to drive them. As they rode, Hajime reviewed the mission details aloud. Nanami listened, then said,
If you handle things cleanly, this could be enough to qualify you for grade 1. I'll stay back unless necessary. Be careful.
Their destination was a heavily guarded compound in the suburbs. Tall fences lined with barbed wire surrounded the place like a cage. Waiting nearby in the woods were police officers with live ammo. Nanami stepped out to speak with a man who introduced himself as Kobashi Nobuhide.
Once the curse is neutralized, notify us through this radio. We'll handle the rest. Try not to kill anyone unless absolutely necessary.
After accepting the radio, Hajime followed Nanami toward the gate.
Do all of them know about Jujutsu? No.
Nanami replied.
Only Kobashi. He's one of the rare civilians who can see curses, but he lacks the energy to exorcise them. He serves as a liaison for special cases.
They approached the front gate, an aging, rusted iron slab bristling with hidden security cameras.
So we're just walking in.
Hajime asked. Nanami raised a hand, sword wrapped in talismans already drawn.
These guys run a fake religion scammers using fear to control people. Infiltration isn't likely to work.
He nodded toward a hidden blinking camera.
We've already been seen. I'll handle it.
Hajime said, unsheathing his blade. In a flash of light, the gate dropped with a metallic crash. Inside, over a dozen men in suits burst from the front building, brandishing pistols. Hajime rolled his eyes.
Guns, really?
He vanished. By the time the attackers even blinked, their weapons were gone and they collapsed unconscious. Nanami sighed as he stepped past their limp bodies.
Kids these days.
Hajime moved quickly through the compound. Most of the guards were jokes thugs with no cursed energy, easily knocked out. But as he descended into a grim basement, he found rows of people crouched by computers, their expressions blank. Chat windows with names like
Believer XXX.
confirmed this was fraud disguised as faith. On the upper floors, luxury replaced filth. Crystal lights, marble tiles, and high-end decor filled a massive lounge where men in suits nervously watched surveillance footage. A red-haired youth waved playfully at the camera. A cigar-smoking man slammed his fist on the table.
Who the hell is this brat? Where's security? Why isn't anyone stopping him?
Panic spread, but one man at the table, their leader, remained calm.
The High God hasn't acted yet.
He said coldly.
No matter who this brat is.
He turned to a tattooed subordinate.
Prepare 5 sacrifices. Offer them now.
Chapter 29, Chapter 29, Cursed Spirit, 6 months ago. Chapter 29, Cursed Spirit. Kamihara Hajime kicked open the wooden door, splinters scattering around him as he strode down the corridor. The terrified screams ahead aligned with the curse's aura, which had spiked to its peak. He broke through another door and entered a gruesome scene. A tattooed man knelt before 2 fresh corpses, clutching a bloodied knife, his expression a twisted mix of ecstasy and dread. At the center of the room loomed a grotesque curse. It resembled a massive block of flesh with a single vertical eye, black and red, like an insect trapped in amber staring directly at Hajime. No limbs, just 2 oversized human-like arms supporting its squarish mass. A gaping, toothless maw stretched across its underside, and its 6 grotesque faces were riddled with twitching eyes, resembling a monstrous die. It was devouring half a corpse, blood suspended in the air mid-spray, frozen in a nightmarish tableau. Without hesitation, Hajime released his current technique and infused it with energy from his reverse cursed technique. Time wheel reversal. His focus, the victims. Channeling his cursed energy, Hajime cast technique reversal on the recently slain civilians. Resistance struck him like a wall. The curse's presence, likely special grade, blocked his reversal. His cursed energy drained rapidly and pain throbbed in his skull. A sudden trickle of warmth slid down his lip blood. The technique cut off, forcibly interrupted. The 4 civilians blinked, stunned and still etched with fear. They looked around in confusion, only to collapse in terror once they saw the tattooed man still clutching his knife.
What happened?
The man's memory remained fixed on the offering he had just performed, but now 4 sacrifices were alive. Trembling, he turned to Hajime.
It was you. You ruined the offering to the High God. You'll be the next sacrifice.
He charged, knife raised, but Hajime, eyes still locked on the curse, barely acknowledged him. When the man reached for Hajime's neck, a kick sent him flying into the wall with bone-crunching force. He coughed a spray of blood midair before crumpling to the ground alive, but barely.
Hajime!
Nanami Kento appeared in the doorway, eyes narrowing as he sensed the curse's overwhelming presence. He instinctively reached for his weapon.
Nanami-senpai.
Hajime said without turning.
Please get those 4 out of here.
Nanami nodded, pulling a trembling woman to her feet.
Move, all of you, now.
Time wheel spin. Godspeed slash. Blades of cursed energy cleaved through the curse's bloated form. Black blood sprayed across Hajime's uniform. In his hand, the cursed tool shattered the strain of infused energy and rapid strikes proving too much. With a shriek, the curse responded. Its main eye gleamed ominously, firing a beam of black-gray light. The attack scorched the air but missed Hajime. The curse's other eyes swiveled. Another threat had appeared behind it. A raised fist glowed with cursed energy. One punch, then another. Black flash. Then technique reversal. Hajime froze time in his mind and hit again. Pseudo-black flash, double. The black, chaotic energy cracked through the curse's main eye, rupturing it. But Hajime wasn't done. His fist surged again with roaring black light. Pseudo-black flash, triple. He punched straight into the ruined eye socket. The cursed spirit howled as its form shattered and flung through the back wall, punching a gory exit from the building. Behind Hajime, the tattooed man stirred, dazed.
That.
A shadow loomed. Hajime, soaked in blood, lifted him effortlessly. The man's joy turned to horror as Hajime carried him toward the demolished wall. The cursed spirit had already begun regenerating. Its twisted body knit itself back together, the smashed eye regrowing rapidly. Hajime muttered.
Its recovery just sped up.
Nanami stepped beside him.
It's fear.
Hajime glanced down at the tattooed man, no longer terrified, but eerily calm. His gaze toward the curse was full of awe, not dread.
You're saying the curse feeds on fear?
Nanami nodded.
The more fear it absorbs, the stronger it becomes.
Understanding dawned. If this special grade curse thrived on fear, it could snowball in power, fear leading to growth, which would fuel even more fear. Perhaps that's how it grew so strong in this hellhole. Endless fear, generation after generation, feeding it. Without hesitation, Hajime hooked the tattooed man with his foot and hurled him at the curse. As expected, it didn't hesitate, it crushed him into a pulp. Nanami loosened his tie, watching silently. Killing civilians was forbidden.
Nanami-senpai, let me handle this. Their leader's still on the rooftop. The rest of the victims are inside. Please manage the situation here. If this thing stays, it'll keep growing stronger.
Chapter 30 Chapter 30 Time Arrow. 6 months ago. Chapter 30 Time Arrow. After leading the cursed spirit away from the fear-infested building, Kamihara Hajime found himself outside the barrier. The veil erected here was primarily to contain civilians. It offered little resistance to Jujutsu sorcerers. Unfortunately, this meant the cursed spirit had broken through part of it during their exit. It wouldn't be long before the entire barrier collapsed. The good news, Hajime had lured the curse into an isolated area, surrounded by forest, devoid of roads or signs of life. No civilians would witness what was about to unfold.
Feeding on fear, huh? Too bad there's nothing to terrify people out here. If you absorbed anger, maybe we'd have a different situation.
Hajime raised his right hand, fingers curling as if grasping something. A stream of pale blue cursed energy erupted from his palm, coalescing into a twisting mass. In a flash, it condensed into a short spear, swirling with unstable power. Its light shifted gradually from azure to white. At a glance, it looked like mist or a bundle of clouds caught in his hand, constantly in motion. This was a prototype and experiment with his technique. Hajime had been theorizing. If simply accelerating his cursed technique only made attacks harder to counter, then the core of its destructive power still relied on the amount of cursed energy he could output. But what if he launched his technique like a projectile, imbuing it with temporal acceleration? Not by applying the time effect to his target, which would only risk side effects, but by accelerating the damage itself. He had already learned that using his technique on enemies directly caused unpredictable results. Accelerating someone else could even eat away at their lifespan, but the side effects were too dangerous for controlled combat. Only when applied to himself thanks to technique reversal could Hajime neutralize those risks. That was why he hadn't aged prematurely like others might. Instead, Hajime devised a new approach. Merge his attack with his technique, causing damage and accelerating its spread within the enemy. Rather than accelerating the target, he'd accelerate the injury. Gojo-sensei had helped him brainstorm the method. With the aid of the 6 eyes, the concept was refined, though Hajime's control was still shaky. The technique remained unstable, its form inconsistent, but it showed promise. Now he took a throwing stance, spear poised in hand, and as he launched forward, it was as though time warped with him. The spear shimmered through the air, crossing boundaries like it pierced reality itself. The curse stumbled. Chunks of its grotesque flesh burst apart, dry and decayed even before hitting the ground. The attack had done more than Hajime expected. The cursed spirit's body was destabilizing at a core level. Logically, the curse had recently absorbed fresh fear. It should have had enough energy to regenerate. But it didn't. The nearly meter-long gash across its form pulsed weakly, flesh squirming but failing to heal. It wasn't a matter of surface wounds. Something deeper had been undone. An alien cursed energy had seeped into the wound, corrupting it from within. Like removing a load-bearing brick from the base of a tower, the collapse wasn't gradual, it was immediate. Systems meant to regulate its recovery were bypassed, and the body began to fail before it could react. Still thrashing, the curse began to swell and rupture. From its cracking skin, clusters of eyeballs peeked through and fired. Black beams of cursed light screamed toward Hajime. He raised a hand to deflect the first one, but it drained a significant portion of his energy. With a flash, he vanished into the smoke, cloaking himself. Then, quietly, he condensed his energy again. He merged his technique into the next attack, watching as it struck true once more. Time arrow, that's what he would call it. Not a spear knot, really. The form didn't matter much. It could be shaped like an arrow, maybe even blades someday. What mattered was the concept of projectile imbued with accelerated destructive force, affecting only his enemies. He knocked 3 ethereal arrows into the air with a bow-like gesture. His right arm drew back, his left hand extended. 3 shimmering white projectiles launched, embedding themselves into the curse's rotting flesh. They hadn't even detonated before the next 2 strikes followed instantly. The curse's attempts to retaliate scattered erratically. Its accuracy was gone. It flailed, firing beams in all directions, but none struck Hajime. Wave after wave of time, arrows tore through its body. And here it could no longer draw power from fear. Each time it attempted to flee, it failed. Hajime's cursed energy continued to surge, but his mind was exhausted. Blood streaked his face, his own or the curse's, he couldn't tell anymore. The curse had lost 3 of its limbs. Hajime spun the time wheel one last time. A flurry of punches followed, each blow infused with devastating energy. He struck the exposed cluster of eyes, feeling them collapse under his fists like grapes crushed in a barrel. With each black flash, cursed fluid exploded from the wounds. The monster's screams slowed, weakening until they faded completely. Its deformed body finally crumbled into dust. Only once Hajime confirmed the curse's complete exorcism did he allow himself to exhale. The battle had been short. His worst injury had come from overexerting himself while trying to reverse the effects on the swallowed victims earlier. His body was fine, his spirit exhausted. He looked back. The barrier around the original site had mostly dissipated. With a quick boost of cursed energy, he returned to the building using his technique. Inside, the rescued victims had gathered. Their faces were a blur of shock, relief, and disbelief. Hajime didn't linger. He headed for the top floor and found Nanami Kento, surrounded by 12 bound men and a single bound woman. As Hajime released his technique and appeared in the room, several people gasped. Nanami spun around, blade drawn only to lower it upon recognizing him.
"You're back already?"
Nanami asked.
"I was just about to head your way. The curse has been exorcised."
Hajime said calmly.
"Speed is my specialty. Thank you for the concern, senpai."
Nanami smiled faintly behind his tinted lenses.
"Excellent work. You'll be up for first grade soon, no doubt."
Hajime showed no expression of pride. He instead nodded at the captured criminals.
"What's going to happen to them?"
Nanami's eyes darkened as he thought back to what he'd seen. He loosened his tie.
"The police will handle it. Evidence should surface during the investigation. Some might face execution, the rest."
Hajime's cold gaze hadn't softened. His face, smeared with drying blood, gave him a grim, spectral look. Nanami's tone grew serious.
"Someone else will judge them, Hajime. You can't do it yourself."
He didn't need to say more. If Hajime killed them, the higher-ups would investigate. A trace of his cursed energy on their bodies would make him a target for discipline or worse. Gojo's students were already under scrutiny.
I know.
Hajime said simply.
Let's bring them out. The rest isn't our concern.
He walked forward, gathered the ropes binding the group, and hauled them toward the stairs. Their bodies bounced helplessly, heads striking the steps as they were dragged. No concern in Hajime's eyes, he didn't care. The lobby was full of survivors, those Nanami had saved earlier. They had tried to escape but were blocked by the residual veil which had since weakened. They returned here, confused and frightened. Now they stared as Hajime entered, trailing the criminals behind him. Gasps and murmurs broke out. He dropped the ropes at the center of the lobby, stretched, and turned to Nanami.
It's filthy in here. Let's wait outside. Our mission's complete. No need to stay, right?
Nanami gave one last sweeping glance at the crowd. Their fear and disbelief had shifted into anger, and the tide was turning. He agreed.
I've called the police. They'll be here in 3 minutes.
Together, they left the building. Behind them, the captured criminals screamed for help. Hajime casually closed the door on their voices. Nanami adjusted his collar.
This might stir up trouble, you know. Let Gojo-sensei handle it.
Hajime replied with a shrug.
Anyway, I'm starving. Want to grab a bite?
Chapter 31, Chapter 31, Suguru Gido, 6 months ago. Chapter 31, Suguru Gido. Most of those people died on the spot, and a few who made it to the hospital are probably permanently disabled. Even though you weren't directly responsible, Jujutsu High has accused you of deliberately causing their deaths. They're also suspecting you of murder based on the survivors' testimonies. Kamihara Hajime looked at Gojo Satoru, who appeared indifferent and scratched his head, feigning innocence.
How could that be? I clearly saved them and handed them over to the police. I didn't expect them to turn on each other. I couldn't control that.
Gojo leaned back on the sofa, brushing past the subject.
Hajime, you know I've always had issues with Jujutsu High, right? Those old men are stubborn and honestly lacking a conscience. They're targeting you to get at me. Once they catch a whiff of weakness, they'll circle like flies around garbage.
Hajime went quiet for a moment before asking.
Sensei, aren't you going to ask me why I did it?
Gojo's lips curled into a small smile behind his sunglasses.
I know what kind of person you are. I've watched you grow. Maybe you're not the kind to die for some noble ideal, but you've never been able to stand by when something ugly happens. I've already handled the fallout with Jujutsu High. Technically, you only dragged those people down the stairs and caused some injuries, but your grade evaluation might be postponed for a bit.
He paused at the door.
Oh, and Hajime.
Gojo stopped and looked over his shoulder.
What do you think defines strength and weakness? I mean between Jujutsu sorcerers and regular people.
Hajime blinked, taken off guard, then thought for a moment.
In terms of raw power, Jujutsu sorcerers are obviously the strong. But that's just like regular society. There are always gaps, status differences, and barriers. The divide between a civilian and a Jujutsu sorcerer is just wider.
In other ways, we're the same. Not all descendants of sorcerers inherit techniques. Sometimes, sorcerers are born to normal families. You can't just use strength to define people. Otherwise, Sensei, what separates most sorcerers from ordinary people in your eyes?
He snapped his fingers.
There's a saying, with great power comes great responsibility. But I prefer, with great authority comes great responsibility. Jujutsu High holds authority, so they're in charge of protecting Japan from cursed spirits. Me, I'm just a regular sorcerer on payroll. I complete missions. And then there's special grades like you or Yuki Tsukumo-senpai, who often stays overseas. She never asked for that authority, so she doesn't carry its burdens.
Gojo didn't respond. He turned his gaze to the sky, his voice low.
Enough, something's happened. We've got intruders at Jujutsu High.
Hajime's expression sharpened. He stepped outside and saw a shadow in the sky, bird-like, approaching rapidly. Gojo vanished, his voice trailing.
Head to the main gate.
Without hesitation, Hajime activated his technique and rushed there. As he arrived, he heard a black-haired man in a cassia speaking to Yuta Akatsu. Maki, Panda, and Inumaki Toge were also nearby. On the opposite side of the path stood a massive, four-winged pelican and several other individuals. The black-haired man's voice was clear.
Kill all non-sorcerers and create a world only for Jujutsu sorcerers.
A madman Hajime thought grimly. Then Gojo appeared ahead of him, stepping between the man and the students.
Don't poison my students with your delusions, Suguru Gido.
So that's him.
It's been a while. I hear this batch of students is promising, and you're leading them. Suguru Gido.
Gojo said flatly.
Stay away from them.
Behind him, Yaga Masamichi and other sorcerers arrived. Gido barely acknowledged them and instead turned to Hajime.
You must be Kamihara Hajime. I've heard about you. So what do you say? Have you seen the ugliness of those monkeys? Join us. Help build a new world.
Hajime smiled.
Sorry, uncle, but I'm not into cults. Neither are my friends. Kindly take your madness elsewhere. Huh, how dare you speak to Hajime-sama like that?
One of Gido's followers snapped. Ignoring them, Hajime glanced at Gojo and asked.
Sensei, they're all curse users, right? Should we subdue or eliminate them?
Gido's smile wavered slightly. Gojo shook his head.
He's prepared. If you attack him or his team, he'll unleash all the cursed spirits he's got. Some of them could be real trouble.
Hajime stayed silent. He'd spoken because Gido was trying to manipulate their classmates, but it seemed this wasn't going to turn into a fight yet. When Gido turned his hostility toward Maki toward those he deemed beneath him, Yuta stepped forward, firm in his rejection. Gojo quickly inserted himself between them.
What are you really here for, Suguru?
Gido gazed at the gathered students and sorcerers, then raised his voice.
Listen well, I'm here to issue a challenge. On December 24th, the Hayeki Yagyo will begin at sunset.
He grinned.
The stage will be Shinjuku and Kyoto. We'll release thousands of cursed spirits across both cities. Their orders: kill everything.
His expression twisted.
If you want to stop hell from breaking loose, then fight. Let's all curse each other to death.
Suddenly, one of the girls behind him interrupted.
Lord Suguru Gido, the shop's closing.
Gido straightened, his tone returning to casual.
Sorry, Gojo, they're craving crepes. We'll take our leave.
He gestured at the students.
Don't do anything reckless. Your students are still within my attack range. I've grown too, Gojo.
With that, several terrifying cursed spirits appeared, some radiating special grade auras.
Goodbye, everyone.
Gido climbed onto the pelican's talons and flew off. The cursed spirits followed, vanishing with him.
You all okay?
Hajime asked, walking over to Yuta and the others. Yuta nodded with a smile. Hajime patted his shoulder.
Ignore that guy. He's completely lost it.
In Hajime's mind, Gido's dream was madness. Killing all non-sorcerers to create some twisted paradise, that would never work. Most sorcerers had family among the ordinary. What if a sorcerer had a child without powers? Would they kill their own child? And beyond that, sorcerers were too few in number. Wipe out humanity, and you'd face extinction before curses ever posed a threat. It wasn't a simple equation. Human nature wasn't that predictable. Later,
Suguru Gido, special grade curse user. His technique allows him to absorb naturally occurring cursed spirits without master-servant contracts cursed spirit manipulation. He uses a religious organization to gather them.
Yuri Shoko reported, face serious. Yusaga added,
Even if his claim of over 2,000 spirits is true, most are grade 2 or lower. His curse users likely don't number more than 50. That's enough to cause chaos.
Gojo murmured.
But not enough to level 2 cities, which means...
Yaga growled. He stood up.
Notify our graduates. Reach out to the big 3 families and request backup from the Ainu Jujutsu Alliance. This is all-out war. This time we exorcise Suguru Gido for good.
Elsewhere, Suguru Gido stood before a group of curse users, smiling.
Ready, your job is to hold off Gojo Satoru. He still believes the lies I told back in school. Once I kill Yuta Akatsu and take that special grade cursed spirit, the battle shifts in our favor.
He glanced at a table where a sword Tatsuka note Tsuruga rested, seemingly out of place. Miguel, dressed in white, spoke up.
You found a way to revive that thing. Why not just absorb it? Isn't it a legendary curse in your country?
Guido shook his head, his gaze fixed.
This one is different. Curses with intense self-awareness are volatile. Too many variables, too much risk.
He handed over the weapons.
You'll bring them to the battlefield. It should make your job easier. These 2 blades were originally one.
Miguel raised a brow.
So you're using her blood to revive it. That whole enemy descendant requirement, it's almost poetic.
Guido spread his arms.
Everyone onward to the new world.
Chapter 32, Shutendoji. Share it was far too easy for a jujutsu sorcerer who commanded thousands of cursed spirits to spark chaos. Even if most of those spirits weren't high-grade, they were still lethal in densely populated areas like Shinjuku. Suguru Gido's declaration had rattled nerves across every faction. Even before the Hayeki Yagyo officially began, both Tokyo and Kyoto had started preparations. Security had visibly tightened. Many curse users had criminal records and some had been on the wanted list for years. To stop any premature attacks, authorities resorted to clumsy but necessary methods. And once the assault began, managing the panic would be its own nightmare. Shinjuku and Kyoto weren't small, isolated villages that could be sealed off easily. Deploying a barrier was the only effective way, but that came with its own complications for Jujutsu High and the authorities. Kamihara Hajime didn't care about any of that. Even though tension blanketed every group, most jujutsu sorcerers weren't worried about the outcome. Regardless of internal politics, no one doubted the strength of Gojo Satoru. He was still the strongest. It was unfortunate, and perhaps a blessing, that there was only one of him. Those within Jujutsu High who felt suffocated by his presence probably thought even one Gojo was too many. The real concerns lay elsewhere: how to minimize casualties.
Don't tell me he's really planning to revive Shutendoji.
Hajime muttered.
We've got no solid intel on that curse. Could be a disaster.
Gojo shrugged casually, hands behind his head.
Then I'll deal with it when the time comes. What's wrong, Hajime? Trying to slack off? Didn't you wipe out a special grade curse last time?
Hajime gave a dry laugh.
What can I say? The capable get overworked. You didn't say that last time.
Gojo replied.
Just stay alert. He's definitely planning something.
Before he could finish, Gojo snapped his gaze to the sky.
They're here.
Dark shadows spread across the skyline. From the air and ground, cursed spirits surged like a black tide. Just watching the mass approach made sorcerers' skin crawl. It wasn't just the number. Among them were a few entities so terrifying that even other cursed spirits steered clear. Gojo's eyes narrowed.
That poser didn't come to the battlefield.
High atop a distant building, Mijil stood with 2 others watching Gojo.
We need to keep him busy.
Mijil said.
Suguru better be fast. Is the Shutendoji release ready?
The man beside him, armed with 3 blades, Tatsuka no Tsurugi, Onakiri, and Spider, Cutter scanned the sorcerers below and nodded.
Yes, I'll act soon. You lot draw their attention with the cursed spirits. I'll strike when they're distracted. If Shutendoji is revived, we might even crush them here.
Mijil drew a whip made of twisted hair-like ropes and leapt down.
Let's begin.
Hajime moved to a higher vantage point where he could observe the battlefield. Many unfamiliar faces were mixed in among the Jujutsu High sorcerers. Some had been dispatched to Kyoto like Meimei, while others like Nanami Kento remained in Shinjuku. Cursed spirits crashed into them in waves. As Principal Yaga predicted, most were under grade 2 trash. Still, even a low-grade spirit could kill a careless sorcerer. From above, Hajime supported the front lines with precise long-range attacks. Each arrow downed a lesser spirit, and he carefully rationed his cursed energy for prolonged combat. Injuring a spirit for someone else to finish off was often enough. Suddenly, Iiri rushed to Gojo.
Sensei, I've got the results of the investigation you asked for.
Gojo listened, then immediately called out.
Panda and Yumaki Hajime.
They looked up.
What's going on?
Gojo pulled them close, sketching a seal on the ground.
Suguru's not here, he's at Jujutsu High. I'm sending you back.
A thunderous crash shook the street. A towering cursed spirit made of stone had erupted from the pavement, forcing nearby sorcerers to retreat. A blade sliced its head clean off from above. Gojo caught sight of Hajime dropping from his perch, vanishing instantly, likely rushing toward the disturbance. A foreign man, dark-skinned and white-robed, stepped into view, clearly hostile. Gojo didn't hesitate.
You two go protect Yuta and Maki. I'll handle this clown and catch up.
He clapped his hands and the rune activated. Panda and Inumaki vanished, leaving behind only a crater. Moments earlier, Hajime had noticed the sudden explosion and realized Nanami was at the center. While Nanami dealt with the stone spirit, Hajime picked off two more threatening enemies on the fringes. Then he heard Nanami scream. A curse user had stabbed Nain through the chest. The cursed blade pulsed with black patterns that began writhing and seeping into her body. Tatsuka no Tsurugi. That was her final thought. As her vision blurred, she heard distant laughter, unhinged, gleeful. Her fading eyes caught a glimpse of Nanami charging toward her. Hajime's blood ran cold. The wound wasn't fatal.
That aura!
Everything clicked at once. Too late? No, maybe not yet. He bolted toward her, but by the time he arrived, it had already begun. Nain's eyes, half-lidded, glowed with crimson light. Her body radiated an unnatural, oppressive energy. It wasn't her anymore. Time wheel reversal. Hajime activated his technique to rewind her condition, but the entity inside resisted. Their presences had merged. The reversal didn't work. This aura was far beyond that of the special grade dice spirit he'd fought before. Then it hit him, her soul. Nain's technique allowed her to project her soul from her body. If he reversed only her soul and exorcised the curse that had taken her vessel, there was still hope. He focused, redirecting his technique toward her soul alone. A figure slowly appeared beside him, her true self, confused but intact. She looked down at her own possessed body with a mix of horror and disbelief. That thing wearing her skin raised its head. Red markings bloomed across her face. Her black hair turned deep crimson. She inhaled deeply, eyes wild with ecstasy. 5 crimson eyes opened across her forehead, each with triple pupils. Her body grew, cracking and reshaping until she stood over 2 meters tall. 5 horns curled from her skull.
I'm back in the human world.
She said, her voice like thunder and silk.
How marvelous.
Her presence expanded violently, smothering everything around her.
I am the king of 100 ghosts Shutendoji. Offer me everything you have.
Chapter 33, Chapter 33, Domain Expansion. 6 months ago. Chapter 33, Domain Expansion. At 7:37 p.m. on the 24th, the legendary king of 100 ghosts, Shutendoji, appeared in Shinjuku, Tokyo, reincarnated in physical form. Nain, or rather, Shutendoji, after making her declaration, finally noticed the blade piercing her chest. The flesh beside her ribs squirmed, then split open, extending 2 additional arms. Twisting unnaturally behind her, they gripped the blade of Tatsuka no Tsurugi. As if unaffected, she drew the blade out. Shutendoji held the very sword that had once killed her and examined it closely. The wound across her chest and abdomen closed at an unnatural pace. She wiped the blood from the blade with her finger and licked it. Her 5 twisted eyes shimmered with nostalgia.
Descendants of the Minamoto clan.
Her gaze abruptly shifted to the curse masters who had summoned her.
Human, as a reward for awakening me, speak your desire.
The curse masters tensed. Her stare was not one of gratitude, it was the look of a predator savoring its next meal. Bracing himself, one spoke.
I have no desires. We've brought back the Hayeki Yagio. Please enjoy yourself.
As Shutendoji's wild laughter began to rise, the curse masters offered her the remaining 2 cursed swords.
I have to ask.
Kamihara Hajime said with a calm smile, stepping forward toward them.
Have you decided how you want to die?
Shutendoji's many eyes twitched in different directions, then without her volition, crimson flames burst violently from her body. It was the signal. As the flames surged, the scenery warped around her. One of the offered swords had vanished. The curse master who had held it remained kneeling, but his head was now missing. Her smile vanished. Her eyes darted rapidly, locking onto the young man holding the onakiri.
Just speed. No.
Shutendoji gripped the blade tightly, her other hands forming a seal.
You jujutsu sorcerers, always so troublesome. Hayaki Yagio.
Hajime, holding the stolen Anakiri, recalled what had happened. When he had tested an attack using his technique, the blood flames had automatically erupted from Shutendoji's body to repel him. Though it looked like fire, it was more than that, a specialized blend of offense and defense, lethal to both cursed energy and flesh. Realizing his direct damage was limited, Hajime changed targets. He seized a sword and used Anakiri to eliminate the curse masters. When Shutendoji used her unknown technique, Hajime turned to the nearby jujutsu sorcerers and shouted,
Get back now!
A surge of black cursed aura erupted from Shutendoji. Recognizing the threat, the sorcerers immediately retreated.
Haha, come, all of you, offer yourselves to me. The O Mountain Oni domain shall rise once more.
Then came a chilling sight. The surrounding cursed spirits stopped attacking the sorcerers and surged toward Shutendoji. Before they even reached her, their bodies twisted and disintegrated into smoke, flowing into her embrace. From the churning black aura, several figures emerged. One stood out, a beautiful woman, half her face hidden behind her sleeve. Yet the longer one looked, the more her smile seemed.
Nanami-senpai, Nane's still alive temporarily because of her technique. I'll handle her. Please take the big one.
Nanami's tense expression eased slightly. He glanced at the incoming spirits and muttered,
We have to end this fast. She's absorbing them and evolving. Yeah, let's do it.
Before he finished, Hajime appeared in front of Shutendoji in a flash. Her blood flames had been torn open in several places. Hajime's right hand, gripping the sword, was scorched black, pain twitching through his muscles. Breaking through her defenses had caused serious backlash. He activated technique reversal, and his hand rapidly healed. Shutendoji's eyes narrowed as she examined the slashes across her body. That brat had wounded the
Oni King's body.
And that sword Anakiri wasn't it designed to destroy flesh. And that healing.
That sorcerer must have been Gojo.
Both Shutendoji and Hajime reached the same conclusion. They had to end this quickly. Gojo-sensei wouldn't act without reason. Hajime remembered their rushed contact sending him and Panda away. There could only be one explanation. Something had gone wrong at Jujutsu High. Was Suguru Gido after Rika? Was his technique misunderstood? Perhaps Gido had a hidden trump card, one that absorbed cursed spirits under binding vows.
Let's start with an area attack.
She smashed the club into the ground, the impact powerful enough to shatter steel. Hajime entered time null state, hoping to get close and either injure her again or reclaim Tatsuka no Tsurugi. With its armor-piercing potential, it could be a game-changer. But as he neared, he realized, her earlier attack was a cursed energy field. If he got close, the blood flames would be triggered again. Even if time null protected him momentarily, once he exited it, the cursed energy would ignite. He shifted his focus. Nanami Kento was locked in combat with two targets, the distorted woman and the spider. The woman's charm had faded. Her left arm was now revealed greenish-black and monstrous. Her right hand fell away from her face, revealing twisted features beneath. Her lower face was a grotesque mask of fangs. The female demon and the spider fought in tandem, overwhelming Nanami. Hajime struck first, beheading her with Anakiri. He swiftly dismembered her body and drove the blade through her heart. Nanami saw the spirit's head drop in shock, its limbs disconnected, spraying blood from its chest. He shifted, cleaved the flying head midair, and charged the spider. 10 lines technique. The spider's legs split into 10 segments in Nanami's eyes. His technique struck precisely at the critical 7-3 point of each limb, and when paired with black flash.
This kid's recovery is insane.
She thought. Every time Hajime healed, his cursed energy surged again, nullifying her Oni flames. Her energy was draining fast. And Gojo could attack at any moment. She had no time left. Shutendoji slammed her club into the earth. A tidal wave of flame burst outward. Hajime and Nanami were pushed back. Cursed spirits hurled themselves into the fire like moths to a flame, rippling through it. She raised both cursed swords. Her other two hands formed a complex hand, sign thumbs and pinkies touching, and a torrent of cursed energy erupted.
Domain expansion, Oyama Hayaki Yagyo.
Chapter 34, Chapter 34, Enlightenment, 6 months ago. Chapter 34, Enlightenment. Everything around him began to change. Towering skyscrapers transformed into desolate mountains, and paved roads turned into dirt paths overrun with weeds. Every few steps, white bones jutted out from the soil. The streetlights had withered into gnarled trees from which dark silhouettes hung in eerie silence. Grotesque shapes roamed the area, barely visible yet clearly not human, and yet in the far distance the city skyline remained untouched.
Domain expansion.
Kamihara Hajime recalled what Gojo Satoru had once told him: domain expansion wasn't something one could master simply through study. It was the result of a sorcerer's enlightenment, a moment of awakening that couldn't be forced. It fused barrier techniques with the user's own innate ability, amplifying their technique and granting it a guaranteed hit within the domain. Few sorcerers could use it, some never would. But there was something different about this one. Gojo had mentioned that most domains were closed spaces, sealed barriers, yet this one.
Hajime might not be able to handle that alone. I need to finish this fast.
Gojo muttered.
And this cursed rope, it's almost done.
Across from him, Miguel was already exhausted, having resigned himself to the worst. His cursed tool had been worn down to a stub, and his strongest cursed spirits were gone sacrificed just to stay alive against Gojo this long.
Suguru Gido.
Miguel muttered while dodging yet another lightning-fast strike. As Shutendoji activated her domain expansion, Hajime triggered his technique and immediately felt the intense burn of the cursed flames. Without hesitation, he grabbed Nanami Kento and pulled him out of the domain. He quickly healed him using reverse cursed technique. Thankfully, Nanami's injuries weren't too deep. While retreating, Hajime noticed something. The farther he moved from Shutendoji, the less the flames affected him. So the domain's expanded range had come at a cost, reduced intensity further from its core. He could have stayed away and waited for Gojo to finish up, but he couldn't, not with Nain's body still within the domain, and not with Shutendoji's growing strength. He'd seen her absorb cursed spirits, summon others, and grow stronger in real time. If she escaped, there was no telling what she'd become. He had to exorcise her now. Nain's soul couldn't fully manifest on this chaotic battlefield, and Nanami lacked a reverse cursed technique. Hajime would have to face her alone.
Inside this domain, I'll be under constant attack. That cursed flame absorbs both cursed energy and flesh. The closer I get, the more I'll suffer. I'll have to keep using technique reversal just to stay alive.
He gritted his teeth.
No choice, I'll just have to kill her before I hit my limit.
Time wheel spin. Gripping Onakiri, Hajime re-entered the domain. Instantly, his body began draining cursed energy, stamina, everything. His technique only accelerated himself, not the environment. The cursed flames surrounding him continued to burn through his defenses. Every step closer to Shutendoji brought more pain. He ignored the other cursed spirits. There was no time. Focusing his technique at full power, he charged straight at her and slashed at her sword-wielding arm. But she was ready. She had fortified her body and protected the Tatsukanot Tsurugi with layered defenses. Hajime's full power slash barely cut through her skin, and during the brief delay when he had to activate technique reversal, she struck back. His body, already mangled by the cursed flames, was falling apart. In some places, his skin had cracked like dry leather, revealing raw flesh beneath. Every use of technique reversal only barely kept him together. And every time he healed, Shutendoji's own wounds vanished too, her regeneration fueled by the energy she stole from him. She began to understand him, his movements, his energy, even the nature of his technique.
He's accelerating himself. That explains the speed. The recovery, not true regeneration.
Shutendoji thought. Excitement gleamed in her monstrous eyes.
I'll drag this out. My domain guarantees hits. I'll wear him down with wide area attacks. He'll run dry before he gets close enough to do real damage.
Onakiri was effective against her flesh, but not enough. And as long as she still held the Tatsukanot Tsurugi, her victory was certain. Her mind drifted to a distant memory, another time, another wielder of that sword. Minamoto no Yuramitsu. The man who once slayed her with these same cursed tools. The name echoed like a curse itself. She remembered how it took a Minamoto bloodline sorcerer to bind her to this world again. She grinned grotesquely.
Another human who thinks he's special.
Then she lost sight of Hajime again. In the blink of an eye, blood exploded from her body. One of her arms was gone, and another barely clung to her shoulder. Worse, Spider Cutter had been taken. But she didn't panic. Her domain healed her, and she had already bound Tatsuka no Tsurugi to her own body, embedding it like a cursed chain.
That one.
The three swords Onakiri, Spider Cutter, Tatsuka no Tsurugi were once given to Minamoto no Yorimitsu to slay her. Each had a unique ability. Onakiri tore through flesh, Spider Cutter spread venom through cursed energy, and Tatsuka no Tsurugi pierced any defense derived from cursed energy. If all three were wielded together, they unlocked a technique that had once annihilated her body entirely. She couldn't allow him to gather all three. So, without hesitation, she drove Tatsuka no Tsurugi into her chest, binding it deeper with her cursed flesh. Hajime wasn't surprised. Of course she'd try to prevent him from taking the blade. He still remembered the legends. This sword had once ended her reign. Shutendoji, now standing 3 meters tall, glared down at Hajime. Her grotesque body was battered but still strong, defensive, alert. She waited like a predator. She knew Hajime was nearing his limit. His reverse cursed technique was crude, inefficient. He used it to survive, not thrive, and right now his technique was beginning to fail. She struck. Her demonic hand slashed forward. Hajime barely managed to evade, but the burn of the cursed flames seared him again. This time his body refused to heal. Cracks spread across his skin, his vision blurred, his limbs faltered.
I'm sorry, Nain.
He thought.
I can't save your body.
As he stared at her grotesque form once, Nain, his rage surged, not like an explosion but like magma. Silent, building, boiling. He closed his eyes. His body barely stood, but inside his cursed energy stirred. Reverse cursed technique could not be taught, only grasped. He'd known the basics, refined the energy once, but had never mastered it, not like Gojo, not like Iiri. Still, now on the brink of death, his mind cleared. His thoughts stretched, expanded, aligned. For the first time,
Round 2 begins.
Chapter 35, Chapter 35, Reverse Cursed Technique, 6 months ago. Chapter 35, Reverse Cursed Technique. Kamihara Hajime had never felt so good. When he closed his eyes, his mind seemed to break free from the confines of time itself. All external distractions faded as he began to explore the profound meaning of the reverse cursed technique. He saw it, a sudden rush of clarity, like a river breaking through a dam, with trickles of understanding converging into a powerful current.
I'm starting to understand it all.
Reverse cursed technique. The mental strain he'd been under vanished. The conversion and fusion of cursed energy became seamless. Without even activating technique reversal, the scorched parts of his body began to regenerate rapidly, returning to normal in just a few breaths. Shutendoji's triumphant expression turned to shock and fury. This feeling.
Jujutsu sorcerer, remember this well. I am Shutendoji, king of the 100 ghosts of Oyama.
Her body withered before Hajime's eyes, the flames consuming her from within. But the sword in her hand radiated an immense aura despite the transformation. Meanwhile, Hajime infused cursed energy into the Onakiri and Spider Cutter in his hands until both cursed tools were at full capacity. Despite that, his energy reserves remained unchanged. He had achieved a balance, no longer overtaxing his brain by misusing his technique. Now, he could fine-tune it. Reverse cursed energy flowed through his body with precise control. He could even expend all of his cursed energy at once and then fully restore it using technique reversal. This meant the cost of technique reversal was virtually non-existent. He could have let Shutendoji's blow land, let her reduce him to pulp only to restore himself in the next instant. But just imagining the pain gave him pause, so instead, he chose to reverse her state. It was difficult, but for Hajime, difficulty no longer mattered. Her resistance now looked meaningless to him. He considered his options. Maybe he'd try to reverse her completely and see if Tatsuka no Tsurugi could decapitate her. Shutendoji struck again, and to her horror, her own body healed. The flames on her sword flickered and died. The demonic blade now gleamed like autumn water. Time wheel spin. A dual blade spinning slash. As the first black flash appeared, Hajime smiled. It was beginning. One black flash, reverse, then another. Over and over again, black light flashing faster and faster until 5-hit black flash. 5 black sword trails tore through reality. Shutendoji stared at her severed arms on the ground. Her last remaining hand reached for her exposed innards, blood just beginning to trickle. Tatsuka no Tsurugi now rested in Hajime's hand. He gazed at it thoughtfully. Information flowed directly into his mind. The 3 swords he had gathered on Akiri, Spider Cutter, and Tatsuka no Tsurugi were meant to be used together. Only when all 3 inflicted damage at once could their full power be unleashed. The technique marked the target. The greater the damage, the stronger the final attack when the mark detonated. True damage. Not just physical, but to the soul.
That's right, I was once beheaded by a jujutsu sorcerer as strong as you.
Shutendoji spoke suddenly, catching him off guard.
The wound itself wasn't fatal, but the beheading.
She was no longer resisting. Hajime had planned to cripple her and let Nain try to sever her soul. Failing that, he would have called on Gojo Satoru. He could manipulate Nain's soul because of her unique technique, but Shutendoji, he needed a different solution. The body posed no issue. Shutendoji couldn't destroy it, not anymore. Still, she raised her wolf-tooth club again, roaring defiance. Her demonic form loomed tall, 5 red eyes glowing in the dark.
I am the king of 100 ghosts.
Hajime frowned, said coolly.
You talk too much.
Activating his technique, he vanished and reappeared before her. Tatsuka no Tsurugi slashed through her. Anakiri tore muscle from bone. Hajime let go of the hilt, excluding the blade from the technique's effect. It floated in the air. He drew Spider Cutter and struck the open wound. Again and again, he switched blades, dancing between them like a master of death. When the technique ended, Shutendoji's mind was overwhelmed. Her grotesque body was ravaged, arms gone, horns broken, deep cuts splitting her demonic eyes. Hajime felt the mark ignite. With a thought, he triggered the detonation. A spectral figure rose from her body clad in ancient armor, wielding a shattered blade, face hidden behind a demonic mask. It struck. Shutendoji's body lit up with spectral slashes. The light faded from her eyes. As the domain of the 100 ghosts collapsed, the twisted cityscape returned to its normal form under the night sky. Shutendoji had been exorcised. Hajime stepped forward and used the reverse cursed technique to heal the body, now returning to human form. Fortunately, the worst injuries were manageable. Shutendoji exorcised. But countless cursed spirits still roamed the area. Mindless, they howled in fury. In a flash, Hajime dealt with them all, one clean slash per spirit. The streets were littered with split corpses. Nanami Kento, waiting just outside the domain, saw the distortion vanish. All the cursed spirits collapsed instantly. Hajime appeared before him, carrying Nain's body.
I'll check on the others. Take her to Iiri Shoko.
Nanami accepted her and nodded.
Understood, you.
Before he could finish, Hajime vanished. He reappeared beside Gojo Satoru. The foreign sorcerers had vanished. Gojo turned the moment Hajime arrived.
Hajime, I saw the domain expansion disappear. Did you finish it?
Hajime nodded.
Good, we'll talk later. We need to get back to Jujutsu High. Yuta Akatsu might be in danger.
Without another word, Gojo grabbed Hajime's shoulder and they disappeared. They reappeared above Jujutsu High. Below, the battlefield still smoldered. Hajime thought, maybe my technique looks like this to others, just the result with no visible process. Gojo glanced around and vanished again, heading toward unfinished business. Below, Hajime found Panda, Maki, and Inumaki Toge unconscious. He checked them, wounded but stable. It looked like Yuta had already used the reverse cursed technique. Maki woke up and grabbed his arm.
Where's Yuta, that curse master Suguru Gida?
Her glasses were gone. Her hair, usually tied, hung loose over her shoulders. Hajime calmed her.
Don't worry, Gojo and I returned together. He's taking care of it. And
He pointed at the devastated battlefield.
it looks like Yuta beat the enemy before we even got here.
Inumaki stared at the destruction. Panda made a low sound of awe. Hajime stood.
Let's go find him.
Chapter 36, Chapter 36, Grade 1 Sorcerer, 6 months ago. Chapter 36, Grade 1 Sorcerer. Yuta Akatsu lay motionless in the middle of a battlefield littered with debris and torn earth. For a moment, everyone who saw him feared the worst, but upon closer inspection it was clear he wasn't injured, just deeply exhausted. When he finally opened his eyes, blinking through the haze, he saw several familiar faces hovering above him. His first words were for them.
Everyone,
Kamihara Hajime helped him sit up.
we're all fine. Gojo and I returned together. We were just held up dealing with a few things.
Panda grinned beside him.
Yuta, you were amazing. You fought off that special grade curse master all on your own.
Yuta looked down at Panda's arm, half of it missing, fluffy cotton sticking out from the severed edge.
Panda!
Panda casually waved his cotton-stuffed limb. His chest bore similar damage, but he smiled calmly.
Don't worry about me. I'm built differently from everyone else. This can be fixed. Thank you.
Inumaki Toge added, nodding firmly. The sincerity of their gratitude nearly overwhelmed Yuta. Maki, her hair loose and slightly tousled, looked softer than usual. She gave him a rare smile.
Congratulations, Yuta. Looks like your wish is starting to come true.
Yuta smiled from deep within his heart, surrounded by his friends, but a voice called out from behind them, halting the moment. He turned and saw Harika. Her form had changed. The grotesque mouth full of fangs was gone, replaced by a calm figure with a single vertical eye. Though serene, her aura was even more powerful than before. Yuta stood slowly, eyes wide. He took a few steps toward her, then hesitated.
What? Are you trying to die, you idiot?
Maki, regaining some of her usual fire, snapped at him. Yuta shrank under her glare, fumbling for words, but Hajime waved his hand, and with a subtle signal the others fell silent. The twisted form of Rika began to disperse, the monstrous energy fading into black mist. In its place stood a small, delicate girl.
Rika.
Clap, clap, clap. The sound of applause echoed across the field. Gojo Satoru, unmasked and walking toward them, smiled. The group turned, puzzled. They asked in unison. Gojo blinked, expression stiffening.
Hey, I'm Gojo Satoru, your incredibly handsome teacher.
Clearing his throat, he continued.
Earlier, Yuta said something interesting, so I had someone look into your backgrounds. Rika's came back normal, but Yuta's?
He paused for effect, grinning childishly.
Turns out you're a descendant of Sugawara no Michizane. That means you're technically my relative.
Yuta blinked.
Who's?
Maki and Panda quickly filled him in. Sugawara no Michizane was one of the 3 great vengeful spirits and a legendary Jujutsu sorcerer, an ancestor of the Gojo family. Gojo nodded.
So it was never Rika who cursed you. You cursed her.
Yuta's mind replayed that memory, blood on the road.
Don't die.
Gojo looked at Rika, now just a calm little girl.
When the one who cast the curse willingly lifts it, and the one who was cursed has no resentment.
Yuta fell to his knees, overcome with emotion. Tears streamed down his face, landing on the dirt.
It was all my fault.
His voice cracked as guilt poured out. Even his closest friends, Maki, Panda, Inumaki, had nearly died. But most of all,
Yuta.
small hands rested gently on his head. Rika, in her young girl form, leaned forward and wrapped her arms around him.
Thank you for letting me stay by your side. These 6 years.
Yuta's eyes widened, then more tears fell, though no longer from guilt alone. Rika let him go and stepped back, smiling sweetly. Her form shimmered with soft light. She touched his cheek, brushing away a tear.
Take care of yourself, Yuta. Don't come looking for me too soon.
Her body became light-sparkling, weightless particles rising into the sky. Everyone watched in silence as her form dissolved into a gentle rainbow. Yuta stood quietly, tear-streaked but smiling his truest smile yet. Beside him, Kamihara Hajime turned to Gojo.
Sensei!
Then he paused, tone shifting.
Oh right, you wouldn't understand. You don't have a girlfriend.
Gojo's smile froze.
Huh, you little brat.
The war had ended, but the aftermath was far from over. In Shinjuku, Kyoto, and even Jujutsu High, reconstruction had already begun. Though damage was extensive, human casualties were low. Suguru Gido had been eliminated. His followers had retreated. Most of the losses were cursed spirits. After the exorcism of Shutendoji, Nain's body was recovered by Jujutsu High. Though healed and physically restored, she hadn't yet returned to it. Logically, it shouldn't have been difficult. She had left and re-entered her body before. But now something had changed. According to her, in her soul state, the body felt. Maki declared.
Panda Tojcom train.
She dragged the two off without waiting for an answer. Hajime, watching her go, turned to Gojo after he finished speaking with Yuta. Gojo handed Yuta his lost student ID.
I didn't pick it up, my best friend did.
His expression, partially hidden by fresh bandages, was unreadable. Yuta didn't grasp the full meaning, but Hajime did. He understood Gojo's pain, but he also knew Gojo Satoru didn't need comforting. Some grief is private, meant to be endured alone. People say that pain can be shared, but that's rarely true. Even if you've experienced the same thing, the depth is different. Most empathy is shallow. And what time cannot erase. Gojo added.
Hajime, your grade 1 approval has gone through. You're officially a grade 1 Jujutsu sorcerer.
Hajime showed no reaction.
Also, Sensei, have those old men interfered with Shoko's care of Nain?
Gojo's tone cooled.
No, I sent people personally. Nanami's there too.
His gaze followed Hajime's to the three swords at his waist on Akiri, Spider Cutter, and Tatsuka no Tsurugi. Now freed of their curses, they shone like autumn water, ancient and pure.
They lost the blade, so it's mine now.
Hajime said flatly. He remembered their failure. Their negligence had cost them dearly. It had let Tatsuka no Tsurugi fall into Shutendoji's hands. It had endangered Nain. Gojo said nothing, he agreed. The rest could wait until Nain awoke, but the higher-ups had much to answer for, and there was still Hakari's group to consider. It looked like it was time to
repair.
Chapter 37, Chapter 37, Spar Between Time vs Space. 6 months ago. Chapter 37, Spar Between Time vs Space. White snow fell gently over the ruins, covering the shattered houses and scorched earth in a soft, silken embrace. The battlefield that had once echoed with chaos was now wrapped in a quiet, delicate peace. Not long after the battle, Kamihara Hajime was officially granted the rank of Special Grade Jujutsu Sorcerer, along with a significant financial reward for his role in the Hayeki Yagyo. But to Hajime, who neither lacked shelter nor indulged in extravagance, it was nothing more than a number. He treated Panda and the others to a feast, and planned to invest the rest in acquiring a cursed tool or shikigami capable of storing or carrying weapons. His three swords were simply too large and cumbersome. Even in a cello case, they stood nearly half a man tall, but cursed tools like that were rare and no leads had surfaced yet. Elsewhere, Yuta Akatsu, having released Rika from her curse, had his rating dropped from special grade to grade 4. Still, no one doubted he would climb the ranks again. It was only a matter of time. Everyone had faith in him. During this time, Hajime approached Gojo Satoru with a question that had lingered in his mind.
So, Sensei, what's the actual criteria for becoming special grade?
Gojo shrugged.
There aren't any formal guidelines, but the one thing they all have in common is…
Gojo smirked.
Actually, the higher-ups have thought about it, but they haven't seen your strength firsthand, and Shutendoji's true level as a cursed spirit remains unclear. In other words,
Hajime said flatly,
it's politics. They're wary of me being under your influence. Bingo!
Gojo grinned.
With Yuta temporarily downgraded, giving you special grade would mean I've got 3 special grades aligned with me. That makes them.
Gojo's expression brightened with curiosity.
By the way, you figured out reverse cursed technique during that fight, didn't you?
Hajime smirked.
Yup, right when things were looking bleak, it just clicked. Once I got the hang of it, I could even ignore the damage from a domain. I'm so strong now, I'm scaring myself, ha.
Gojo chuckled, raising a brow.
You're full of yourself. All right, let's test it. Come spar with your sensei. Gladly.
Hajime grinned. He slung all 3 cursed swords onto his back.
It's okay, right? Even if I injure you, you've got reverse cursed technique.
Gojo rolled his shoulders and headed outside.
That's the spirit. Just try not to embarrass yourself too badly.
They bantered all the way to Jujutsu High's largest training ground. With Maki and Panda away on missions, the only spectators were Principal Yaga and Bayakuro. Yaga was summoned specifically to maintain the barrier technique surrounding the field. Without it, the place would likely be demolished in minutes. Yaga raised a brow when he heard Gojo was going to spar with Kamihara Hajime. He showed up almost instantly. Hajime removed his jacket, revealing a white-fitted top and dark trousers. His long hair was tied back neatly. In his left and right hands, he held Tatsuka-no Tsurugi and Onakiri, while Spider Cutter hung sheathed at his side. Gojo stood opposite him, blindfold removed, revealing the brilliance of his 6 eyes. He stretched casually, limbering up.
Ready!
Hajime began but didn't finish. A thunderous burst of wind erupted behind Gojo. A deep slash had carved a clean scar into the earth behind him. Gojo turned, eyes gleaming.
You didn't even use your technique just now, did you?
Hajime's speed had caught even Yaga off guard. All the principal had seen was a blur, but with 6 eyes, Gojo had followed the movement and blocked it.
Tatsuka no Tsurugi's sharpness is something else.
Gojo noted.
Against any normal cursed spirit, that hit would have ended it instantly. And that was without my technique.
Hajime added with a cocky smirk. Gojo cracked his knuckles.
Your reverse cursed technique can heal fatal wounds, right?
Hajime narrowed his eyes, understanding what Gojo was about to do. He gripped his swords tighter, eyes blazing.
Come on then, sensei. I'm not holding back either.
The moment the words left his lips, Gojo vanished. A gust of wind swept behind Hajime so fast it nearly tore through the fabric of his shirt. Teleportation using cursed technique. But Hajime reacted. His perception expanded, the world around him slowing to a crawl. In this suspended state, he caught Gojo mid-attack aimed precisely at his left rib. If that had landed, I'd be short a kidney.
How do I break your technique?
Gojo mused.
Maybe with domain expansion.
Hajime answered, frustrated.
I thought so. You've been trying to develop one. I tried after the Shutendoji fight. Nothing worked. I even studied barrier techniques. Still no progress.
Gojo gave a knowing smile.
Don't force it. Domain expansion sometimes comes through experience. Want to feel what it's like inside mine. What?
Before Hajime could object, Principal Yaga shouted.
Satoru, don't you dare.
Relax.
Gojo grinned, raising his hand.
I'll keep it under a second.
He snapped his fingers.
Domain expansion, infinite void.
Even with full awareness, Hajime didn't resist. He wanted to see it. He entered the domain and was immediately overwhelmed. Information flooded his mind. His senses were paralyzed. He could perceive everything and yet move nothing. The disconnect between body and mind was terrifying. He couldn't even blink. Seconds stretched into what felt like hours. And then it ended. Breathing hard, Hajime looked up. Gojo was smiling. Yaga looked furious.
I barely kept it active for a second.
Gojo said, laughing as he dodged Yaga's furious swing. Hajime didn't speak. He was processing it, comparing the experience to Shutendoji's domain. That was violent and direct. This.
Domain expansion counters domain expansion.
Gojo said. Hajime, still thinking, didn't respond. Gojo casually threw an arm around him.
Don't overthink it, you'll get there. In the meantime, I've got a job for you.
Hajime sighed.
Let me guess.
Hajime scoffed.
I send them things all the time. I talk to Tsumiki regularly. Yeah, but Megumi treats video calls like surveillance footage. This time go in person, shake him up a little.
A rare grin spread across Hajime's face.
Heh.
Gojo tilted his head.
You're smiling like a villain. You just don't get memes, sensei.
Chapter 38 Chapter 38 Yaga Shrine, 6 months ago. Chapter 38 Yaga Shrine.
Ding dong.
Kamihara Hajime stood outside the Fushiguro residence, his hand lowering from the doorbell. White Wolf sat at his side, tail twitching, seemingly as curious as his master. Hajime had already imagined how surprised they would be when the door opened. But after pressing the bell 3 times, there was still no response. Frowning, Hajime pulled out his phone. It was the weekend, he was certain they would be home, had they gone out for the day. He called Megumi, it rang twice before connecting.
Megumi, where are you? I'm at your place, but no one's answering.
A pause. Then Megumi's voice came through, calm as always.
We're at the hospital.
Hajime's expression shifted.
Tsumiki, what happened? Send me the address.
She just felt a little unwell.
Megumi hesitated, but before he could downplay it further, Hajime cut him off.
Send it.
Once the message arrived, Hajime stored the gifts he'd brought in his apartment, left White Wolf behind, and vanished. He moved through the streets like a whisper of wind, the application of his technique shortening the trip to mere minutes. Arriving at the hospital, Hajime slipped through an unmonitored side corridor, heading straight for the room Megumi had mentioned. Inside, the soft murmur of voices halted as the door opened. Tsumiki sat up in bed, speaking gently to the boy beside her. The moment she saw Hajime, her face lit up.
Hajime-san, you came so fast.
Hajime stepped in, relief washing over him when he saw that she looked stable. He gave a polite nod and then turned to Megumi.
You could have mentioned it earlier.
Megumi raised a brow.
It's only been a few hours.
Ignoring him, Hajime walked over and took the apple from Tsumiki's hands. With practiced ease, he peeled it in seconds, slicing it neatly before setting the plate beside her bed.
What happened?
Hajime asked, eyes flicking back to Megumi.
Why did she faint? She said she'd been feeling off for a few days. I thought it was just fatigue or maybe a cold. But then she collapsed at home, so I brought her in.
Hajime's brows furrowed. As far as he remembered, Tsumiki had never had health issues serious enough to cause this. Tsumiki, nibbling on an apple slice, smiled gently.
It's nothing serious. The doctors already said they couldn't find anything wrong.
Even so,
Hajime said, kneeling beside her.
Let me see for myself. Give me your hand.
Tsumiki extended her arm without hesitation. Hajime placed 2 fingers on her wrist and activated his reverse cursed technique, allowing a warm flow of energy to course into her body. It wasn't a wound, so he couldn't reverse it outright, but even so, the surge of vitality seemed to wash away her fatigue. Tsumiki exhaled softly.
That feels amazing.
Trade secret.
Hajime said, his grin smug. Megumi rolled his eyes. As they chatted, Hajime regaled Tsumiki with amusing stories from his time at Tokyo Jujutsu High. She giggled, her laughter light and melodic. Megumi pretended not to care, though he hung on every word. Eventually, Hajime turned the topic toward Megumi's future.
I heard you're enrolling soon. That true?
Megumi's eyes narrowed.
I haven't decided.
Tsumiki gave him a pointed look.
Megumi.
With a sigh, he fell silent and went back to peeling another apple. Later, when the test results came in, the doctors confirmed there was nothing physically wrong with Tsumiki, just possible stress or exhaustion. Given how much better she was feeling, they were cleared to leave. Back at home, Hajime even prepared pork rib soup, impressively cooked from scratch. Tsumiki praised him generously, while Megumi offered backhanded compliments that made Hajime dramatically ladle a double portion into his bowl just to spite him.
Wait!
Megumi asked, pausing with his chopsticks halfway to his mouth. Hajime nodded casually.
Gojo-sensei wants you to prepare for Jujutsu High. Experience in the field's the fastest way.
Megumi's eyes narrowed.
What about Tsumiki?
I've made arrangements. Someone's coming to watch over her, should be here any moment.
Right on cue, a woman from a high-end caregiver service arrived. The company was top-tier safe, discreet, and typically reserved for the ultra-wealthy, but Hajime didn't even blink at the cost.
Come on!
He said, slinging the instrument case carrying his 3 cursed swords over his shoulder, and calling White Wolf to his side.
The sooner we deal with this, the sooner we're back.
Megumi eyed the darkening sky.
We're going now.
It's close. If everything goes well, we'll be back by tomorrow.
A short taxi ride and a generous tip later, they arrived at the edge of a forested mountain range.
Hey, you two.
The taxi driver called out before pulling away.
I hope you're not thinking of exploring too deep. Some folks said they saw ghosts up here not long ago, scared the hell out of them. Thanks.
Hajime said as the car pulled away. Megumi glanced at the forest.
Is this a suicide hotspot?
Kind of. It only got that reputation in the past couple of years.
Hajime pulled up a video on his phone.
But recently, someone came exploring and accidentally caught a cursed spirit on camera. Video was deleted quickly, but it got flagged by one of the windows. Gojo-sensei assigned me to check it out.
The footage showed frantic, shaky movement through dense trees, with distorted whispers echoing in the background. Even through the screen, the fear was palpable. Hajime removed the cursed swords from the case and handed Onakiri to Megumi.
Keep this on you, just in case.
The deeper they moved into the woods, the more unnatural the air felt. Silence weighed on them like a blanket. White Wolf suddenly stopped, ears alert, staring ahead. Hajime narrowed his eyes and gripped the hilt of Tatsuka no Tsurugi.
No cursed energy.
He muttered.
Not a spirit, so who's wandering around here at this hour?
He motioned to White Wolf to move quietly and took a wide angle to flank from the side. Soon, a flickering flashlight beam came into view.
You guys!
He called out. A scream followed from the other side, sharp and panicked. Megumi frowned behind him.
Wait.
Megumi said.
They're human.
The flashlight swept toward them, revealing a group of 7. A woman with short hair snapped.
Shouldn't we be asking you that? You scared us half to death.
Before tension could rise, a tall, composed young man raised a hand.
Sorry about that, we're just here for an adventure. My friends were startled.
One of the girls hissed.
Shujin, they've got swords.
Even the group's leader, Shujin, seemed shaken as he took a second look, especially at White Wolf, whose calm gaze made him hesitate. Hajime ignored the stares, checking the navigation on his phone. The black-haired woman in their group stepped forward, curiosity piqued.
You're not heading to Yaga Shrine, are you?
Hajime paused mid-step. That was the destination. According to reports, several thrill-seekers had vanished near the shrine. It was the shrine caretakers who'd notified the police. Hajime had hoped to encounter the target before reaching it, but now they'd run into a civilian group first. Seeing that the 2 boys didn't deny it, the woman continued.
It's dangerous to go alone. Why don't we go together?
Chapter 39, Chapter 39, live streaming, 6 months ago. Chapter 39, live streaming. They arrived safely at Yaga Shrine. The shrine was a small, family-run place passed down for 2 generations. It was modest in size, enshrining a local deity unnamed in legends. Today, the shrine served mostly as a quiet retreat for nature lovers, its pristine surroundings drawing visitors. Occasionally, it offered lodging to travelers passing through. Kamihara Hajime walked alongside the 7 men and women toward the shrine's torii gate. Under the gentle moonlight, the weathered torii stood mid-path. Its vermilion paint had peeled away in places, revealing cracks from years of standing firm. It bore silent witness, reminding all who passed that the domain beyond belonged to the divine, and respect was owed to those who guarded it. Among the 7, many believed in this tradition, bowing and offering prayers before the gate. From their conversation en route, Hajime learned they worked together at a small internet company. The man named Shujin was their boss. Their original plan had been to visit the scenic spot to escape the usual dull team-building dinners in the city. However, an unexpected delay had forced their arrival to nightfall. They had not anticipated meeting Hajime and Megumi on the road. But seeing 2 young, well-dressed men rather than burly strangers eased their fears. They assumed the pair were just fellow thrill-seekers, like those who had vanished in the area before, those disappearances ironically drawing even more visitors. To them, Hajime and Megumi appeared harmless explorers. After passing beneath the torii, they soon spotted lights in the distance.
It's so late. Will they still let us stay?
One woman asked. Temples and shrines often had set visiting hours, and at 9:37 p.m. it was quite late outside the city. Her friends reassured her. Given their emergency and the lack of nearby accommodations, the shrine would surely accept them. Fortunately, their concerns proved unnecessary. As they neared, they were greeted by flashlight beams and a warm middle-aged man who introduced himself as Akashi no Hiko, the chief priest of Yaga Shrine. His son had spotted the lights from afar and alerted him. Nohiko came to check if travelers had arrived late. After welcoming them inside, his wife prepared hot tea and snacks to ward off the winter chill. The group, chilled from the journey, gratefully accepted and settled down, thanking the couple warmly.
Please join us.
Akashi no Hiko invited Hajime and Megumi. Though lightly dressed, the two youths seemed unaffected by the cold. The swords they carried drew his attention. Traveling himself, he recognized the weapons as genuine, though whether sharpened was unknown. Had it not been for their youthful appearance and their obvious separation from the group of seven, Nohiko might have hesitated to host them. But seeing them sit politely, with the large dog calm by their side, his wife had even taken a liking to the animal, he relaxed and joined the conversation. Curious, he subtly asked about their origins and why they had arrived so late. Satisfied by their answers, he soon shared stories and jokes, revealing a warm and sociable nature. The mood brightened. He thanked them for coming, lamenting how the nearby forest's reputation as a suicide spot had hurt the shrine's popularity. After he reported a missing explorer to the police, fewer visitors came.
People online say there are ghosts or serial killers here. Their reckless rumors have brought me nothing but trouble. This place used to attract tourists for its peaceful beauty, but now the dark aura keeps everyone away. It worries me to no end.
Though many still ignored the rumors, like tonight's visitors, Nohiko was clearly distressed. Once they finished their tea and thanked their hosts again, Nohiko showed them to the guest rooms. Since Hajime and Megumi came together, they shared a room. The others arranged themselves as they wished. The room was tidy, regularly cleaned, with disposable toiletries replenished. Megumi glanced at Hajime, who seemed unwilling to rest.
What's the plan now?
Megumi asked. Hajime replied casually.
I'm going to check out the suicide spot. None of us encountered cursed spirits on the way. White Wolf and I found no traces, and your jade hounds didn't detect anything either. I want to inspect the scene.
Megumi nodded, then said,
I'll go with you.
No need.
Hajime refused.
I'll be quick. The curse probably isn't actually there.
Taking his swords Tatsuka no Tsurugi and Spider Cutter, Hajime slipped out into the night. Megumi looked to White Wolf lying quietly, bid him good night, then rested. Hajime moved like a shadow toward the dense forest east of the shrine. Warning signs and placards urging respect for life were plastered along the forest's edge. This confirmed he had come to the right place. Moonlight revealed the skeletal branches stretching upward like bony fingers. After progressing deeper, Hajime stopped and squatted to inspect the ground. The area bore signs of suicides, with police having already processed the scene. What caught his attention, however, was a faint but distinct cursed energy and traces of recent human activity. On guard, he moved forward. Suddenly, a faint, mournful sobbing echoed through the woods, sending chills down the spine. Hajime did not panic. Instead, he activated his technique and hurried toward the sound, drawing Tatsuka no Tsurugi. Ahead, he found a sight that made his expression unreadable. No female ghosts, no cursed spirits, only 3 men gathered in a clearing. One knelt, muttering, surrounded by salt, bells, and talismans, but the real focus was a phone mounted on a stand. Another man filmed the scene with a camera. Hajime's sharp eyes caught the phone screen he was live streaming. A ghost hunting streamer. Hajime sighed and sheathed his sword. He had expected a curse but found only a staged show. The mournful sobbing, a recording hidden in fallen leaves. Ghost hunting streams were technically regulated, but since ghosts and spirits were considered folklore, authorities rarely cracked down hard. The streamer, Mr. Matsuki, had built his fame on clever scripts and performances, knowing fans were in on the act but addicted to the thrill. Recently, this very location had become his stage, with a tragic ghost story scripted for live broadcast. The crying sound was a dramatic effect, the climax building for viewers.
Is something behind him? Streamer, look back, Yashiko's here. Oh God, are there really ghosts? Where are the ghosts? This has to be fake.
Matsuki glanced at the scrolling comments, Yashiko's appearance. Chapter 40, Serial Killer. Mr. Matsuki, nearly frozen by fear, stared intently at the figure appearing behind him on the screen. His heart no longer dared to read the bullet comments. The shadowy shape remained still, a mere silhouette. As moments passed, a thought crept into Matsuki's mind. Could the figure be something that just looked like that from a distance? Or perhaps fans trying to prank him? After all, he had announced his location before going live. Just as he mustered the courage to turn around, the image on screen sent a chill through him. He could swear the shadow had vanished instantly. Snapping back to reality, he checked the bullet comments. The audience debated the event, but most still thought it was scripted or a prop. A few seriously discussed ghosts and spirits, though it was unclear if they were sincere or just playing along. Matsuki glanced at his two assistants, preparing to confirm what they saw. His expression froze behind them. A human-shaped shadow approached silently, without footsteps. His assistants remained frozen, disbelief clear on their faces. Before they could react, a calm voice spoke behind them.
You're braver than most.
Matsuki's heart skipped. A real person was speaking. Fear turned to anger. He stood, ready to scold, but a flash of light interrupted him.
That's a knife, right? Fake, I hope. What era is this? Who still carries a real knife outside?
Looking toward the figure, mostly obscured by darkness, Matsuki's mind jumped to the rumor of a serial killer in the area. Why was a murderer scarier than any ghost? He forced a smile.
We're here for an online live stream. If we've disturbed you, we'll leave immediately.
The camera assistant, overwhelmed by fear, cursed and tried to turn, but an iron grip seized the back of his neck, freezing him completely.
Don't turn the camera around. Didn't your mother tell you not to film without permission? Be polite.
Held off the ground by one hand, the assistant dared not move. Strong and heavy, he understood this was no ordinary person. Matsuki grew more convinced he faced a dangerous individual, strong, silent, armed, unwilling to be filmed. He discreetly pressed the emergency dial on his phone, ready to call police, but held back to avoid provoking the stranger. Feigning calm, Matsuki said,
He doesn't want to be on camera. We'll respect his privacy and leave. We mean no harm.
Hajime gently released the assistant and patted his shoulder. He was puzzled by the streamer's words. Originally planning to leave quietly, Hajime reconsidered. The streamer was broadcasting live. Hajime was armed and appearing suspicious at night. To avoid trouble, he stepped out of the camera's view and slipped away. The noises didn't matter as long as he wasn't seen. If not for possible nagging from Megumi, Hajime might not have cared about being filmed at all. He had another reason to seek out the streamer, but it seemed he had frightened him instead.
Wait!
Hajime's voice stopped Matsuki, who was packing up. To him, it sounded like a death knell.
Have you been streaming ghost hunts around here lately? And recording them? Besides here, where else?
Matsuki swallowed nervously.
No.
Under Hajime's imposing gaze, he confessed.
We visited a few famous places nearby, but only here seemed likely for ghosts.
Matsuki's usual streaming mindset made him ramble before noticing Hajime stepping fully from the shadows. Hajime looked young, someone who might make a living online based on looks. But then the weapons at his waist and in hand caught Matsuki's eye. From experience warding off spirits, he recognized a real, unsheathed knife, potentially lethal if sharpened. Still wary, Matsuki recounted their past few days' ghost hunts. Who knew if Hajime was a murderer or disturbed? Suicides happened because people were broken and desperate. If Hajime wished to take others with him, they were doomed. They really should have brought self-defense gear. This was all Shinichi's fault. His sudden illness had disrupted their preparations. Hajime tapped Matsuki's phone, signaling to end the stream. Sweat poured from Matsuki's temples, fearing Hajime might strike. Reluctantly, Matsuki lowered his head, said a few closing words, then shut off the live feed despite ongoing viewer comments. Hajime then asked,
Have you encountered anything strange recently? Think carefully.
Matsuki wanted to say,
You're the strangest thing we've seen.
but the knife silenced him. Still, Hajime's behavior after the stream suggested he wasn't a killer, he hadn't forced or harmed them. So Matsuki cooperated and thought hard. No strange events had occurred. Though they streamed ghost hunts, he never experienced anything supernatural. Some colleagues claimed otherwise, but he dismissed their stories as hype. Just as anxiety grew, Matsuki's props assistant spoke hesitantly.
What about Mr. Shinichi? Doesn't he count as strange?
Matsuki perked up.
Oh yes, but it wasn't that strange.
Hajime, inspecting the props nearby, turned toward Matsuki with keen interest. Matsuki explained that Shinichi handled miscellaneous tasks. 2 days ago, after visiting a nearby mountain with an abandoned temple, Shinichi developed a high fever and delirium. They initially thought it was a cold. They took him to a hospital, then resumed streaming to avoid disappointing viewers. Hajime asked,
What exactly did he say while delirious? Were you with him? Did you feel anything unusual?
Matsuki smiled wryly. He realized Hajime wanted genuine ghost stories, unlike casual fans, but ghosts didn't exist in his world.
Is that so?
Hajime thought silently but pressed for details. Matsuki recounted some delirious ramblings. Hajime pondered quietly, then asked,
Was your camera recording the whole time? Mostly yes.
Matsuki replied.
We use it to create behind-the-scenes footage later.
Hajime nodded firmly.
Let me see.
Matsuki wanted to protest about the volume of footage and suggested watching it safely elsewhere, but all he managed was,
Okay.
Hajime took the camera and quickly scanned the footage using his technique. Returning it with a polite,
Thank you.
he added.
Go home quickly, goodbye.
He turned and left. Matsuki sighed with relief.
Never again.
Chapter 41 Chapter 41, Finding the Cursed Spirits, 5 months ago. Chapter 41, Finding the Cursed Spirits. Kamihara Hajime returned to Yaga Shrine without disturbing anyone. After briefly explaining the situation to Megumi Fushiguro, who was already lightly sleeping in the room, they decided it was too late to investigate further and went to rest. The next morning, Akashi Emi, wife of Akashi no Hiko, had prepared breakfast, including fresh miso soup, rice balls, and Western-style items like fried eggs, bacon, and bread. After politely thanking the gentle and virtuous lady, they took their seats at Akashi no Hiko's invitation and met his son and daughter, Akashi Nobunaga and Akashi Natsuki. Both children resembled their mother and appeared only a few years older than Hajime and Megumi. Among the siblings, the older sister's personality resembled their father more. Once the 7 travelers had gathered, they quickly became familiar with one another. Although Natsuki seemed more interested in Hajime and Megumi, one was cold and spoke little, while the other focused on eating, making it challenging for even a skilled cook to cater to their tastes. After enjoying the delicious breakfast, Hajime thanked the Akashi family again. His attention then shifted to the conversation between Shujun and Akashi no Hiko about where to go later. That location was one of several suspicious places Hajime had noticed in the streamer's video from the day before. It was atop the mountain behind the shrine, where a very tall and thick ancient tree, said to be hundreds of years old, stood. Tourists often climbed the mountain to admire it after praying at the shrine. Because Yaga Shrine worships a local legendary mountain god, this ancient tree was sometimes considered an incarnation of the mountain god in the human world, naturally receiving reverence from many visitors. After Hajime asked if they could join, Akashi no Hiko readily agreed and called his children. After clearing the table, he sent Nobunaga to gather the group, saying he wanted to encourage his son to exercise. Due to his reserved nature, Nobunaga rarely communicated with others. Since returning home for vacation, Akashi no Hiko had planned for both siblings to participate in shrine activities. Though Nobunaga was introverted, he understood politeness. Soon, he returned with the group. Everyone set off lightly, the destination was only a short walk away. During the walk, Hajime and Nobunaga spoke at length, sharing detailed information about that place and other somewhat famous nearby spots. Though relatively quiet, Nobunao became talkative, discussing familiar topics like games and anime. From him, Hajime learned that aside from Yaga Shrine itself, there were few local attractions. The ancient tree was one, along with a cherry blossom path, though it wasn't bloom season. There was also a river at the mountain's base with clear water and rich ecology, often visited but quiet at this time. Finally, there was a forest, neither large nor small, originally a beautiful natural landscape. In recent years, people had committed suicide there. Though not as infamous as Aokigahara, the site had drawn online attention after news reports, influencer visits, and several disappearances, though not confirmed as suicides. At the mountaintop, they saw the conspicuous ancient tree surrounded by carefully maintained grounds. White Shimenawa ropes, large enough for 3 to 5 people to embrace the trunk, adorned the tree. Its sturdy base supported a massive canopy. In summer, lush branches would enhance the spectacle. Everyone took portraits and made sincere wishes in turns beneath the tree. Hajime, less interested in natural beauty accustomed as he was to Jujutsu High's surroundings, walked the area, searching for traces of cursed energy. He soon detected faint residual energy, first noticed by White Wolf, concentrated around the ancient tree. But without dense branches blocking his view, he found no active curse presence. From the mountaintop, one could spot the shrine's eaves peeking through the forest. A glance to the side revealed a silver ribbon of water winding out of the mountain forest into the distance. Nearby, Megumi caught Hajime's eye. Upon Hajime's subtle signal, Megumi detected the faint residual energy too. He gestured, suggesting summoning jade hounds to search since no other Jujutsu sorcerers were present and they wouldn't be visible otherwise. Hajime shook his head and declined, choosing to walk normally. At Akashi Natsuki's suggestion, Hajime even took a photo with Megumi and White Wolf in front of the tree. After savoring the view from the peak, the group descended, following a small path alongside the river. The clear stream gurgled over bluestones, converging at the mountain's base. Small fish and shrimp darted in the water, and moving stones revealed crabs escaping from stirred mud. Along the stream lay a grayish-white pebble beach where some played skipping stones, while Hajime and Megumi searched for cursed traces. Likely disturbed by so many visitors, Hajime found a minor cursed spirita flyhead briefly surfacing before vanishing. He ignored it, seeing no serious threat nearby. According to the streamer's video, the abnormal situation seemed to be near the ancient tree. Perhaps another companion had encountered a cursed spirit, causing illness. No cursed spirits were found on the mountaintop, so the creature must linger nearby. No traces appeared near the river either. They faced a slow, tedious search. After the outing, they returned to the shrine for lunch. Despite Akashi Nohiko's polite refusals, Hajime pressed payment for their stay and meals into his hand, then said he and Megumi needed rest and would be called for dinner. Back in their room, Hajime called Megumi, preparing to go out again. Their destination, the forest he had explored last night. Once there, Hajime had Megumi summon the Jade Hounds. 2 Shikigami, 1 black, 1 white, leapt from Megumi's shadow, circling him. After instructions, the Jade Hounds and White Wolf split up to search for curses. Though the area had many suicides, careful search revealed only minor cursed spirits, mostly flyheads posing little threat. They dealt with threats when convenient, otherwise ignored them. Soon, White Wolf discovered something and barked across the forest. Hajime and Megumi followed and found a steep cliff edge. Looking down under the clear sky, Hajime saw a grayish-black veil covering the area below.
Found it.
Megumi asked. Hajime nodded.
Its aura was well hidden. I didn't expect it here.
Looking back at the suicide,
Sanctuary.
Hajime imagined people had jumped from here. He set up a barrier. Though few lived nearby, precautions were necessary.
Let's go.
Without hesitation, Hajime jumped down the cliff. Megumi's eyelids twitched. Crossing his arms into a wing shape, a shadow surged behind him.
New.
A large, strange bird flew out. This Shikigami had been recently tamed. Megumi's 10 shadows technique corresponded to 10 different Shikigami. Except for the Jade Hounds, which didn't require taming, others needed to be tamed first. Besides combat, New provided flight. Under Megumi's control, New hooked him with talons and flew down the cliff. They landed to find Hajime already on the ground. After recalling new, Megumi pointed to a patch of black mist floating ahead and asked,
What is this? It has a cursed aura. Do cursed spirits look like this?
Hajime stroked his chin. The black mist radiated curse energy. The closer they got, the clearer it became. Without seeing its shape, Hajime might have thought it was a cursed spirit, but its misty form.
Let's test it.
Hajime raised his hand and sent a limited amount of cursed energy toward the mist, stirring it as if startling an entity. The black mist contracted, converging to a central point. Within breaths, it solidified into a massive black snake with lifelike scales. The snake's head had no eye sockets, unclear how it perceived anything, but cursed spirits were not truly living beings. Disturbed by their presence, the snake coiled, preparing to strike. Hajime spread his hands and turned to Megumi.
I'll leave this to you. No problem, right?
Chapter 42, Chapter 42, Losing Consciousness Again, 5 months ago. Chapter 42, Losing Consciousness Again. Megumi Fushiguro still had some combat experience. After all, he had tamed several types of shikigami. Although the onakiri in his hand wasn't as effective for cursed energy defense as Tatsuka no Tsurugi, it was still a cursed tool, perfectly capable of harming cursed spirits. With the help of 2 jade hounds, there was no immediate problem, but this cursed spirit seemed unusual. Its body was torn apart by Megumi several times, only to reform like a cloud of mist, though slightly smaller each time. While its outer form resembled a snake, it was merely an appearance. Hajime had never seen a snake stretch its mouth like a bottomless pit. Moreover, it exerted a powerful suction, pulling everything nearby into its black hole-like maw. Megumi, steady on his feet, did not fall for this trick, but surrounding stones and vegetation disappeared into it without altering its form. Megumi calmly dodged and attacked, dismembering the black snake repeatedly. The mist-formed snake gradually shrank. Under siege by 1 person and 2 dogs, it couldn't escape and only resisted futilely. As the battle tilted, the snake suddenly spat out many wooden and stone objects from its mouth. Dodging flying debris, Megumi was surprised when a human figure fell from within. Hajime's gaze followed, and he used his technique to pull the figure back. It was a male, wearing a thick outdoor sports jacket, completely unconscious but breathing faintly. Having read the mission brief, Hajime recognized the man. He was the missing individual reported by the police nearly 4 days ago. Had he been swallowed by this cursed spirit?
Megumi, don't exorcise it all at once. This cursed spirit seems capable of swallowing both inanimate and living things. There might be others inside.
Megumi thought, good thing I didn't use the Great Serpent. Although this cursed spirit kept reforming like mist, it was still just a curse. Under strong, widespread attack, it wouldn't last long. He was using the fight to gain combat experience, which is why he waited until the snake spat out the man. After Hajime's warning, Megumi cupped his hands and bent his pinky finger, summoning the shikigami.
Toad!
From his shadow, a calf-sized toad squatted on the ground, then, under Megumi's command, attacked the black snake alongside the jade hounds. Soon, as the cursed spirit's body further shrank, more objects were spat out and 3 bodies fell to the ground. Upon inspection, Hajime found they were all dead, their deaths caused by hanging. This meant these individuals had committed suicide before being swallowed. Moreover, the cursed spirit swallowed not only people but various objects. It was unclear how its misty body accommodated all this, showing how mysterious curses can be.
In that case, can it swallow cursed tools? Would this be the storage item I've been looking for?
Megumi, nearly done beating the spirit, fought well but seemed unfamiliar with such non-human entities, and his weapon skills were basic. Perhaps Maki would teach him after he enrolled at Jujutsu High.
Megumi, wait, this cursed spirit might be useful. Don't exorcise it yet. I'll try to subdue it and form a contract.
Shikigami users in the Jujutsu world form contracts with curses or coalesced curse aggregates to command them. Some capture wild cursed spirits, but this is uncertain. Ordinary sorcerers must consider the target's nature carefully. Powerful cursed spirits often harbor extreme negative emotions and aggression, making contracts risky. Even if a contract is forced, the power imbalance or aggression may cause future problems. Strong, useful cursed spirits are difficult to subdue, weak ones aren't worth it. Thus, only cursed spirits with special abilities are usually chosen. Shikigami users can't command infinite Shikigami, so they carefully select manageable ones. Cursed spirits weak in combat attract less interest. Still, Hajime had some combat power and wanted this spirit's ability to store objects. It could even store living things temporarily. Hajime knew how to form contracts from his barrier techniques training but had never tried. Now was the time. Though he needed to subdue the spirit first, Megumi's attacks had already weakened it. However, Hajime was surprised. When he approached, the spirit tried to escape but quickly returned to its spot. After several repetitions, facing Hajime holding Tatsuka no Tsurugi, the black snake cowered, prostrating itself and trembling. Hajime then formed a contract with it. With no resistance, the contract succeeded. Hajime felt a strange connection with the spirit, which also took some of his cursed energy and mental burden, though only slightly. The black snake rose and transformed into nearly solid black mist that floated upward. Its essence was this mist, able only to take certain forms. Under Hajime's control, it gathered at his left ear, forming a small black magatama earring. Originally wanting to keep it near his hand for easy access, Hajime changed it to an earring to avoid damage during combat. Next, it was time to test the spirit's ability. Black mist flowed down from the magatama, clumsily but quickly enveloping Tatsuka no Tsurugi and Spider Cutter in Hajime's hand. The two cursed swords melted into mist as if sinking into a mire or being pulled into an unknown space. Hajime smiled at his empty hands, summoned cursed energy, and the tip of Tatsuka no Tsurugi reappeared through the mist until he grasped the hilt.
It's quite useful. Finally, I don't have to carry a big box everywhere.
Megumi, who had retrieved his shadow Shikigami, watched and asked.
It worked, what's next?
Taking the Onakiri Megumi threw to him and storing it, Hajime replied.
That's basically it. When we return, you pack up, say goodbye to Tsumiki, then prepare to go to Jujutsu High.
After Megumi used Toad to put the surviving man into its stomach, preparing to hand him to the notified logistics team, Hajime learned more through his contract with the cursed spirit. From its simple, almost indescribable thoughts, he understood it wasn't born purely from the negative emotions of suicidal people. Instead, it was connected to a wild god from local legends. The legends contained elements of horror or intimidation. Unlike righteous gods, this one brought fear. Alone, this would be unlikely to spawn a curse, but because the forest became a suicide spot, negative emotions surged, fueled by linked myths and strange occurrences, creating the curse. Although it had no clear consciousness, it generally avoided attacking, swallowing things instinctively. It wasn't a living creature, and what it swallowed was mostly preserved intact. The unlucky man had been swallowed, thus reported missing. Hajime and Megumi waited for the medical team to take the faintly breathing man for treatment, hoping to learn his story once he awoke. They returned to Yaga Shrine, thanked Akashi no Hiko, and prayed for Tsumiki, buying Amamori charms to bring to her. They said polite goodbyes. Though brief and somewhat peculiar, their polite demeanor left an impression. When they explained they wanted charms for their sick sister, Akashi Emi insisted on giving the Amamori free.
See, both our names have Megumi, it must be fate. My mother said I'm a blessing to others. I'm sure your parents love you very much. You two are a lot like our children.
Chapter 43, Chapter 43, Introduction, 5 months ago. Chapter 43, Introduction. Kamihara Hajime. Hajime had just fallen asleep after playing games late into the night when he received a call from Megumi Fushiguro. The voice on the other end was a bit distorted, but what Megumi said next instantly sobered Hajime.
My sister suddenly fainted again. I've already called an ambulance, you.
Hajime barely caught the rest. He quickly got up and rushed to the Fushiguro residence. Megumi's face was clearly panicked. Before the ambulance arrived, Hajime tried to use reverse cursed technique to treat Tsumiki, but found it had no effect. The effect of reverse technique was barely better than nothing. Despite Hajime's full effort, Tsumiki's eyelids only fluttered briefly as if about to wake, then she fell back into unconsciousness. The only good news was that her vital signs remained stable, almost as if she were merely sleeping. After she was sent to the hospital, a series of examinations and tests revealed no cause, only that everything appeared normal. Yet, she remained unconscious, unable to wake, leaving the doctors baffled. But Hajime quickly realized something was wrong, detecting the aura of a curse on Tsumiki. His attempts to dispel it were completely ineffective.
Could the previous coma have been caused by the same thing? This is troubling.
Hajime urgently sought help from Gojo Satoru. Not long after, Gojo appeared at the hospital. After examining Tsumiki, his expression turned serious.
It's a curse, and an unknown, troublesome one. At least for now, I have no idea how to resolve it. We need to find the source. Has she been to any unfamiliar places or encountered any cursed spirits recently?
Megumi sat on a chair in the corridor outside the ward, head lowered. After a moment, he said,
No.
the only silver lining was that Tsumiki was merely unconscious, not in immediate danger. Gojo arranged for investigation of the places she had recently visited. With no way to dispel the curse, the best option was to have her cared for at a private hospital owned by the Gojo family. Seeing Megumi so silent, Gojo approached and patted his shoulder.
Megumi!
Megumi looked up.
Gojo-sensei, if I go to Jujutsu High, can I become strong enough? I feel far from strong enough to protect those I care about.
Gojo regarded the determined young man who had inherited the Zenin family technique.
Yes, you can, Megumi. You're talented. The desire to protect those you cherish is good. Although Jujutsu sorcerers gain power from negative emotions, they also need beliefs like this to support them.
As Tsumiki was taken away, Megumi packed his things. Hajime stood beside Gojo and broke the silence.
Sensei, this seems more likely a curse master's doing. If she had accidentally encountered a curse, there wouldn't be no clues like this.
Gojo nodded.
This isn't an ordinary curse. If it's not a direct curse by an enemy, it's probably a random act. So the culprit might be hard to find.
Hajime asked, expressionless.
A curse like this must serve a purpose. As long as they keep acting, they'll leave traces.
Gojo gestured for Hajime to follow.
Let's go. By the way, Hajime, when do you plan to become special grade? Soon, once I master full-time reverse cursed technique. Gojo-sensei, does anyone at Jujutsu High know new shadow style? Since I can't learn domain expansion anytime soon, I want to start with simple domain. Yes, your future second-year homeroom teacher at Suyakusukabe specializes in that. He's a grade 1 sorcerer without a cursed technique. Since Kinji Hakari and others were suspended, he probably has free time. You can learn from him.
Hajime had heard about the suspensions of the 2 second-year seniors due to conflicts with the conservatives during the previous Hayeki Yagio incident. He didn't know the details and didn't ask Gojo. Those older sorcerers were skilled at setting traps and political games. The beginning was no longer important. The key was Kinji Hakari got caught in a vulnerable position. The suspension was likely a political balance. After returning to Jujutsu High in the car driven by Iiri, the morning sun had already risen over the mountains. After helping Megumi settle into his dorm and other matters, Hajime, who hadn't rested all night, lay down briefly. Still full of energy, Hajime's sleep was short now. If necessary, he practically didn't need to sleep at all. Still, it was wonderful to hide under covers during winter, and endless work and entertainment got boring, so Hajime enjoyed the emptiness of sleep every day. After returning, he greeted Panda and Maki, who were already up and training. Then he went to find Atsuya Kusakabe. After explaining his goal, the middle-aged man with messy hair, thick eyebrows, large eyes, and a lollipop in his mouth readily agreed.
This style can be learned at Jujutsu High if you want, with some merit. You'll be fine. Want to start now?
Hajime nodded.
Yes, I'm mainly interested in the simple domain of new shadow style, and want to learn other techniques too.
Kusakabe led Hajime to an empty room and began explaining the philosophy and basics of new shadow style with a wooden training sword. Hajime quickly mastered the moves. He focused on simple domain and the technique of combining cursed energy with cursed tools.
It's constructed using cursed energy like a barrier technique without involving the sorcerer's technique. The difficulty is lower, but the effects are fewer. No wonder some call it the domain of the weak.
Hajime maintained the stance of sheathing his sword. The simple domain, initially only a few meters around him, took shape. This felt interesting. Hajime sensed that if an attack landed within his simple domain, he would automatically counterattack under the domain's wriggling effect. Most importantly, it neutralized sure-hit effects inside enemy domains. Kyusuke thrust a sword like lightning, rippling like a breeze on water. Hajime felt an
Anomaly.
intrude within the few meters around him. Without activating his technique, Hajime's wooden sword left its sheath unnoticed. Though struck later, his blade arrived first, hitting Kyusuke's attack side and easily neutralizing it. Kyusuke sheathed his sword.
You're talented, worthy of being that guy's student. Use the techniques as reference, practice more for the rest.
He bit the candy in his mouth, which looked like a cigarette, and sighed at Hajime's learning speed with no other emotion. There are always geniuses in this world, aren't there? Kyusuke, who had never awakened a technique, understood this long ago but didn't care. He just wanted a peaceful life. Moreover, such gifted people often endure the first storms that fall from above.
Let's go, time to eat.
With a wave, Kyusuke called Hajime, who was still practicing, then left first. Hajime checked the time, it was noon. He returned to his dorm for a quick shower, then called Megumi, who had woken up, to meet at the cafeteria. The cafeteria food was ordinary, not bad but above average. The daily menu was mostly fixed, with limited choices. Few people ate there since many were on missions. For example, Gojo was often absent. Hajime had practically never seen him in the cafeteria. Upon entering, Hajime saw Panda and others sitting together. He waved at Panda, then took Megumi to the counter. Megumi swiped Hajime's student ID, though cash was accepted. After ordering tonkatsu ramen and tempura, Hajime sat with his tray and saw Panda wink at him.
Hajime, is that the Megumi Fushiguro you mentioned?
Yuta Akatsu and Inumaki Toge looked curious. The previous new classmate had trained with Nanami Kento and hadn't fully recovered from an earlier incident. Although improving, they hadn't grown close. As for this new junior who had grown up with Hajime, a natural familiarity arose. When Megumi joined with his tray, Hajime gestured for him to sit and said,
Megumi Fushiguro, I mentioned him before. He's next batch. Gojo-sensei asked me to bring Megumi here early.
He introduced everyone.
Panda, you know him.
Panda smiled and greeted Megumi.
Inumaki Toge, a Zouge user, very strong, but he usually uses limited words, so ask Panda to translate. Seaweed.
Inumaki bowed slightly to Megumi.
Yuta Akatsu was special grade before. I think Yuta will return soon. Pity you missed meeting Yuta's girlfriend.
Yuta greeted Megumi politely, then came Maki. Zen and Maki, skilled with cursed tools. You'll rely on her for training, you two know each other, right? Maki glanced at Megumi and nodded.
Barely, saw him once as kids.
Noticing curious looks, Hajime realized he hadn't told them Megumi's original surname was Zenin. Oh well, not important. Though Megumi wasn't outgoing, after brief intros, the group became more harmonious, chatting about recent events over the meal. Nothing major, except Yuta mentioning Gojo had sent him abroad on a mission.
Yuta, don't forget souvenirs.
Having seen Yuta's strength and knowing he had learned reverse technique, they felt reassured and joked with him.
No problem.
Chapter 44, Chapter 44, New Mission, 5 months ago. Chapter 44, New Mission.
I've always believed that improving in combat comes from constant fighting, so let's start by feeling it through the blade in your hand.
Maki and Megumi Fushiguro stood facing each other, each holding a wooden sword. The lesson began quickly, and before long Megumi was at a disadvantage, barely managing to defend himself in a flustered way. While Maki attacked fiercely, she also offered advice on what he should do. After watching for a while, Hajime, wanting to avoid being bothered by Maki later, greeted Panda and the others, then slipped away.
Gojo Satoru seems to need me for something. I'm heading out now, bye.
Hajime wasn't lying, Gojo had messaged him. When he arrived, he saw Gojo talking to Yaga Masamichi.
Gojo-sensei, did you call me for a mission?
Gojo leaned back on the sofa.
That's right, this time the target is a curse master, quite infamous in the Jujutsu world. He travels around, creating or inciting malicious incidents to breed vicious cursed spirits.
Previously, this person fled abroad, but recent intelligence shows he's returned to the country and is active again. Hajime took the papers Gojo handed him and quickly scanned them. The information was clear. There was a criminal imitating the modus operandi of a former serial killer. It was crude, and his tracks were quickly discovered. But then strange events derailed the case. The murderer violently resisted arrest and was shot dead at the scene by police, but 2 days later reappeared and committed another bloody crime. The police, barely suppressing the news, sought help from relevant parties. Investigators soon found the curse master's whereabouts. Further investigation confirmed this dangerous special-grade curse master was involved, and the report ended up in Hajime's hands.
No special grade missions.
Hajime flipped through the intelligence. Though threatening to ordinary sorcerers, he showed a bored expression. Gojo chuckled, scolding.
You brat, where do you expect to find so many special grade cursed spirits to exorcise? This one's already good. His actions are vile, you can exorcise him on the spot, no detention needed.
Hajime waved the papers nonchalantly. Yaga Masamichi, nearby, wanted to comment but held back. After Hajime left, Yaga said to Gojo.
Gojo, your student is only a first year.
Gojo chuckled softly, eyes hidden behind the blindfold.
He's almost second year.
Seeing Yaga raise his eyebrows, Gojo continued before he could speak.
I know what you mean, don't worry. Hajime is much more capable than you think, he has the resolve.
Standing in front of an abandoned factory on the outskirts, Nida Akari looked at the photo in her hand and said to Hajime.
This is it, the last place the culprit committed a crime. Intelligence suggests there might still be traces of cursed spirits inside.
Hajime nodded, formed a hand seal, and chanted a spell to erect a barrier. Amid Nida Akari's.
May your martial prowess flourish.
He stepped forward. The place had been abandoned for years. Weeds grew waist-high. What should have been desolate was now marked by tire tracks and footprints leading toward the factory. Hajime entered through the gate and immediately frowned. The overwhelming cursed energy felt like piercing wails of vengeful souls, making him uneasy.
That's not right.
Looking around the dilapidated workshop, Hajime noted unnatural cracks, damaged rusty machinery, and cursed energy residue everywhere, proof of a battle between Jujutsu sorcerers or cursed spirits.
If the intelligence is correct, I'm the first sorcerer to handle this. These battle traces can only be related to the mission target. The police just left here yesterday and now these traces appear. Did that curse master return to fight an unknown enemy? Is he that arrogant? Clang!
A sharp sound echoed through the empty factory, catching Hajime's attention. Black Magatama earrings dangled with wisps of mist, and Tatsuka no Tsurugi slid out, caught by Hajime's hand. He walked toward the sound and found a heavily rusted thick door. As if sensing Hajime's footsteps, the unknown entity inside suddenly slammed into the iron door with a deafening roar. Hajime raised an eyebrow and sneered.
One out so badly, I'll help.
The Tatsuka no Tsurugi in his hand trembled slightly, and the iron door shrieked as it was sliced into pieces by four-way slashes. A shadow rushed out. Hajime didn't move immediately but studied the strange creature.
Is it a cursed spirit?
The figure was roughly humanoid, but its face was twisted unnaturally, as if parts rotated and flipped. Its 2 arms were uneven, one large, one small, and a purple-skinned hand protruded from its abdomen. Its body was covered in hard, spiky skin, and its lower limbs bent backwards at the joints. Most striking was the thick left arm's hand, which wasn't really a hand but a heavy blade fused with flesh. That must have caused the earlier clang. Hajime's confusion came from subtle differences compared to other cursed spirits. Before he could think further, the monster charged. The swift, thunderous impact was immediately reversed as the monster trembled violently, slammed to the ground by immense force. A vibrating hum followed, and the culprit Tatsuka no Tsurugi was deeply embedded in the monster's chest, piercing the earth. The sword in Hajime's hand had already become Onakiri. He observed the monster struggling to rise. The organ that might have been a mouth muttered indistinctly.
Kill!
He stomped the monster, which was trying to break free, back down. The concrete cracked underfoot, dust spreading. Then, Hajime raised his sword and severed both arms with 2 slashes, saving effort. Using the tip of his blade, he prodded the clothes nearly fused with the monster's flesh. Closer inspection showed it was wearing clothes. Hajime pierced an intact pocket on the upper garment, and from it fell.
His name was Matsumoto Den, right?
The notebook contained vivid pencil sketches, but their content was deeply disturbing. The intelligence was right. This depraved killer left behind artworks as traces, scenes that would sicken most but intoxicate him.
4 words, unforgivable crimes. You got off easy.
He placed Onakiri's blade on the monster's Matsumoto Den's forehead, pinned underfoot. With slight pressure, the sword could pierce the brain and shatter it. But Hajime hesitated, pondering. Ordinary people turn into cursed spirits after death, though they may lose their original selves. But this one still wore clothes from life, carried real objects, and bled.
This situation.
Chapter 45, Chapter 45, Mahito, 5 months ago. Chapter 45, Mahito. Kamihara Hajime was searching Matsumoto Den's body for other clues when footsteps suddenly approached from outside the factory. Turning, he saw a young man, not much older than himself, with a strikingly handsome face. They exchanged confused glances. Hajime recognized the man as the curse master target, Yuhara Masanobu. Despite his likable appearance, his deeds were far worse than Matsumoto Den's. Hajime sighed inwardly. This is too easy. I don't even need to search. The mission targets are delivered right to me. Could anything be simpler? Yuhara Masanobu's gaze swept over the young man in the familiar uniform holding a sword, then to the monster lying at his feet. His heart sank. Tentatively, he asked,
Are you from Tokyo Jujutsu High?
Hajime had intended to finish him off immediately but remembered Matsumoto Den's strange state. He changed tactics, charging without activating his technique. His twin blades flashed toward Yuhara's face. Though prepared, Yuhara was startled. Suddenly, several ink-black tentacles erupted from around him, wrapping him tightly in layers. In a flash, the Shikigami he had summoned shattered, streams of light seeping through the cracks, revealing a surprised expression on his face. A swift kick twisted Yuhara's face further. Spinning through the air toward the wall, he was caught by tentacles extending from behind at the last moment, lessening the impact. Despite clutching his abdomen, Yuhara wore a
Just as expected.
expression.
Did you fight before?
Hajime pointed at Matsumoto's body on the ground. Yuhara's face darkened but said nothing. Instead, he pulled out another talisman and summoned a towering Shikigami resembling a zombie. As it appeared, pus-filled boils burst one by one, popping continuously as black-green liquid spread across the ground.
Do you know Mahito? He's a humanoid cursed spirit.
Hajime said, vibrating his sword. In Yuhara's mind, the image of the stitched face cursed spirit with a smile mixing innocence and malice naturally appeared. Fear flickered in his eyes, unnoticed by himself.
By the way, why is your sword vibrating?
White threads enveloped Yuhara, and the tentacles fell. The zombie-like Shikigami collapsed into a shapeless mass.
You!
Before he could finish, his vision dropped and he fell uncontrollably. His legs were neatly severed at mid-thigh, blood mixing with filth as he screamed.
Tell me about that cursed spirit. If you cooperate, I'll heal you with reverse cursed technique.
Hajime said, looking down. Severely injured, Yuhara knew he'd met his match. This wasn't like the sorcerers he'd evaded or repelled before. He dared not release his other Shikigami meant for a sneak attack. Memories surfaced involuntarily. The humanoid cursed spirit speaking human words, transforming the deranged murderer into a monster before his eyes. He himself had been injured by it. He'd fled in fear but returned greedily, only to face this formidable opponent. Now sober, regret filled his heart. Under the threat of death, Yuhara forced himself to believe. Even if there was only 1% chance, he clung to it.
That cursed spirit.
As he spoke, realization dawned. Hajime's gaze shifted, then Yuhara felt his feet tingle, his body began swelling.
Fuck.
His voice became muffled, indistinct. Futile whimpers escaped as his raised hand ballooned grotesquely.
So,
His consciousness spiraled into chaos. This last thought flashed before being swallowed by a violent desire to kill. Hajime watched wide-eyed as the curse master transformed from human to monster, limbs and facial features distorting.
this technique.
Time wheel spin. Anakiri sliced through the body easily. The fragments immediately withered, vitality draining away. After dispatching the few Shikigami and cursed spirits released by Yuhara's death, Hajime took out his phone, snapped photos of the ground, and sent a message to Nida Akari to handle the aftermath. Leaving, he opened his map app, searched the nearest hospital, and headed there. The hospital wasn't large, corridors sparsely populated. Hajime paused upon seeing someone sitting at the corridor's end. Black clothes and pants, long blue hair braided thrice, one blue eye and one black eye. The stitches on his face and arms were unmistakable. It was the special grade cursed spirit Mahito. He sat ignored by passersby, observing hospital visitors with fascination. Hajime's arrival caught his gaze, his eyes lit up knowing he was seen.
Hello there.
Mahito smiled innocently, almost disarming if one ignored his abnormalities.
Did that human come? But you're not bad either, what a beautiful body. Your soul must be beautiful too, I want to feel it.
Mahito reached out, intoxicated, but a sharp pain snapped him awake. His outstretched right hand was severed at the wrist, though he hadn't seen how.
Did you do that?
Confused, Mahito bent down, picked up his hand, dangled it, then let it fall to dust. Flesh surged where it was severed, and a new hand grew in moments. He flexed it, identical to the original. Hajime sat opposite, calm. That had been a warning. Mahito was special. Ordinary attacks barely harmed him, only soul-affecting powers truly damaged him.
Are you Mahito? You were behind Matsumoto Den and Yuhara Masanobu, right?
Hajime's question was assertive, despite its form. Few people were around, but the urgency prevented evacuation. Mahito wouldn't foolishly watch Hajime kill. Mahito's interest deepened, contemplating the unnoticed attack. He answered thoughtfully.
I suppose I don't know those humans' names. After granting one's wish, I transformed the other casually. Are they your friends?
Hajime chuckled softly.
No criminals, you just stole my job.
Mahito laughed, twirling a strand of hair.
Then no thanks necessary. By the way, you're here to kill me, right?
His smile deepened with malice, but he didn't attack. Hajime was cautious about hostages, Mahito wary of Hajime's methods.
That pure speed? I didn't see the attack's path or weapon. The thing on his ear must be a rare shape-shifting cursed spirit hiding the weapon.
Mahito regretted focusing on observing humans instead of making more toys. Facing an opponent with invisible attacks made his toys less useful. Still, he felt no fear. If his soul was untouchable, injuries healed instantly. His soul must be beautiful, touching it would be exquisite. Mahito smiled wide, eyes revealing childlike malice, a child pouring boiling water on an anthill just to watch. Hajime sighed, glancing both ways in the corridor.
Come with me quietly, then I'll cut you down. Exercising you makes my special grade application easier. No, I haven't begun playing yet, but if you promise to let me touch your soul, it's possible. Otherwise, these toys will keep me entertained.
Mahito said, eyes drifting to the hospital's people bored. Distracted, Hajime barely listened. They exchanged a few more words. Suddenly, a loud bang erupted as a door at the corridor's right end exploded, along with a nearby surveillance camera. Sensing danger, Mahito activated his technique. The scene changed instantly. Around him were groups of parked cars, above, thick concrete and lights, the underground parking lot. Mahito licked his lips. His peripheral vision caught 5 figures undergoing terrifying transformations.
Toys!
He'd made earlier. Under his control, the disfigured figures swayed and stumbled toward Hajime. Tears streamed from their eyes, bodies convulsing with distorted cries for help.
Save!
Mahito smiled wantonly.
How do you like my toys? I changed their souls with my technique.
Hajim's face was obscured by light above. He'd destroyed the surveillance cameras. These transformed people were beyond saving. Reversing them was futile. Too early in transformation, reverting would only prompt Mahito's technique again. The root problem was Mahito had to be killed first. Without visible movement, Hajime caused the five monsters to abruptly revert to human form, then fly backward, landing in a corner behind a wall. He drew Tatsuka no Tsurugi and Anakiri, with Spider Cutter impaled in the ground before him. Mahito eyed the three swords, auras subtly intertwined. A dark premonition filled him. Without another word, his technique activated, he began transforming. Hajime's voice echoed through the underground.
Are you ready to die?
Chapter 46 Chapter 46, Soul-Based Attacks, 5 months ago. Chapter 46, Soul-Based Attacks. Mahito's body darkened as a hard shell began to form, but then a strange sensation tore through it. He knew the attack was complete. Instantly, he examined his injuries. Limbs severed like chopped scallions, 7 clean cuts across his chest and abdomen, his neck and the area from left eyebrow to chin cleanly sliced, and a deep puncture from his left eye to the back of his head. Alongside these wounds, 2 unknown forces were at work, one suppressing his flesh and blood's recovery, the other a toxin affecting both his nerves and cursed energy. Those 3 swords. Kamihara Hajime noticed the slight shift in the young man's stance, the changed order of the swords in his hands, and the residual technique within his body. After Hajime activated his technique and entered time null state, Anakiri pierced Mahito's left eyeball, slicing through the splattered fluids and embedding halfway out the back of his head. Hajime, wielding Tatsuka no Tsurugi and Spider Cutter, appeared before Mahito instantly. The incomplete black hard skin that had started forming on Mahito's body was almost non-existent before the curse swords, which easily tore through flesh and bone, severing every limb with flashing strikes. Seeing purple-black fluid leaking from his torn skin, Hajime understood Mahito's plan. Without hesitation, these substances were noxious venom or similar toxins disguised as flesh to counterattack.
A pity.
Spider Cutter's blade, clear and precise, sliced through Mahito's neck before hovering in the air. Hajime pulled Anakiri from his eye, then with a single diagonal slash, Tatsuka no Tsurugi split his head unevenly. Another cut bisected his upper body. Anakiri followed, exposing Mahito's internal organs from another angle. Hajime gripped Spider Cutter and plunged it into Mahito's heart. The 3 swords crossed, breaking Mahito into fragments. Feeling the techniques deeply penetrated his body, Hajime deactivated his technique. Blood gushed from Mahito's torn body. Before hitting the ground, rapidly growing threads connected the severed flesh. Sitting up with hands on the floor, Mahito reattached his 2 halves, a rotating eyeball growing from the bulging flesh of his left eye socket. He pushed the dangling eyeball back in and grinned wider, vomiting chunks of flesh before clapping his hands together, molding them into one. Multi-soul bodily extraction. Mahito's technique, idle transfiguration, lets him manipulate souls, changing victims' physical forms. He can also alter his own body to adapt. Those flesh chunks were transformed victims, modified humans forced to obey him against their will. This soul alteration caused their deformity reverse cursed technique was powerless. Merging souls, using the power of their rejection reactions, produced the multi-soul, bodily extraction technique. Mahito's face twisted with delight as he spread his hands. The merged flesh violently swelled, tumors jostled out, quickly obscuring most of his body. Those tumors grew into many sharp-toothed heads, like a cluster of snakes, biting everything with violent cursed energy. Hajime found this technique fascinating. The souls, once ordinary people, under Mahito's manipulation, erupted with power beyond mere addition. Matsumoto Den, previously transformed, had acquired cursed energy he never had. Mahito's technique altered souls and awakened latent cursed energy. Facing these grotesque heads dripping mucus in the air, Mahito's smile froze. Hajime raised Anakiri, aiming at that smile.
One more round to end you.
Onigiri and Spider Cutter danced in turns kesasatsu, reverse cross/slash, spinning cleaves. Anything blocking Hajim's path to Mahito was shredded by chaotic sword light. Amid floating flesh fragments, Hajime felt an anomaly. Headache, chest tightness, difficulty breathing, as if internal organs were failing.
Poison gas.
The sensation vanished instantly. Technique reversal activated continuously, restoring Hajime's body before Mahito's poison gas could harm him.
You're clever avoiding your own poison blood, switching to gas that covers the area.
Hajime said, stepping forward. Mahito's gaze was fixed elsewhere as Hajime slashed diagonally from left shoulder to right hip with Onigiri, then followed with Spider Cutter and Tatsuka no Tsurugi. Mahito's body shattered again. His first instinct was to find Hajime's location. Seeing him unharmed, confusion showed.
Gas doesn't work either. What is his technique, not just speed, long-range slashes?
As expected, the modified creatures fell apart. No form-hard shell, fluid body could withstand Hajime's slashes. Mahito was powerless. Poison liquid, poison gas, spikes covering the space all failed, shredded again. The ominous feeling grew. Hajime was still at peak. Mahito considered fleeing. Idle transfiguration. His body split like an earthworm. From his mouth he vomited.
Meat strips.
Modified humans emitted distorted sounds, stumbling toward Hajime. Mahito clones transformed, bodies nearly bursting parking lot ceilings, sporting unnatural blade-like limbs.
All you've got.
Hajime whispered in Mahito's ear, entering time null state, stepping on the creatures to get behind him. The technique of the three cursed swords pinpointed Mahito's main body. Slicing through a blocking clone, Hajime plunged Tatsuka no Tsurugi into Mahito's back, the tip emerging from his chest. A tall, ethereal figure appeared above Mahito's demonic face stared mercilessly. In the static space, the Usura-like phantom raised its decaying blood-stained sword and brought it down on Mahito's head. Time resumed.
How?
Bloodlines burst from Mahito's face, his mutated body scattered. But this time it wasn't just physical damage, his soul seemed severed. This injury was not instantly healable. More importantly, if Hajime could harm souls, Mahito would die. Feeling death's kiss, Mahito's fragmented face laughed wildly. His technique operated frantically. The true killing blow was coming.
This feeling.
Walking a narrow path suspended in darkness, surrounded by eternal death, Mahito felt one wrong step would damn him forever. Yet the thrill filled him with unparalleled pleasure. In an instant, Mahito's technique completed. Hajime, still in time null state, saw modified creatures explode, while the 5 humans he'd brought from the hospital fused into a synthetic monster. Mahito's body was unrecognizable, beginning self-disintegration. Small, worm-like forms indicated his escape attempt. Hajime faced one choice: gamble on killing Mahito with the next attack. Otherwise, explosions would collapse the parking lot. Mahito could escape in the chaos, likely through underground drains. Mahito's soul was incredibly resilient. The last attack wounded him severely, but death wasn't certain.
Let's try.
Hajime repeated the attack, cutting Mahito into smaller fragments, summoning the Usura-faced demon phantom. He expanded technique reversal's range, restoring all creatures except Mahito. No explosion occurred. Mahito was severely wounded again but showed understanding. Shattered into wriggling worms, Mahito burrowed downwards, concrete no obstacle. Modified humans showed explosion signs again. Hajime entered time null state, cut worms entering the sewer into flesh and blood. After the third curse sword technique activation, Hajime deactivated his technique, watching the flesh mass accelerate into the sewage pipes.
Still a bit short.
Hajime cursed. Mahito's health was absurd, tenacious as a cockroach, slippery as a loach. Reversing him restored his state. No other soul-affecting methods meant letting him linger. Counting the countless worms in sewage, most with cursed energy traces, indistinguishable from Mahito's own parts.
Don't let me run into you again. Next time I'll kill you for sure.
Hajime muttered to the flowing water, not a threat, a fact. If Nain awakened, with her technique she could slice Mahito to death. Finding other soul-affecting means would make it easier. Once Mahito's location was pinned, his death was certain.
Besides Mahito, there was a volcano head and a tree spirit. Suguru Gido, once their ally, is confirmed dead. These special grade cursed spirits are unique. I'll report to Gojo-sensei later. Now to call cleanup.
Hajime leapt up from the opening and met a destructive explosion. Unfazed, he watched as stones and debris rewound perfectly, repairing damaged walls, pillars, and large holes like a video playing backward. To ordinary eyes, it was a blink the destroyed area restored, modified creatures reverted and collapsed, blood gushing from holes in their foreheads.
Hello, I'm at XX Hospital. I encountered an unidentified special grade cursed spirit. A battle broke out in the parking lot. The opponent is severely wounded but escaped. The situation is complicated. Please send reinforcements.
Chapter 47, Chapter 47, Hajime's Cooking, 5 months ago. Chapter 47, Hajime's Cooking.
A humanoid cursed spirit that can talk.
Kamihara Hajime shifted his gaze from the bubbling sukiyaki on the table to Gojo Satoru, then nodded.
I spoke with him for several minutes. He talks like someone with a few screws loose, calls himself Mahito. His technique involves manipulating the soul. Most of my attacks didn't affect him much. That's why he got away.
Gojo Satoru rubbed his chin. An unregistered special grade and an unusually odd one at that. Was it newly born or something else? No reports had come from the window agents either.
Do you know of any cursed tools or methods that can directly affect the soul?
Gojo snapped back to attention, considered the question, then replied.
Tools like that are incredibly rare. I've seen some before, but I have no clue where they ended up.
Hajime gave a thoughtful nod.
What about Nain? She's still at Yiri Shoko's care, right?
Gojo leaned back and sighed.
That's what I wanted to talk to you about. Soul-related matters are complicated, way beyond what we usually deal with, and the Gojo family hasn't done much research in that area.
He paused, then added.
The Kamo clan and some higher-ups proposed a deal. They'll provide us with limited research materials on soul manipulation, but in exchange Nain has to transfer to Kyoto Jujutsu High.
Hajime raised an eyebrow.
They don't just give things away. What do they really want?
Gojo gave a dry chuckle.
They want Nain and, by extension, the Minamoto family to align with their faction. So the Minamoto family agreed to it. Yeah, they didn't have much of a choice. She's valuable, both in jujutsu potential and as a political piece.
Gojo sighed again.
I was hoping the next batch of first years would be a bit more lively.
Hajime shrugged.
Who knows what the future holds? Anyway, let's eat before the beef gets tough.
The two shared casual conversation while enjoying the hot meal.
Are you going to reveal your technique to the higher-ups and apply for special grade status?
Hajime chewed a piece of beef before answering.
Yeah, I can maintain technique reversal continuously now without active effort. Once I'm recognized, I'll have more resources available, right? The higher-ups aren't the only ones in the jujutsu world. Becoming a special grade will get your name out there a bit more, Hajime-san.
Gojo grinned, teasing.
You little punk, what are you plotting all day? I'll arrange it for you. They'll probably send someone to document your technique. Just know your missions will get tougher.
Hajime ignored his smirk and kept eating. Gojo soon joined in. Upon returning to Jujutsu High, Hajime found a weary Fushiguro Megumi sitting on the steps, catching his breath and sipping a warm drink.
How was training?
Megumi glanced at him.
Maki-senpai's amazing with weapons. I learned a lot. I think I'll be able to contract another Shikigami soon. Where are Yuta and Inumaki?
Only Panda and Maki were still sparring in the training area. Megumi nodded toward them.
Yuta-senpai's preparing for a trip overseas. Inumaki-senpai's out on a mission.
Maki paused her sparring with Panda, raised her wooden spear and pointed it at them.
You two just gonna sit there. Get over here.
Hajime patted Megumi's shoulder.
Shall we spar?
Megumi didn't flinch.
Sure.
The two walked onto the field. Maki smirked in anticipation while Panda hopped up with excitement.
No techniques, no cursed energy. Just pure hand-to-hand skill.
Maki declared, taking her place as referee.
Stop before anyone gets seriously hurt.
Both picked up wooden swords and took their stances. Panda cupped his hands and yelled.
Loser buys dinner.
Hajime waved without turning around.
No problem. Megumi will treat everyone.
Megumi remained calm despite the taunt. Hajime twirled his sword, pacing in a slow circle. His Magatama earrings caught the sun, swaying lightly.
You're guarding pretty tight.
Hajime observed.
All right then, I'll start.
Megumi's vision blurred. He instinctively raised his sword to block a swift gust targeting his chest. A heavy force struck. His hand went numb. He quickly blocked a follow-up kick. Training with Maki had paid off. He's this fast without his technique. Megumi countered with a smooth sword arc, but Hajime dodged and parried everything, barely blinking. When a wooden blade came at his side, Megumi reacted instantly, dropping his own sword and lunging in close. He wrapped around Hajime's weapon arm like a snake and twisted, disarming him.
Oh!
Hajime raised an eyebrow as Megumi skillfully flipped the sword out of his grip and caught it.
Now this is getting fun.
Even unarmed, Hajime attacked, weaving between Megumi's strikes and landing clean counters with fists, elbows, and knees. His movements were seamless.
I can brawl too, you know.
Finding a gap, Hajime reversed Megumi's grip and disarmed him in return. But instead of using the weapon, he tossed it aside with a grin.
Megumi, surrender now and I'll only charge you half for dinner. And you've never beaten me since we were kids, have you?
Megumi's expression darkened, childish as always. Back in school, Hajime had always dominated the delinquents. His physique and experience outclassed everyone. Whenever he clashed with Megumi, it always ended with the two rolling around on the ground exchanging blows until Tsumaki stepped in, scolded them gently, and forced them to make up. Thinking of Tsumaki, Megumi faltered just for a moment. In that moment, Hajime locked his arm, his grinning face filling Megumi's vision upside down.
Oh no.
Wham! Megumi hit the ground, pinned. Hajime raised a fist in victory.
Woohoo, I win!
Megumi stared at the clouds above, not the worst loss. He pushed himself up, only to find Hajime's hand reaching down. After a moment, he took it and stood.
Let's go for sushi, that Fujiwara place.
Megumi's face twitched. That place? He remembered the prices, expensive, ridiculously so. Still, as Panda cheered and Maki glared, ready to chase Hajime with her spear, Megumi felt a warm sense of familiarity. Tsumaki.
What is this, hot pot? Looks like sukiyaki.
Panda said. Hajime explained the differences between the Chinese and Japanese styles while prepping.
Are you trying to kill us with this much spice?
Maki asked, eyeing the bubbling red broth suspiciously. Hajime waved her off.
It's not that spicy.
At first bite, he was right. The layered flavor was intense but manageable. Everyone quickly dug in. Until it hit. Maki flushed and ripped off her glasses from the steam. She grabbed a carton of milk and glared at Hajime.
Not spicy, huh?
Megumi silently drank milk too. Panda, of course, kept eating happily and even teased Maki about her.
Delicate palate.
Maybe you're just eating too fast.
Hajime offered with a smirk.
Wanna take a break?
Maki ignored him, grabbed more milk and muttered.
This is nothing.
Suppressing a laugh, Hajime pulled cold sodas from the fridge. Even in winter, he liked iced drinks, especially after spicy food. Just then the door opened.
What's going on in here? I smelled something good,
said Principal Yaga as he stepped inside.
We made too much food.
Hajime called cheerfully.
Come join us, Yaga-sensei.
Yaga looked torn.
I really shouldn't.
Chapter 48, Chapter 48, Ryomen Sukuna, 5 months ago. Chapter 48, Ryomen Sukuna.
Hello, first-year student at Tokyo Jujutsu High, Kamihara Hajime.
A man and a woman, who had come with Gojo Satoru, extended their hands and shook Hajime's.
Hirakawa Kei.
Suzuki Shiko.
Both wore suits and formal smiles. After the brief introductions, they stood inside the spacious dojo of Jujutsu High. Gojo Satoru clapped his hands.
All right, let's begin.
Hirakawa Kei pulled out a plain notebook.
Hajime-kun, Please explain your technique in detail and demonstrate it. I'll record everything.
Hajime stepped into the center of the dojo.
No problem. My technique is related to time. I call it time wheel. It allows me to accelerate my own time, for example.
He held up a Carta front-facing ID of Hirakawa-kei. The man looked shocked, patting his coat to find his ID gone. Just as quickly, he felt his pocket bulge again. The ID had returned while Hajime hadn't paused his explanation.
I won't demonstrate every offensive application. It's difficult to show here, and frankly, you wouldn't be able to track it. Next is technique reversal, which I learned from Gojo-sensei.
Hajime smiled brightly.
I call it reversal. Simply put, it reverses my own time.
He turned to Gojo Satoru.
Sensei, would you help with the demonstration?
Gojo agreed with a shrug. Without delay, he raised his finger. A swirling red orb of cursed energy formed at the tip. Cursed technique reversal, red. Even at low power, the surrounding air warped with the pressure. Kei and Shiko instinctively backed away.
Gojo-san, please don't.
Too late, Gojo flicked the orb forward. It slammed into Hajime's abdomen, punching a wide hole through it. Looking down at the wound, Hajime grimaced.
Gojo-sensei, was that really necessary? Even cursed spirits don't hit me that hard.
Gojo scratched his head casually.
Don't be dramatic, that was low output. And this is the first time I've used a technique on my own student. Count yourself honored.
As the two bantered, Hirakawa-kei blinked hard. Before his eyes, the gaping wound on Hajime's stomach vanished. His uniform returned to its pristine state.
That wasn't an illusion.
He murmured.
I'm a grade 1 sorcerer. Even if it was an illusion, it'd have to be an incredible one.
But of course, Hajime wasn't deceiving them. In the Jujutsu world, sorcerers rarely concealed their techniques. Revealing them under a binding vow increased the effectiveness of the technique, an invaluable advantage in evenly matched battles. Besides, while most people knew the general workings of a sorcerer's technique, the truly lethal variations, their personal refinements remained secret.
A first-year special grade.
Hirakawa-kei noted silently.
The last one just lost that title not long ago.
He asked.
Can your technique be maintained like Gojo-san's?
Hajime gave a sly smile.
Of course, I've designed it to trigger automatically. If I'm injured, the technique instantly reverses time to restore my state before the damage.
He offered a demonstration next, dragging Gojo into a light spar. Their movements dazzled. Blows landed with crushing speed. Some areas of the dojo shattered and reformed in real time as Hajime's technique reset both damage and wounds. Hirakawa-kei and Suzuki Shiko watched wide-eyed, barely able to follow Hajime's movements. Only the flickering traces of his cursed energy gave hints to his location. Despite Gojo's relaxed demeanor, the truth was clear. A first-year student was holding his own against the strongest Jujutsu sorcerer. If either of them tried to fight Hajime, they wouldn't last more than a few seconds.
All right, that's enough, don't you think?
Gojo said mid-swing, turning toward the observers. Hirakawa-kei quickly closed his notebook.
Yes, Gojo-san, we've seen more than enough. Thank you for your time.
The two bowed and left. Stretching his arms, Hajime turned to Gojo.
Sensei, I have a new move I want to test. Interested in helping?
Gojo's smile disappeared.
Nope, I'm busy.
Then, as if remembering something, his grin returned.
Actually, there's a new mission that suits you. A cursed spirit swallowed one of Sukuna's fingers. It's currently classified as a special grade.
Hajime's expression darkened.
Sukuna?
Ryomen Sukuna, his name echoed in both historical records and haunting legends. 1,000 years ago, during the golden age of Jujutsu, he had reigned supreme. 4 arms, 4 eyes, and unmatched strength. It took the combined force of all sorcerers to bring him down. Even then, they only managed to split his essence into 20 fingers, special grade cursed objects that survived his death. Later, he would be reborn through Itadori Yuji.
Exactly.
Gojo confirmed.
Special grade cursed spirits don't show up often. Perfect chance to try that new move of yours.
Hajime narrowed his eyes.
This isn't your mission that you're dumping on me, is it?
Gojo didn't even flinch.
Nonsense, this is me being considerate.
Gojo strolled away, whistling. The mission briefing. Later, outside the school, Hajime boarded a car. Ijichi Kiyotaka, as usual, was waiting.
Oh, Ijichi-san, you're looking good today.
Ijichi chuckled.
A few days off did me good. I feel much more rested. Did you visit the city? Find any great restaurants? I did, actually. There's a sushi place I want to take you to. Best sashimi I've ever had. Say no more. Send me the location later.
He took the mission file Ijichi handed over. Most of it was familiar, but now the details were clearer. The cursed spirit was located in Ono Prison, a maximum security facility. When discovered, over 40 inmates and 6 guards were already dead. Several others had been injured. The prison had since been evacuated. The source was a cursed Buddha statue used as a spiritual seal standard practice for suppressing malevolent energy. But this statue had hidden something far worse inside, one of Sukuna's fingers. At some point, the statue was broken and a cursed spirit consumed the finger. The result, the spirit was transformed into a special grade threat. After a long drive away from the city, Hajime and Ijichi arrived on the prison grounds. The outer structure had been renovated, but the air was still heavy, as though resisting every breath. Even under the sun, the place felt cold. At the entrance, a sweating man in a prison guard uniform waited, clearly flustered.
I'm Yamaguchi Takuya, the warden here.
He greeted, bowing.
You must be the specialist from Jujutsu High.
Chapter 49, Chapter 49, Sukuna's Finger, 5 months ago. Chapter 49, Sukuna's Finger.
The location is in the West District. I've already evacuated everyone there. Will the two of you be heading over immediately, or?
Yamaguchi Takuya led the way, wearing a forced smile. They had entered through the east gate of the prison and needed to pass through the central area to reach the West District, where the incident had occurred. As Kamihara Hajime walked through the corridor, he noticed some of the cells were still occupied. With the number of inmates here, a full evacuation had been impossible. Only those in critical zones had been relocated. The remaining prisoners were visibly shaken, eyes filled with confusion and fear. They didn't know what had happened, only that dozens of prisoners and several guards had died mysteriously. The tension was palpable. Ghost stories that had long circulated within the prison suddenly no longer seemed like fiction. The more notorious inmates, who usually scoffed at superstition, now looked genuinely terrified. Some recalled the recent day when Scabby Dog had gone mad, mumbling incoherently toward a hallway drenched in blood, where several unexplained deaths had taken place. Spotting the warden leading 2 unknown figures, one of them a handsome young man whose face they vaguely recognized from TV, the prisoners stirred.
Warden, please transfer us out of here. I don't want to stay in this cursed place. I'll give you all my money, just get me out.
Others lashed out from their cells, pounding on metal doors, shouting curses.
You piece of garbage. Let me out of here or I swear I'll kill your entire family. Even if I die, I'll come back and haunt you, you balding pig.
Yamaguchi Takuya's expression darkened. On a normal day, no one would dare speak to him like that, but the fear had eroded their sense of self-preservation. He couldn't retaliate either, not with Hajime and Ijichi nearby, so he gritted his teeth and continued to brief them, trying to maintain composure.
Please don't pay them any mind. Only the worst criminals end up here.
A dull thud rang out. Hajime's eyes shifted. One of the prisoners was slumped against the wall, clutching his bloodied mouth, several teeth scattered across the floor. Yamaguchi turned, stunned. That inmate had just started to curse Hajime. A hand pressed his shoulder.
You can leave now, your part's done.
As if receiving divine pardon, Yamaguchi nodded hastily and ran, not bothering to hide his relief.
From darkness to the deepest dark, let all impurities be cleansed.
Ijichi chanted the incantation to lower the curtain and isolate the area. Hajime entered alone. His footsteps echoed in the barren halls. Brownish bloodstains painted the floor, dried into thick crusts. Bang!
Reflected damage.
He vanished again, catching up midair. Tatsuka no Tsurugi pierced the curse's abdomen. Another identical wound bloomed on Hajime's stomach. He healed it with ease.
Interesting.
Hajime gathered cursed energy and expanded a technique barrier. a failed domain prototype he dubbed Time Shower. Raindrops materialized midair and began falling silently. Simultaneously, droplets also rose from the floor, defying gravity. The air grew thick with temporal tension. Hajime extended his hand. The rain dispersed upon contact, illusory, yet potent. The curse, confused by the shifting phenomenon, tried to retreat, only to reappear where it had stood moments before. The technique had locked its timeline, forcing it into a loop. Hajime raised a finger. A faint white arrow of cursed energy formed. Bang! He mimicked a gunshot with his mouth. The time arrow skipped cause and jumped to effect. The curse, having tried to dodge, fell with its lower half dissolved into dust. The rain curtain distorted. Hajime's legs crumbled into powder, but he was ready, reversing the damage instantly. Strangely, the curse regenerated. New legs grew, muscles thickened, and its aura surged.
It gets stronger every time it's injured.
Now 3 meters tall, it launched forward like a missile. Hajime extended a finger. The moment the curse moved, it reappeared at its starting point. His restraint move had re-engaged, trapping it in a loop. He observed the curse struggling, trapped in time, then canceled the effect. He fired multiple time arrows. Under the accelerated flow of Time Shower, his output increased exponentially. Each impact exploded the curse's limbs into dust, but it kept regenerating, growing stronger still. The battlefield echoed with splashes as the rain accelerated time for both combatants. Hajime, using technique reversal, handled the strain easily. The curse couldn't.
A regeneration-based reflection technique.
But Hajime didn't flinch. He chose the most brutal, counter-pushing the curse to its absolute limits again and again. His Time Shower, though not yet a true domain, was evolving. He continued experimenting, noting the imperfect synergy between rotation and reversal, mentally planning improvements. More than 10 sword slashes split the curse into segments. It regenerated, but its aura no longer rose.
You've peaked.
Chapter 50, Chapter 50, Companions, 5 months ago. Chapter 50, Companions. Kamihara Hajime picked up the shriveled finger. It was strained.
You've worked hard. Did Hajime-kun recover the target?
Hajime held up the wrapped finger with visible distaste.
Is there a box I can store this thing in? It's giving off an awful feeling. There are some wooden containers in the car.
Ijichi replied.
Originally meant for cursed tools. Then let's go.
With a suspiciously timed reappearance, Yamaguchi Takeru sent them off with over-the-top enthusiasm as Hajime and Ijichi left the scene. Snow began to fall as they drove. Hajime watched the flakes dissolve on the window, muttering.
The new year's almost here.
Today's already the 30th.
Ijichi said from the driver's seat.
Most people will be lining up at shrines tomorrow.
Japan, despite its deep cultural roots, had long since aligned with the Gregorian calendar. While Lunar New Year customs lingered, New Year's Day had become the focus. Many old traditions still thrived, like temples ringing their bells 108 times, each chime purging one of Buddhism's 108 earthly desires. After that, people would visit shrines in a custom called Hatsumode. Back when he was a student, Hajime used to spend New Year's with Megumi and Tsumaki. Tsumaki's soba noodles were always devoured by both Hajime and Megumi without fail.
Are you heading home for New Year's, Ijichi-san? Wait.
Ijichi chuckled.
Not yet. Most sorcerers marry late, you know. Too many uncertainties in our line of work. As a supervisor, I'm lucky to even have time to go home. But yeah, my family nags me about it too.
Realizing Hajime's situation was a little more complicated, Ijichi quickly changed the topic. After returning to Jujutsu High, Hajime handed over Sukuna's finger and gave a brief report to Principal Yaga. His job was done, he just needed to wait for his reward. On the way to the dorms, he saw Yuta Akatsu and Inumaki Toge carrying heavy bags. They waved at him cheerfully. After helping them with the load, Hajime asked,
What's all this?
Everyone's planning to celebrate New Year here.
Yuta explained.
Inumaki-senpai and I went out to buy stuff. Gojo-sensei even said he's going to make handmade noodles.
Salmon!
Inumaki added with a nod. Hajime blinked, imagining Gojo Satoru rolling out dough. It was
What about Maki and the others? When we left, she was still sparring with Megumi.
Yuta said.
Panda said he was cleaning one of the classrooms for the party.
After dropping off the groceries, the trio joined Panda, who was wearing an apron and sweeping diligently. With their help, the room was cleaned in no time. Then they headed to the training ground. Maki and Megumi were mid-fight. Maki knocked him down again shortly after they arrived.
You should take some time to reflect.
She told Megumi, then walked over to the group.
Are you guys done already? I was going to come help after this.
Kamihara cleaned up the room with his technique.
Panda said.
We're good to go. Tuna mayonnaise. Oh, right.
Hajime said, turning to Toj.
You're staying here too.
Salmon.
Panda added.
He's going home on the 1st. Already told his family.
Most of the others were staying as well. Hajime and Megumi had no reason to go home. Yuta, though better now, still had a rocky relationship with his family. Maki refused to return to hers altogether, and for Panda this was home.
Since we're all free today,
Hajime suggested.
Wanna go out for dinner? Ijichi-san mentioned a good place.
Panda scratched his head.
Your sukiyaki last time was really good too.
Everyone's faces twitched in unison. Delicious, yes, but the spice level was lethal.
We can make that tomorrow.
Hajime said.
Let's just enjoy a relaxing night out today.
They got the restaurant info from Ijichi and booked a room. The only issue, they had no licensed driver. Eventually, they convinced Ijichi and Nida Akari to join and drive.
It's nice to see everyone relaxed.
Nida sighed happily after the meal.
Feels like the world's taken a breath.
Maki nodded.
Cursed spirit activity has dropped off a lot. I've only had one mission in the last 2 days.
Hajime, on the other hand, looked dark.
I've had several, even ran into 2 special grades.
Panda raised a brow.
No wonder I haven't seen you lately.
Maki scowled.
Let me guess, Gojo assigned those.
Hajime didn't deny it. He just shrugged and changed the topic, recounting the cursed encounter from his last mission.
A humanoid cursed spirit with speech.
Yuta noted. They discussed the dangers of Mahito's technique and how hard it was to counter without reverse cursed technique or soul-harming cursed tools.
Tactical retreat.
Panda declared. Maki wanted to object but had to admit it was sometimes the only option.
By the way,
Hajime asked.
Yuta, are you going abroad?
Yuta smiled.
Gojo-sensei assigned me a long-term mission overseas. I'll bring back souvenirs. Any requests?
It should be a local specialty.
Hajime said.
Otherwise, what's the point?
But it should also match the person's taste.
Maki argued. The two locked eyes, debating again. Yuta nervously interrupted.
How about something both local and likable?
The table fell quiet. Hajime coughed.
Do you know where you're going yet?
Yuta shook his head.
Gojo-sensei hasn't told me. I'll ask later.
That night, they returned to Jujutsu High and finished their preparations hanging Shimenawa ropes, tidying up and relaxing. The next day, the 31st, Gojo Satoru arrived with a grin and handed out fat red envelopes.
Happy New Year, here's your Arashidama.
Everyone cheered at the generous gift.
What's for lunch?
He asked.
Hot pot.
Panda replied.
We're doing noodles for dinner. Everything's ready.
I'll make soba myself tonight.
Gojo announced proudly. Hajime raised an eyebrow.
You cook. I'm omnipotent. Well, the kitchen smells good already. You sure you want to compete with that? Oh.
Gojo grinned.
Before I cook, I'll taste yours first.
They called the rest of the staff Yaga, Nanami, Iiri to join the meal. Everyone gathered for a warm, cheerful hot pot. Laughter echoed as drinks were poured and food was shared. Later, Gojo's soba surprisingly turned out quite tasty. Then they prepared for Hatsumode at Sensojai. Not everyone went, but the students did. The temple was packed, but the festive mood kept things light. Hajime, Megumi, Inumaki, and Yuta attracted attention, especially from girls. If not for Maki and Panda's intimidating presence, even more might have approached.
Huh, what did you say?
Panda caught Maki before she threw hands. As midnight approached, they rang the bell themselves. With every toll, they sent their wishes into the new year. Though Hajime didn't believe in gods, he followed the traditions with a respectful bow. It was symbolic, a moment to start anew. Finally, as the soft snow fell, Panda sparked a snowball fight. Hajime and Toge joined immediately, dragging everyone else in. Maki, with dead-on accuracy, never missed. Her throws were surgical. Watching them, Iiri Shoko whispered with a smile.
This is what youth and companionship look like.